Not seen now. You ask her.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. IT team, please mute everyone. Thank you. नमस्ते, हरे कृष्णा। कैसे हैं आप सब लोग? ओके, कल जो हमने सीखा था डीप ब्रीदिंग, आपने उसकी प्रैक्टिस करी? सिर्फ हैंड रेस करेंगे तो भी चलेगा, मतलब हर 2 घंटे के बाद आपको डीप ब्रीदिंग, माइंडफुल ब्रीदिंग की प्रैक्टिस करनी है। तो किसी ने नहीं करी होगी ना कि ये तो हम कर ही लेते हैं, ठीक है, बट आज से आपको करना है। आफ्टर एवरी 2 आवर्स अब 2, 3, 5 मिनट का ब्रेक लें, ध्यान से बैठे, सिर्फ और सिर्फ श्वास पर आपको ध्यान देना है, छोड़ना है। तो आज से ही आपका रोज का डेली होमवर्क है, लाइफ लॉन्ग आपको डीप ब्रीदिंग करना है, अपने को रिलैक्स करना है, ठीक है। आज पहले हम सबसे पहले सेम एब्डोमिनल ब्रीदिंग से स्टार्ट करेंगे। एवरीवन सेटल डाउन। अभी 15 मिनट के लिए सब काम छोड़ दीजिए, पूरा दिन आप लोग काम करेंगे, है ना। तो अभी किसी से बात नहीं करेंगे, सिर्फ 15 मिनट। मेक योर बैक स्ट्रेट, lift your chest up, lift your organic body up, roll your shoulder blades back and relax. Bring your elbows towards your body, palms up towards the ceiling. Now gently close your eyes. Don't lean forward or don't lean back. Make sure you are sitting on both your glutes equally. Relax your thigh, relax your calf. Align your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. So don't overarch your back or don't round your back. Now bring your left hand on your belly. Just start your abdominal breathing. धीमा, गहरा और लंबा श्वास लेंगे, उतने ही धीमे, गहरे, लंबे श्वास को जाने देंगे और आंखें बिल्कुल नहीं खोलेंगे। धीमा, गहरा और लंबा श्वास लेंगे, उतने ही धीमे, गहरे, लंबे श्वास को जाने देंगे। Only and only you and your breath. Connect with your breath. With each inhale, full belly out. पूरा पेट फुलाएंगे. Use your diaphragm. With each exhale, draw your belly in towards the spine. Inhale, belly out. पूरा पेट फुलाएंगे. Exhale, belly in. Left hand on your belly. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. One more. Only abdominal breathing. Full belly out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now lift your right hand up. Rest your right hand on your chest. Now, along with your abdominal breathing, concentrate on your chest. So with each inhale, full belly out. पूरा पेट फुलाइए. पूरी छाती फुलाइए. Expand your rib cage. And with each exhale, relax your rib cage. deep, long inhale, slow, deep, long, controlled exhale. Natural expansion, natural contraction. पूरा पेट फुलाएंगे, पूरी छाती फुलाएंगे. धीमा, गहरा और लंबा श्वास लेंगे. Slow, deep, long inhale. Effortless breathing. Natural expansion, natural contraction. सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान श्वास पर, आंखें नहीं खोलना है. Slow, deep, long inhale. Slow, deep, long, controlled exhale. Now slowly rest your both hands on your lap. Now same abdominal and thoracic breathing, but with a hold. So with inhale, immediately after your inhalation, hold your breath and then exhale. So inhale, hold, exhale. Eyes still closed. Now with my count. Inhale, सब श्वास भरिए. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath. श्वास रोक लीजिए. Exhale, श्वास को खाली कीजिए. 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath. आंखें बंद. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold your breath. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold your breath. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold your breath. श्वास को रोक लीजिए. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eyes still closed. Slow inhale, slow, deep, long, controlled exhale. Now add one more hold. Just immediately after your exhalation. तो अभी हम inhale करेंगे, hold करेंगे, exhale करेंगे, and again hold. So inhale, hold, exhale, hold. With my count. I still close. आंखें बंद रखना. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold your breath. श्वास रोक लीजिए. श्वास को खाली कीजिए. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again hold. पुनः श्वास रोकिए. श्वास भरिए. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath. श्वास खाली कीजिए. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again hold your breath. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold your breath. श्वास खाली कीजिए. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold your breath. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath. Few more rounds. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold your breath. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold your breath. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath. Last round. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold your breath. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again, hold your breath. Normal inhale. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. Eyes still closed. Just normal breathing without hold. Normal expansion, normal contraction. बिल्कुल धीमा, गहरा और लंबा श्वास लीजिए. उतने ही धीमे, गहरे, लंबे श्वास को जाने दीजिए. Feel the sensations going throughout your body. Feel the lightness with each in-breath. Feel the relaxation with each out-breath. With each inhale, feel the positivity. With each exhale, exhale all your stress, exhale your tension, both physically and mentally. With each inhale, feel the joy. And with each exhale, exhale all your stress, all your tension. Only you and your breath. Scan your body from toe to head with inhale. From toe to your foot, foot to your heel, heel to your calf, calf to your knee, knee to your thigh, thigh to your pelvis, pelvis to your belly, belly to your chest, arms, shoulder, neck to the crown of your head. And with each exhale, from the crown of your head, down to your face, to your neck, shoulder, chest, belly, pelvis, thigh, knee, calf, down to your heel. Just scan your body from toe to the crown of your head with inhale. बिल्कुल धीमा श्वास. And with each exhale, scan your body from the crown of your head, slowly, slowly down to your heel. If your mind wanders here and there, command your mind. Right now, you are healing. Bring it back to your breath. Your breath is your best friend. Now, slowly bring your awareness back to your toes, back to your fingers. Both hand in Agyana Mudra. Make a ring make a circle with your index finger and your thumb. Chest up, eyes still closed. Now start chanting Om 3 rounds all together. Inhale, श्वास लीजिए. श्वास भरिए. One more inhale. Now relax. Rub your palms. Once you feel the warmness, do cupping on your eyes. One more round. Rub your palms. Do cupping on your eyes. Now make a leaf with your hands. Join your palms. You can chant with me or after me. Karage Vasute Lakshmi. Kar Madhya Saraswati. Kar Mule Tu Govinda. Prabhate Kar Darshana. Gently open your eyes into your hands. Thank you so much. और आज आपके लिए होमवर्क है, टास्क है. जब भी आपको ब्रेक मिलेगा तो आपको डीप ब्रीदिंग करना है. First start with the deep breathing and then slowly shift to the whole internal retention of your breath and then the external retention. ये आज आपके लिए प्रैक्टिस है. हर 2 घंटे के बाद लैपटॉप पे आपकी पूरी एनर्जी ड्रेन हो जाती होगी तो आप फटाफट से रिचार्ज हो जाएंगे. और 2 मिनट सिर्फ आपको अपने लिए 2 मिनट निकालने हैं. 2 मिनट आपको सिर्फ डीप ब्रीदिंग करना है. उसके बाद आप बैक टू योर वर्क. और आपको सोने से पहले जब आप बेड पे जाएंगे नो फोन. ठीक है, आप कितने भी इंपॉर्टेंट टास्क में हैं बट आप अपने लिए बॉडी के लिए ब्रेथ के लिए टाइम निकाल सकते हैं. सोने से हाफ एन आवर पहले हम फोन नहीं देखेंगे, लैपटॉप यूज नहीं करेंगे और 10 मिनट्स के लिए ब्रीदिंग करेंगे, सिर्फ डीप ब्रीदिंग. ठीक है, होप आज सब ये होमवर्क करने वाले हैं. थैंक यू. हरे कृष्णा. और प्लीज आपको कोई भी अपनी हेल्थ से रिलेटेड आपको कुछ भी पूछना है, आपको बात करनी है, यू कैन कॉल मी, यू कैन ईमेल मी. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neha.
Thank you
for the
Vani.
wonderful
Thank
session.
you. Hare Krishna. Bye.
Hare Krishna. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Before I start off the recap, today we have 3 sessions lined up. We have a session on nurturing accountability, delegating effectively and tracking progress, and giving effective feedback. Just to recap overall, अभी तक हम कहाँ से शुरुआत की और कहाँ है. Our program began with our session on impact that you want to have Then this was under the mobilizing vision of our 7 talents of a leader, and you guys being such senior officers of the BSF, we went from understanding that to thinking big picture thinking mein hum log, how we can lead such large groups of people towards a vision overall, towards larger vision. For yesterday in day 2, we started deconstructing a bit towards certain best practices हमारे लीडरशिप के अंदर हमने एक साथ डिस्कस किया हमारे लीडरशिप ऑरास वी हैड अ गेस्ट सेशन विद सत्येंद्र सर then we also had deliberations, a lot of them, in understanding others with the DISR model. And we also, after that we went with Arvind through the enhancing trust sessions where we discussed a lot of personal narratives. यूजुअली मैं क्या करता हम लोग क्या करते कि आई गिव यू एन आइडिया कि आज रिकैप में ये हुआ था ये होगा बट व्हाट आई वांट टू डू इज आई वांट टू कंडक्ट एन एक्टिविटी विद यू पीपल व्हाट आई वांट टू डू इज आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम यू ऑल कि अभी तक 2 दिन सेशन में हम जितने भी सेशन किए 2 दिन के एलएमडीपी में आप लोग के कितने takeaways है कितने key essential takeaways है what have you learned I'm sure there are certain reflections certain questions आप लोग जो सोचते होंगे सेशन के टाइम पे भी सेशन के बाद भी or you had certain critical takeaways as leaders you raise some points or you have taken something from session so that's what I want from you guys so what I'll do is Tanvi if you can share on the screen so these are the sessions as a reference I'm putting it on the screen for all of you I want you all to take your time for each day, day 1 and day 2. These were the sessions that we have gone through. List down on the chat, take your time, I'll give you 2 minutes, all your critical takeaways based on it. I think you can write 3 points for each day. 3 points for day 1, what you have taken away from impact that you want to have, thinking big picture. I'll give you 2 minutes, you can take your time, put your responses on the chat, then we'll share, what all we have learned from each other. And so for now, I'll just take a back seat. I want you guys to take some time and reflect and put your responses on chat.
Somidev, can you repeat again as what the participants need to do?
Sure, absolutely, Vani. So the idea is that over the 2 days, whatever you have learned in all the sessions, impact that you want to have, thinking big picture, what I would like is for all of you to write 2 to 3 critical takeaways from the entire day. For example, in day 1, you had 2 sessions, impact what you want to have, thinking big picture. What are your critical 2 takeaways from them? Again, in day 2, you had 3 sessions, leadership, aura, understanding others, and enhancing trust. So as BSF, leaders being participants of this program, what were your critical takeaways? It can be number 2 number or 3 numbers of that day 2. So that is what I want you all to do. And we'll share our responses on the chat, then we'll discuss what everyone's key takeaways were.
So I think for the ease of the participants, what we should do is let's do it session by session.
Okay, we can do that
it
as
would
well.
be easier.
Sure.
Or
sure,
maybe day by day.
Yeah, we can do that.
Easier.
Sure.
Yeah.
So let's do it on day 1. Even if you're not present, the ones who are present, you can share your responses for day 1. Vani, I think we can ask our participants on their reflections on day one. I guess we'll go around. Yeah, sure, sure. So who would like to start off? Nirman, sir, day one, thinking.
Normal the thinking traps. What all the regions are the focus of biases which we normally have, the recency bias, the simplicity, how we fall into a trap while taking a decision. And sometimes we ignore a thing just by the simplicity of that particular event or that fact.
Right.
Rather, it helped me to analyze or visualize the things in, or rather, I would say a holistic view should be taken for any situation rather than falling into the traps before arriving at a decision.
Right, right, right. Fantastic. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Vani says that it helped me ponder day one on the question what legacy I would leave behind in the organization and when I'm not present. Fantastic. Sandeep sir says very interesting and stimulating. Thank you, sir. Satyabrata sir says the smiling face of the instructors and their energy level. Oh, what other responses do we have? Sandeep sir, Anand sir, what were your takeaways? I'd love to hear. So Anand sir, I think you're trying to speak. You're on mute.
What I'm supposed to be responding to?
What were your critical takeaways from our sessions, day one, day two? Is there anything that you have taken away? Some points you have reflected on?
Basically, we are dealing with the subject of leadership or personality traits or whatever it is.
Yeah, yeah.
And nothing much to learn about. It is there. Theoretically, we have gone all those subjects over and over again. And nothing new sort of thing there seems to be there. It is only bookish. And practically we have experienced that whatever researches are there, they are practically good. So nothing new to take on.
Sure, sure, sure. I hope the upcoming new sessions you will definitely have something to take away. Today we have 3 interesting sessions lined up. Mahabir sir says that the whole session of day one was interesting. Kulwan sir says, I think there's a second such module we are undergoing. Still day one was very basic. Secondly, though the inputs were given are having a bias towards corporate life, still at the end of the service, there is no harm learning the corporate lifestyle. Definitely, we can learn from different places. That's why in academy also we have multidisciplinary studies, interdisciplinary studies. So definitely. Rajesh sir says under command should understand the objective behind instruction. Fantastic. Function with self-commitment, understand the organization goal. Great. So Vani. Yeah, Vani.
Somadev, I think Mahabir ji wants to say something.
Yes,
Mahabir ji, आप
Mahabir
कुछ
ji,
कहना
please.
चाह रहे हैं?
Ma'am, I wanted to say, like, we go to our home, means from this duty place. So house is closed. So it's very interesting to reach to that house, opening, then cleaning and feeling refreshed. So same thing is happening. Things are already there, means which Mr. Anand has told. So it's really interesting and very refreshing, like entering to your own house and enjoying its means the resources and whatever is there.
My response to that comment is that we are refreshing on daily basis. We are dealing with the men. We are dealing with the situation. House is never closed. All those traits are being always in a practice. And that is theoretically we have been trained over it so many times. Practically we are doing it. There is nothing to open the house again and do it again.
नहीं, हाउस इसलिए क्लोज है, जो पढ़ाई लिखाई वाला हाउस था वो बंद था. अभी पूरा काम चल रहा है, वर्किंग चल रही है, वी आर इन फंक्शंस. अचानक जो पढ़ाई लिखाई वाला हमारा घर था पुराना, तो एक बार फिर से गए और जो चीजें हम यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं उसको हमने रिफ्रेश देखा, तो अच्छा लगा.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. Definitely. Any other responses? Sukumar sir, Dhirendra sir, your critical takeaways. आपको क्या लगता है अभी आपने क्या कुछ things that you have taken away from the session? Yeah.
Actually, this is sort of rebooting the system. I mean, we are into it.
Right, sir. Yeah.
But the thing is that once the system requires an upgrade or say reboot करने से कई चीजें things fall in place. So
Right.
that's the thing we are feeling here.
Thank you so much, Vikas, sir. Yeah, right. Kulwan sir says that thinking big picture was something which we all need to incorporate in our life as well as professional life. Fantastic. Growing old is mandatory. Growing up is optional. We need to grow with rank. That's fantastic, sir. Thank you so much. Ravi Dutt sir says leadership aura, calmness in any situation. Yes, true, very much. Prakhar sir says refreshing and brushing up of knowledge and innovation achieved by thinking out of the box. Definitely, you will also get to, I think, share a lot when we are going to cover innovation tomorrow as a session. Vani says, I have also learned from Leadership Aura that I've learned from my expert speaker to be humble. Humility and honesty is one of the forte of any leader. Yes, it is true, very much. And you guys being senior officers would know it the best from anyone. Any other responses? Some other, Lakminder sir? Takeaways, Ajit sir? Suman sir, some key takeaways that you guys have. Sanjeev sir. Sanjeev sir says good to refresh the things we are encountering day in and day out in a structured manner. Yes, that is of course always there. That's the purpose. We go back with the sessions. You live it every day through your work, and we are just opening up it a bit more. So Kumar sir says focus again on area of concern, area of influence. Fantastic. I hope you are deliberating it on more and more, and we have further recommendations and readings as well. So after that as well, if you want, we'd guide you to even better literature as well.
Someday,
Yes,
there are two comments that probably you could not.
Sure, yeah.
Scroll up. Sanjay Kumarji and Lakminder.
Oh, yes. Sanjay sir said that the essential of leadership, psychometric assessment of self, yes, the DISR model, and understanding others. Fantastic, Sanjay sir. Yeah. And understanding, Lakminder sir says, understanding the holistic view of organization goals. Yes, we did cover that in leadership, or I think big picture, maybe we are bringing it together, and how to go about it in a humble way. Of course, yes, very right. And Sanjeev sir says, good to refresh the things we are encountering. Yes, of course, sir. Any other responses? Amrendra sir, Seturam sir. Seturam sir hasn't typed out anything yet. Sir is always very active. Pramod sir. No responses. Nothing. Okay. So I think we have had a lot of responses. It's very encouraging to see from all of you the kind of reflections you are doing. And I hope that we keep up this level of enthusiasm. Sandeep sir says amazing discussions. Thanks for facilitating. Thank you so much, sir. And we are glad that you're still every day you guys are still learning in spite of all the duty that you have. You guys are reflecting, taking out time and being part of the sessions. It makes the learning experience even more richer from our past experiences well. And so let's look forward to another fantastic day today. So without further waiting and dragging this process forward, we'll discuss this again tomorrow as well. Let me introduce you to our first official session of today. आज का first session है आपका nurturing accountability. इस session में एक साथ we will kind of explore something that we already know as leaders, and we will kind of try to understand again, discuss and explore accountability क्या होता है आपके personal narrative से समझेंगे, then why we need it, कुछ blockers अगर ऐसा हो, और कुछ सीखेंगे अगर कुछ ऐसे tools हो कि which can perhaps enhance or which can give you new insights into understanding accountability in a better manner. तो इस सेशन को फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए we have Dr. Sonali with us. Dr. Sonali has more than 18 years of experience in academia and in corporate. She is currently working as an assistant professor in Rick School of Built Environment, Amity, Mumbai. And Sonali ma'am has a very diverse experience in management education with master's program, of course, and is also qualified soft skills trainer. So Sonali ma'am, without further wait, I'd like to pass on the proceedings to you. Good morning.
A very good morning to a very dynamic and enthusiastic group of leaders. Namaste. I hope you are doing well. I was watching your session with Dr. Neha, and you all were participating enthusiastically. On that note, we should start with our session. And Samir, Thank you so much for leading us through this kind of reflective thinking and then beginning this day. So good morning, everyone. Are you all happy today? May I have your attention, please? Good morning. Okay. Satyabhadra ji, good morning. All right. So today we are going to look into an important, okay, just once a moment. Leaders, Samidev, could you please give me to be a host? I would like to share. Okay, thank you so much. So today we are going to have an interactive workshop which says nurturing accountability and ownership. Since being from a behavioral background, I always say, there are no two people having similar kind of thoughts. Behavioral science is a very dynamic and a very complex science study because people have different thought process, people have different attitude behaviors, which you all have been seeing in last 2 days. Do you all agree with me? Yes, no?
Yes, everybody is a different in his own sphere.
Yeah, and when we are coming together to achieve a common goal, it becomes all the more very evident that people have different take, different perception, different responses to a different situation. So from a big picture, we have gradually come down to, from a masses to the individuals. Today, we are going to have this workshop, nurturing accountability and ownership in our members, in our team, in our organization, and how we are going to do that. So in next 180 minutes, this is how our journey would be. We would be reflecting and having inferences about our experiences. You all have wide experience of life. You've gone through various situations in life. You have handled many sticky and very complex situations, and you have seen the responses, the results keep varying. It is not every time the same. We are not like, mechanical, 2 + 2 = 4, and every time I add 2 + 2, it's 4, but human behavior is 2 + 2, 5, 2 + 2, 10. It could be anything, or it could be 0, or it could be null, it could be void. So this is how we have experienced. And we are going to check the 5 W's, that is, what is accountability, why accountability, what blocks accountability, and then nurturing accountability in our organization, putting it together, and how. Then comes the H question, how do we nurture accountability? Then we are going to put everything together, understand the different studied, time-tested theories which the scholars have come up. There have been a lot of research in this area, and the results have come quite positive. We're going to discuss about that, and we are going to identify how we take this forward or look forward and put these actions into plan. So this is what is going to happen in next 180 minutes. And you are free to talk with me anytime. You can raise hand. And I'm sure by now everybody is acquainted with the tool. How do we interact with our tool over here? Okay. So to begin with, what is this? What do you see on your screen? Some blur images there, but you can make out something to do with World Cup FIFA, Argentina, France, or something. Yes, no.
Yes, so soccer match has to be started.
Yeah, or maybe there's some kind of a discussion. So yes, let's take an example over here. It's a small scenario which has been put up over here. A game of football is scheduled today between two fierce rivals. Let's take it live example of Argentina and France, that we witnessed a wonderful game, and we really didn't know where the game is going to turn on which team side. But yeah, the game is of high stakes, considering it's a knockout tournament. Both teams are known for their tactical masterclass. Analysts predict a very close outcome or close call. They really don't know what's going to happen. Surprisingly, after 90 minutes, one team loses by a large margin unexpectedly. players interviewed from the losing side seems disinterested to give any kind of response. They were not in that state to give the response. Post-match interview of the manager was taken, and he gave out this statement. And the statement goes, we'll just focus on each word over here. I am proud of my players, despite the loss. Tactically, we were not on point and must be better. But I am definitely disappointed that none of my players have owned up to their mistakes. So what do you say about this? Have you come across in your life this kind of a situation?
Actually, this situation is, fixing of the accountability. Before the game have started, it was the responsibility of the entire team to, give its best foot forward. And they should have been, tactically better, as mentioned in the subscript. But however, because tactically, inferior and the other players, they played well as compared to them, they lost by a big margin, which was not expected. The critics and the, all the umpires thought that the game should have been much more, properly contested, but it was a one-sided match. So later on, the accountability comes. After the event has happened, after the situation have, finalized, after that we decide about accounts, like accountant comes only after transaction happens. In this case, the transaction was the game itself. So the accountant comes, the accountability comes, and the players should own, the positives as well as the negatives out of this game, so that, they should enhance their positive characteristics, and they should supplement whatever, deficiencies have occurred. Unless they understand their deficiencies, how can they proceed ahead and progress? So accountability is must.
Absolutely, Mr. Sandeep sir. Thank you so much for your input. Anybody would like to especially focus on this? I am definitely disappointed that none of my players owned up their mistakes. We would focus on this statement.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Lakminderji.
Yeah, probably as a team or as each individual in the team, there must be very good individual players. And by going by the statements, it reflects that as a team, they have not performed as per the expectations. So everybody as an individual has certain responsibilities to be say for them they are accountable, but from the this statement it was very much clear.
Dr. Sonali, can you put this on?
Yeah, from the statement it is very clear that individually they may be best, but as a team they lost, maybe due to don't have any team spirit or individual takeaway in this case. So my statement is definitely the coach has disappointed. As an individual players, they are wonderful, but as a team, they are not able to make up. That's all.
True. So thank you, Lakminderji. Anybody else? You can also use chats.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
The basic thing which comes out is unless you own up to your mistakes or the problem areas, you don't identify it, you cannot grow. So for improvement, it is the basic requirement is that you understand what has been wrong before.
Okay. Thank you. And actually, you all are spot on the problem that nobody wants to own. If you just reflect on what happened in the previous, they were not ready to give responses. They were disinterested to give the interview basically, and that is what made this coach give this statement over here. Moving on, we'll just 2 seconds. I'm just so here comes, everybody spoke about accountability and responsibility. So here we are going to reflect about the responsibility and accountability. So what do you think, keeping this scenario in mind, what is responsibility and accountability? What is responsibility? Let's understand from our day-to-day work, whatever responsibilities we handle on our day-to-day basis tactically, and what it means to be accountable, being responsible, being accountable.
Responsibility is basically a set of things or a set of system in which a person is given a charge to run it within the laid down rules and regulations. He is at the liberty to coin the policies and implement accordingly. That may be leaning towards welfare, maybe leaning towards operations, maybe leaning towards training. But he is ultimately accountable for all that is being done by him. If it goes well, he will get the reward. If it goes bad, he should be there to get the kick also.
Punishment, in other words? Okay, responsibilities are roles and duties that you are supposed to take upon yourself. And accountability is, you have to bear the repercussions, or the results are, it could be both good, bad, whatever the results are, the outcome is. That is what is, you're accountable for that. You cannot push that on anyone. Accountability, if I have to speak in Hindi, it is responsibility, zimmedari. I hope everybody is comfortable with Hindi as well. Zimmedari. And what is the Hindi word for accountability?
Jawabdehi.
Could not hear you. There was a lag. Video was lagging.
Jawabdehi.
Jawabdehi. Yeah, it's even I googled it last night before I said, let me understand the Hindi word. So it was Jawabdehi या तो फिर उत्तरदायित्व.
उत्तरदायित्व तो responsibility.
Responsibility उत्तरदायित्व.
हाँ, responsibility उत्तरदायित्व. जवाबदेही.
Accountability माने accountability को अगर इस प्रकार से समझें कि आपको एक चार्टर ऑफ ड्यूटी दी गई है, उस ड्यूटी करने के लिए आप बाउंड हैं, और उस अगर वो नहीं करते हैं तो उसके लिए आप जवाबदेह हैं.
जवाबदेही है,
लेकिन रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी उससे आगे बढ़कर कुछ है कि जिसके लिए आप जवाबदेह नहीं हैं, लेकिन आप उसका दायित्व ले लेते हैं, अपनी ड्यूटी जो असाइन ड्यूटी से आगे बढ़कर भी कुछ करते हैं, तो वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, जिम्मेदार व्यक्ति है.
रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो है वो काम शुरू होने से पहले होती है और अकाउंटेबिलिटी काम होने के बाद. रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में आता है कि ये आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, आपको ये काम करना है. उसके बाद जब काम हो जाता है, अगर वो अच्छा हुआ या खराब हुआ, तो जो है वो अकाउंटेबिलिटी में आता है.
रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है ये एक्चुअली में किसी भी काम शुरू होने से पहले होती है. इट इज टास्क ओरिएंटेड. कोई भी टास्क हमारे सामने होता है तो वी डिवाइड द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की which part should be done by whom and who is going to lead, who is going to control. And after a thing has happened, in earlier I have said after a transaction has happened, accountant comes only after a transaction happens. So in this case, transaction was a game. So if any event has occurred, if any situation has developed later on, the post incident, we decide who is accountable for what. So it comes only after event has occurred.
Absolutely, Sandeep ji. यहाँ पे विकास जी कह रहे success have many fathers, failures have none. Bang on. Very accountability. अगर किसी को समझाना है तो yes, there are many who will come and share the success, but failures, you're accountable many a times for negative repercussions. It's you are hold responsible. And Sanjay Kumar ji कह रहे preparation and result or outcome. Okay. Setu Raman ji keh rahe, accountability is a consequence of responsibilities. Yes, absolutely, you are there. So accountability, how accountability is different from responsibilities. आप सभी ने आपके experience through, you have explained it very well. So responsibility is my role, my duty that I'm supposed to do. Accountability, I own it. I take personal charge of it. Okay, responsibility, roles and responsibilities. Many times I talk with the job description and all. So this is your responsibility. This is your task. You have to perform, but you become accountable.
Actually, if you allow me,
Yes, Shekhar ji, bataiye.
Responsibility is given like in our scenario. If a commander, suppose a company commander is there, he is responsible for his entire stretch of border, whatever 4 or 5 kilometer stretch is given to him to man the border.
Yes.
Now he performs his duty and he details a certain group of person for taking care of a stretch of around 1 kilometer of border.
Yes.
Or a particular gate is there through which bona fide person they can cross. Now a person who is commanding over that gate and he allows someone who was not authorized to go and that person does some mischief. Now he's accountable for the lapse. Whereas the responsibility, entire responsibility is of company commander as the battalion commander also and the guard commander also, but the person who allowed this person to cross illegally the gate, he is accountable. He is accountable for the lapse. So the responsibility in my term, my understanding, it's a broader term, and accountability may or may not be associated with the responsibility directly.
Yeah, it narrows down. Responsibility is a broader, and accountability you narrow down to one task with the results. It depends. It depends on the situation. So we have Sanjeev Kumarji saying over here, basic words are response and account. And Pramodji keh rahe, responsibility is job assigned and accountability is how best you have performed your responsibility. Yes, that's so true.
I think responsibility is basically task oriented and the accountability is result oriented.
Yes, I could not see who. ये कौन कह रहा था? Dhirendra ji.
Yeah, responsibility is task focused and the accountability is result focused.
और परेशानी ये होती है कि टास्क ओरिएंटेड तो चलेगा, रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड यदि खराब हो जाता है तो अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स करना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है, सब मना कर देते हैं मेरा काम नहीं था.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल महावीर जी.
And both of them apply to the same individual. He is one who is responsible for undertaking the task or completing the task. After completion of the same, as to how he owns up the result of that or the outcome, that is the accountability.
Okay. Fantastic, Mahavir ji, Dhirendra ji. And yes, that is what is accountability and responsibility all about. So next slide is, we're talking about, just 1 second, is yeah. Now I have a better view over here. Thank you. So yes. So what's accountability? Aap sabhi ne, you all have answered with your experience, with what field experience you all had, what different walks of life we went through, and you've understood what is responsibility and accountability. So accountability, to sum it up, is willingness to accept responsibility. So aap mein se chat mein bhi there are responses which says that you are responsibility is broader, and the willingness of accepting that responsibility is accountability. Accountability also comes with answerability. Some people did mention that you are answerable to someone when the results are out, whether negative or positive, and measurably when it is a negative, you are answerable, you are accountable, you have to go and give accounts of what task has been performed. Answerability. Then comes the obligation. It is upon us, it's mandatory. That is accountability. Responsibility, at times, you cannot always push off your responsibility. responsibility. However, it becomes obligatory on us when we say I'm accountable for certain work, held to account for not just results, but also the actions. What kind of actions are there? हमारे हर action के लिए हम accountable है. Whatever plan we made, we were responsible. Just now, I think it was Mr. धीरेन्द्र जी, नहीं शेखर जी, शेखर गुप्ता जी ने बहुत अच्छे से explain किया about his own experience. It is how responsibility converts into accountability. It's enforceability and all. It's personal commitment. I own it. It's my ownership. It is my personal responsibility. I own it and I'm committed to complete it. And I'm not going to leave it till I don't finish it. So yes, anybody would like to share or give their inferences about these things? Yes. If not, we'll move on to the next slide. Now, next WH questions. So we said we are going to answer some W questions and then how to nurture it. So next, why is accountability important in the previous scenario? The scenario that we saw about a football match, a soccer match. Why is accountability important? If we take the background of the previous scenario, why is it important? And then we'll move on to the next question, why accountability is important in the workplace as well. So if we take the background of the football match, keeping that as a reference point, why is accountability important?
Because the loss of the team was with greater margin with the opponent, and there was a lot of expectation from the masses in the country that their country is going to win. That is why it is important.
Okay, thank you, Trivedi ji. Sanjeev Kumar ji कह रहे हैं कि work out weak points, improve. So can we elaborate more on that?
Unless until we actually hold accountable, working out on the weaker point may not be, correct assessment of the weakest point is not possible. Because why the thing has happened after so much of responsible effort having done on that particular. So that's why accountability has to be there to actually do with the improvement part.
Okay. Soumyadev, you have raised your hand. Yes.
Yes. With this example, Dr. Sonali, I'd also have some, I'm thinking out loud. I think sirs can add to it. आपका जो statement था उससे मेरे को लगा कि I would, as a person, I would focus a little bit on the statement more. जहाँ पे coach बोलता है कि I think he says that I am disappointed that none of my players have, owned up to their mistakes, and he also says that it was, tactically also we were not on point. So ये tactically not on point था, मेरे को वो लगा कि as a leader also, he's also somewhere holding himself accountable. So here there are accountability दो layer में मेरे को दिखा कि not just himself demanding accountability from players, right, but also saying that tactically not on point. The moment he says that, as any coach, you see when they come out and say that as a leader, then you know that they're also holding themselves accountable on a public platform ki haan main bhi kuch kar sakta tha. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. What do sirs think? I think
Soumyadev has given a nice fodder for our thought process. Let's take it from there. Is accountability one way or two ways? So here Pramod ji कह रहे हैं कि accountability is important because everyone's responsibility is no one's. And Mahabir ji कह रहे हैं so that reason for failure be ascertained to achieve. Lakminder ji कह रहे हैं to achieve a common goal. There's accountability of every member of the team Sandeep ji keh rahe, losses are best teachers. Lessons learned should be drawn. Causes of this debacle be ascertained, and weak lines be addressed. Yes.
Yeah.
So I think, Somadev, there are some, we have wonderful responses by Pramod ji, Mahabir
Pramod ji
ji,
ka thoda,
Lakhvinder ji,
I
and
want,
Sandeep ji. Yes, it's.
I'm sorry, so Dr. Saleh, Pramod ji can kind of expand. It's a really interesting point. Pramod sir, what?
Yeah, it's interesting, Pramod ji. Could you please expand that? Accountability is important because everyone's responsibility is no one's. This is a very unique way. Yeah, could you please elaborate, Pramod ji?
Actually, in the government sector, yes, any job is the responsibility of everyone down the chain. But ultimately, you have to fix the responsibility. You have to tell actually who is accountable to ensure this. Otherwise, what will happen? Everybody will say, yes, it will be done. And ultimately, you will find the work is not done at all. So that is how I said the responsibility of everyone's may not be responsibility of a. So you have to hold somebody accountable for this job.
Yes, there you are, Mr. Pramod. Pramod ji ki account responsibility hum sab le lenge, but accountability hisab kaun dega iske liye, people want to just, keep themselves away many a times. And that is what the coach over here is happening. Everybody, if you just reflect on the scenario, it says when the interviewers went to interview the players were reluctant to give the responses to the press. They were not willing to take the accountability for the results that have occurred, and it was only the coach who stood up. And yeah, responsibilities accountabilities for one person, and responsibility, everybody says yes, but then when it comes hisab dene ka jab waqt aata hai, so people want to stay away. That's true. So why is accountability important in the workplace? So after we have seen the scenario over here, and I'm sure with this discussion we have a clarity about why accountability is important. So
I mean, this present circumstances when they have lost this match with a wide margin, and the players, as can be seen, they are very low on morale. Their motivation, morale level is very low. So accountability will always come. Next, first, the coach is going to go there, the trainer is going to go there and motivate them and counsel them, and apart from that, he will also find out, what were the causes. It will have to be a very, in-depth interaction with them. It is utmost important that the morale and motivation level of, the players should be enhanced. Otherwise, this team is going to break up, and it will have demons, in their mind later on. And with such a kind of defeatist, mentality, how they are going to play with positivity. And without having a sense of confidence and positivity in their hearts, they are never going to win any further games. So it is utmost required that, their energy level and motivation and cheerfulness should be enhanced, and this accountability should also be drawn along with it. It should be a soul-searching moment for all of them. And,
thank you, Sandeep ji. I think you're reading my mind.
And my last thing is that it should be done cheerfully, madam. And these losses and victories are part and parcel of the game. Nothing to be talking about.
Yes, but what is the learning? What is the takeaway is very important. Mrs. Sandeep ji, aisa lag raha, you're reading my mind. I was about to say it's an intrinsic, intrinsically you should be motivated from within. Responsibility aap pe diya jata hai, but accountability comes from inside, from within. It's a mental process. Many a times when I'm into such sessions, I do say that we have different layers, and these layers are getting gradually exposed. We are understanding our deeper self more and more. That is how human evolution has taken place. And yes, accountability, aapne jo kaha hai, absolutely bang on. And I think you have already stated also into the chat that losses are best teachers. Yeah, it is. You have to internalize it. You have to understand what, and if after the results are out, whatever positive or negative, it's important you reflect upon it. What could have been done? What could have been avoided? What could have been the best thing that we could have taken forward? वो चीज होता है after the aftermath. We say after the actions are taken place, when the results are out on the table, this is how we do. And we have more responses from, again, Sanjeev ji. Responsibility brings accountability. Accountability keeps the pilot of the system focused on aim and objective. Yes, absolutely. Amrendra ji कह रहे हैं कि accountability is selective and responsibility is generic.
Satyavrata sir has also raised his hand. I think he wants to pitch in.
Yeah, please, please. When I'm reading, I'm so sorry, kindly excuse me. When I'm reading the chat, I tend to ignore the pictures. When I look at the pictures, sometimes I tend to skip the chat. So yeah, sir, Mukherjee ji, bataiye.
Madam, I have a different take on the whole issue.
Yeah, please. You have a different perspective.
Yes, this football match is, as per your statement, it is an international match. Means the players are very highly paid players.
Yes.
And obviously there was a high margin loss, and the players are not to own the responsibility. The coach, for his wrong strategy, is bound to take the responsibility, and he will be axed also, as it is seen in all the World Cup matches. This same thing happens in group activities, in all organization also. And that man purposely owns up the responsibility because he knows that he will be ultimately made accountable for it. And the whole group will keep silent. And that is the same thing which happened over here. And it has nothing wrong in it. The player should not own up the responsibility. It is the coach who has failed and who will be axed in this whole situation.
But then everybody's facing the fiery side of it. Everybody's going through it.
But
see,
loss is a loss. A loss.
Yes, absolutely.
I understand it. But the point lies, every individual player plays a different role in it. Absolutely. And you cannot take the striker says that the high margin loss is due to me. I could not score goal. The goalkeeper says it is due to me that I could not save the goals. This is not a way accountability is fixed. In this scenario, the accountability is with the coach only, and the coach has to take it. It was a very derogatory statement of the coach making that he is disappointed. I was while reading his statement, I was disappointed about the coach that he has no sportsman spirit. He said, I own up the responsibility, and that's fine. Why to push the responsibility or accountability on the players?
Then the sportsman spirit had to be even displayed by the other players?
No. They had
Why were they disappointed? Why were they should have taken the failure as okay. They would have faced the challenge, right? They were not facing it. Face it.
What to face in a media trial? A media is questioning what they will say. Okay, we had lost because I could not play, or I could not score goals, so my team lost. This is not a way a player represents.
Right.
Oh, well, it is, we are together in it. As a team, we are together in it. If it is a loss, if the coaches tactics and the strategies failed,
I don't agree with your viewpoint on this.
Dr. Sonali, Satyavrata, I think Anand sir also would like to say something. Anand sir, please.
Yes.
मेरा कहना है कि हम ये क्यों नहीं देख रहे हैं कि अगर वो स्टेटमेंट देने से बच रहे हैं प्लेयर्स उनको इंटरव्यू देने, they are inference would be they are holding the responsibility partially, may not be fully. दूसरों को गलती ठहराना तो आसान है, हमारा भी उसमें कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन है, उसीलिए तो नहीं दे रहे. They are avoiding कि हम दूसरे को ना गलती दे, मेरा भी कंट्रीब्यूशन है. तो एज ए होल किसी एक आदमी को देना था. जो कोच ने स्टेटमेंट दिया, मैंने इनिशियली भी बोला था कि ये कंफ्यूजिंग स्टेटमेंट है, उसको ऐसा स्टेटमेंट नहीं देना चाहिए था. ही हैज टू ओन, और कहते हैं डिसोन. उसने स्टेटमेंट दिया कि माय प्लेयर्स आर गुड, तो हमारे प्लेयर को हम बढ़िया हैं, तो उनके सेंटीमेंट को रखने के लिए स्टेटमेंट क्यों दे रहे हैं, और क्यों एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं जो प्लेयर्स हार चुका है, मार्जिन से हार चुका है, तो उसमें टीम एज ए होल फेल हुई है। उसमें हर प्लेयर का कुछ ना कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन है। दैट अपनी गलतियों को इस प्रकार प्लेटफॉर्म पर क्यों करेगा? If he is not answering, that means he has sense of that defeat, that he is one of the contributor.
Right. I think, sir, that was a very fantastic point. Abhi, I think Dr. Sonali is going to, yeah, Sonali ma'am is here. I think, sir, आपका point बहुत सही है. You know, that is also where I was also talking about कि उन्होंने जब बोला था कि, you know, I think he just expressed, Satyavrat sir was also right in his own way, very right कि, you know, he has his own take. मेरे को भी ऐसा लगा कि the coach did say, the manager did say कि I am disappointed. He did not point fingers. So I think he was very cautious also with the way he chose his wordings. Even if, let's say, you gave that statement to the media, he said, I'm disappointed with my players that they did not own up to the mistakes. So we don't know if they did not own up to the mistakes in front of the media, or we don't know if they didn't own up to the mistakes maybe in a dressing room scenario. So here I think accountability भी बहुत layered है. आप जैसे बोल रहे बहुत nuanced हो जाता है. Yeah. Anyone else?
It's a scenario, no?
Yeah.
So,
I'm
so sorry, I got disconnected. There was
no issues. Please go ahead.
Fluctuation in the electricity. I just missed what Soumyadev, if you could just brief me what Anandji said about
Anand sir himself can just
got
say
disconnected.
Anand sir, please.
हमने ये कहा मैम कि अगर वो प्लेयर्स अपना स्टेटमेंट नहीं दे रहे थे
जी,
तो दे आर फाइंडिंग द गिल्ट विद इन, तो व्हाई कांट वी रीड इट दैट वे? बट इट इज नॉट ओनली सिंगल, it is a team which faltered. There are other contributors. I myself, being the team member, is one of them. So how can I make a statement on the team? I can make a statement on my own, and which I am avoiding. दूसरे को दोष देना आसान है, अपने आप को दोष देना मुश्किल है, और उस दोष के लिए मैं सिंगल आउट हूं। अगर मेरा ही हो तो मैं ओन भी करूं। इसमें अगर कंट्रीब्यूटर्स हैं तो वाई आई, तब मैनेजर को देना पड़ेगा, टीम के मैनेजमेंट को देना पड़ेगा, कोच को देना पड़ेगा। तो वो प्लेयर्स तो गिल्टी फील कर रहे हैं दैट द टीम लॉस बाय सो बिग अ मार्जिन, so that accountability they have already taken by not speaking.
सर यहाँ पर एटलीस्ट टीम कैप्टन को सामने आना चाहिए था। कोच जो भी टैक्टिक्स बनाते हैं वो आपका गेम से पहले होती है या गेम के बीच में जो इंटरवल होता है, अगर चेंज करना है टैक्टिक्स तब होता है। बाकी गेम को इम्प्लीमेंट करना, टैक्टिक्स को इम्प्लीमेंट करना, वो एज ए टीम कैप्टन पूरी टीम को साथ लेके चल के जो उसको आपका ग्राउंड में देना है वो उनको देना होता है। तो एटलीस्ट टीम कैप्टन शुड कम फॉरवर्ड एंड ही शुड ऑन रिस्पांसिबिलिटी।
पूरा सिनेरियो की बात नहीं कर रहे, ये जो पर्टिकुलर बात हो रही है प्लेयर्स की बात हो रही है, टीम कैप्टन की बात हुई नहीं। अभी आप कैप्टन को प्ले में ला रहे हो,
तो आपका प्लेयर्स, टीम कैप्टन इज आल्सो प्लेयर।
हाँ नहीं, प्लेयर्स की बात हो रही है, इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर्स ने बात करने से मना कर दिया, ग्रुप के लीडर ने बात किया,
कोच ऑब्लिक मैनेजर ने बात किया।
इसमें जो हम बात कर रहे हैं रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और अकाउंटेबिलिटी की, सबकी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी, सबकी एक अकाउंटेबिलिटी, उसके बाद में हमने कहा ना नैरो डाउन हो जाएगी। जैसे जो फॉरवर्ड्स खेल रहे हैं उनकी अपनी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी गोल स्कोर करना, जिसमें वो फेल हुए हैं। जैसे गोलकीपर था, उसकी एक अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी गोल बचाना, उसमें अपनी अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में वो फेल हुआ है। तो जो जिस स्टेप में वो फेल हुए उनको उस स्टेप की तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी या ओनरशिप लेनी चाहिए। बट इस केस में अगर हम देखें तो टीम में कोई भी सामने नहीं आया जिसने कहा कि मेरी गलती से गोल हो गया या मैं ऐसा फॉरवर्ड में स्कोर नहीं कर पाया। तो वो हम टीम प्लेयर्स की भी गलती है, जो कि हम सारी की सारी कोच पे भी नहीं ला सकते। हर टीम प्लेयर ने अपने अपने जगह पे जो उसको जिम्मेवारी दी गई थी उसमें गलती की है। एंड अगर टीम मैनेजर ये कह रहा है कि हाँ भी मेरी टीम ओनरशिप नहीं ले रही है, तो उसमें कोई इतनी बड़ी गलती भी नहीं है, उसका स्टेटमेंट सही है।
एब्सोल्यूट। आप जब जो कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन हो रहा है इस वक्त, इस समय, दिस इज गोइंग टू हेल्प अस फॉर फर्दर स्लाइड्स, जहां पे आपके सारे जवाबों का सवालों का जवाब मिल जाएगा। या मुखर्जी जी बताइए, आपने हाथ रेज किया है।
मेरा यही मानना है कि ये फुटबॉल मैच के साथ जो है ना, ये अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स इस प्रकार का एग्जाम्पल शायद सही नहीं है। हमारा जो ड्यूटीज है, इस ड्यूटीज में क्या हर आदमी का स्पेसिफिक ड्यूटी होता है। जब स्पेसिफिक आदमी का ड्यूटी होगा तो स्पेसिफिक अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स भी होगा, वो ना करे या ना करे अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स होगा। लेकिन जहां एक टीम एक्टिविटी होगा वहां हर आदमी अकाउंटेबल ही हो जाएगा। फिर अगर कोई भी फेलियर हुआ तो उसको इंडिविजुअल हर आदमी खड़ा होके मेरे कारण हुआ पब्लिक में बोलना, ये हमने आज तक कभी फुटबॉल मैच में नहीं देखा। इतना फुटबॉल मैच तो हार गया लोग। कैप्टन जरूर आता है कभी कभी मैनेजर के साथ और कोच के साथ आके बोलता जरूर है, लेकिन हर आदमी आके खड़ा होके मेरे कारण गोल हुआ और मेरे कारण गोल नहीं हुआ, ये कभी बोलते हुए नहीं सुना। इसलिए ये एग्जाम्पल शायद फिट नहीं बैठ रहा है।
Satyabrata sir, sorry to pitch in. I think you are right, but there is also one. I think ये जनरलाइज नहीं करना चाहिए। मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, ऐसे 2 साल पहले फुटबॉल के चैंपियंस लीग बहुत बड़ा टूर्नामेंट होता है, उधर लिवरपूल और रियल मैड्रिड का बहुत बड़ा मैच हुआ था, जो रियल मैड्रिड हरा था। लिवरपूल लॉस्ट 4-2 एंड दे वर अ वेरी बिग फेवरेट। एंड उधर उनका लोरियस कैरियस गोलकीपर था, जिनका 2 इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक से they absolutely lost. And that time the goalkeeper was actually kind enough. I mean, he took up the responsibility and said ki, you know, I go and I say that, you know, yes, because of me there were 2 big mistakes.
करेक्ट, एकदम करेक्ट बात कहा आपने। ये तो कोलंबिया का मैच में जब वल्डरैमा ने गोल किया 86 में, जब वर्ल्ड कप से आगे आके गोल किया था, he had to own up the mistake and he had to pay for the mistake also in his country.
Yes, आप जो कह रहे हो, I'll just interrupt you all now. We are actually, you know, थोड़ा सा deviate हो रहा है। क्वेश्चन था कि, हाँ बताइए सर, बताइए सर।
जस्ट लास्ट सेंटेंस।
हाँ बोलिए सर।
अगर इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक है, मैं तो यही कह रहा हूँ ना, इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक है अगर आपके सिचुएशन में, तो इंडिविजुअल अकाउंटेबिलिटी ओन अप करने का प्रावधान होना चाहिए, और वहां मिस्टेक होगा। यहाँ तो इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक की बात नहीं है, इसलिए वो अकाउंटेबिलिटी प्लेयर्स नहीं लेगा इस इशू में। ये मेरा मानना।
सर, आपका जो दृष्टिकोण है, आपका जो परसेप्शन, इट्स एब्सोल्युटली राइट। यू आर राइट इन योर सिचुएशन बिकॉज यू आर व्यूइंग दैट प्रॉब्लम इन अ डिफरेंट वे, and we do accept that. But abhi, the question is why it is important at workplace. Why should we take accountability at the workplace is the question. Why is it necessary? ठीक है, the football team did not take. Let's come to our workplace. Why is accountability important in our workplaces? What will happen if I don't take accountability? We just spoke on one side. If accountability is not taken, why is it not taken? But then what happens? Why one should own up the responsibility? Why should one own up that accountability at the workplace? क्यों होना चाहिए? First of all, होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए accountability? Yes or no? या कोई कुछ कह रहा है? I'm so sorry. थोड़ा सा accountability होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? Yes. If yes, why? What will happen if I'm going to have accountability is important at my workplace?
I think Dr. Sonali, I'd also like
Ma'am, this is Kulwant Sharma.
जी शर्मा जी, हाँ जी शर्मा जी बोलिए।
प्रॉब्लम ये है मैम कि जो भी आप पढ़ा रहे हैं वो पढ़ाना हमारे यहाँ से कहीं भी मेल नहीं खा रहा है। अकाउंटेबिलिटी की बात आप सुबह से कर रही हैं, पर अकाउंटेबिलिटी जितने अच्छे ढंग से बीएसएफ के अंदर या यूनिफॉर्म सर्विसेज के अंदर या आर्म फोर्सेज के अंदर होती है, उतना कहीं नहीं होती। मैं कल एक ट्रस्ट की बात चल रही थी, उस पर आपको एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ। आपको पता है आर्म फोर्सेज क्यों ऑनेस्ट मानी जाती हैं? क्यों मानी जाती हैं? जरा कोई मुझे जवाब देंगे।
Because they are passionate about the service to their country.
Yes, that is one point. And second, see, we are also corrupt as the society, as much as the society is, but still we are considered honest because we are honest to our subordinates. आपको दुनिया में कोई ऐसा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं मिलेगा जिसमें हम अपने से नीचे सबऑर्डिनेट्स का काम करने के लिए किसी भी हद तक जा सकते हैं। बाकी जगह पे तो अगर जीपीएफ निकालना है, लीव जाना है, उस सब के लिए अपने ही मातहत से वो पैसा मांगते हैं, और यहाँ हम उनका काम करने के लिए आगे जाते हैं। आई थिंक आप थोड़ा सा इसको ना ये सब पार्लांस में लेके आइए, फोर्स की लाइफ के पार्लांस में लेके आइए।
जी सर,
ठीक है। अकाउंटेबिलिटी के ऊपर हम सुबह से करीब आधा घंटा हो गया इस बात के ऊपर बात करते हुए, मुझे लगता है कि हम कहीं भटक रहे हैं।
इसलिए मैंने सवाल पूछा क्यों अकाउंटेबिलिटी जरूरी है वर्क प्लेस के लिए। जब भटक गए थे, दैट इज द रीजन आई वांटेड, आई ब्रॉट बैक द कॉन्वर्सेशन ऑन ट्रैक एंड आस्क्ड क्यों चाहिए accountability? Because the next slide talks about why accountability is important in the workplace. So the question is, we need accountability so that the performance could be improved.
Ma'am, see, there are two things. If you look at the armed forces life, there are two facets in life. Either you are on a mission where there is threat to your life. And when you are not on a mission, you should be seen enjoying life. Workplace is a wrong notion as far as armed forces are concerned. Either you are on a mission where there is threat to your life, and someone who is expected to die, what should he do in his leisure time? He should enjoy life. So please get out of this workplace environment. We are somewhere in the mission mode. We are somewhere on the borders. It's not normal workplace.
All right. So let's talk about the mission then. In that case, Sharma ji, your feedback well taken. Thank you for raising the flag, and we will work on it, that we are going to look forward to the mission work, the field work, jahan pe, it's a life-threatening situations. And when you are accountable, when you're accountable for your team, okay, and every individual owns up the accountability, there is an improved performance, so that the wherever mission you're going for, it will be 100% succeeded. We have a lot of plans in place. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Sonali, I think I resonate Kulwant ji's point, because I can understand why he said so, because for a BSF or anybody in armed forces, it's not that while you are in office, you are accountable. The entire life, the 24 hours, till the time they are there, and in fact beyond that also, they are accountable. That's the reason why they have chosen this as a profession. I would not say profession, a way of life. So for us, teaching would be a profession. For the forces people, it is way of life. Though teaching should never be a profession, it should be way of life. I think there is the disconnect. So Kulwantji, happy that you shared this, and I think Somadev can take a note that we should not use the word workplace, because in forces there's no workplace, and there is no time duration of the workplace. So I don't think so. Using that would be a good way to make the discussions happen. So I think there, Dr. Sonali, things went a little off, to be very honest. And
yes,
let's accept it. It's not necessary that we are an authority of all that we are saying. So let's accept it. And for that matter, I'm happy that the participants are very upfront in saying so. So yes, why accountability is important? I think accountability is important to everybody. If forces are expected to be accountable, so are the citizens should be expected to be accountable and own things up. So I think accountability is a virtue or a character or a great virtue to have. So do the politicians need to be accountable, so do the teachers need to be accountable, so do the students need to be accountable. So I think it is a very generalized term. Kulwantji, jo hum pooch rahe the wo thoda generic tha, but I think wo structure of the statement ya structure of question thoda off track tha, and we accept that. Why it is accountability needed? I think, Sonali, we are asking this question to a wrong set of people, because for them, accountability is way of life. They are accountable for life and death. They are accountable to of not only their team members or people working with them. They're accountable for the life and death of us also. What if they're not there? Then who? So I think asking this question is maybe little off track. We can just skip this and go to the next wherein, we can take things forward, right? Yeah. You can skip this also, Dr. Sonali. I don't think so. Yeah. Yes, now you can take this.
All right. Thank you so much, Vaniji. And thank you, Kulwanji. We will definitely take in, we'll take it as a feedback and incorporate all the measures, that the corrective measures required for the amendment of these things. So we have been talking about accountability and responsibility. Let's identify the gaps, which leads to not so this again, I think I should skip this as well. Okay, so we have an activity over here lined up. Just checking my screen over here. So we have please refer to your handbook, and the page number is 88. Have you got it on your handbook? If you've taken a printout, or there's a soft copy available, which was sent out. Have you come up to the page number 88?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So now there are a set of questions. This is a tried and tested questionnaire. This is a psychometric test, which will help us to understand how our team is doing. So you have to use a scale, which is given below. This is one on a scale of 1 to 3. Okay. And you have to read each statement and start giving start evaluating them. And just before you all go ahead, you need not share the scores with any one of us. It is for your personal reference. So kindly evaluate, like team members are passionate and unguarded in their discussion of issues. So you can rate how your team is performing on a scale of 1 to 3, 1 being least, 3 being the most. Like it's rarely, sometimes, usually. So there are 15 statements. You can give the scores to each statement and keep it for yourself. You need not share with any one of us. We'll take approximately 1 minute, I believe, 1.5 minutes to complete this small psychometric test. Okay, I assume everybody has completed the assessment. Is it done? Are we good to go? Or still you all are going through that assessment? Most of us have completed the test. If you could just give me a head nod or maybe a hand raise or thumbs up, that would give me signal that you'll have completed. A thumbs up would also do on the screen.
Kulban sir has said done, and Mahabir sir has also completed it. I think Sethuram sir is also done. Nirman sir as well. Ajay sir, Anand sir, Lakminder sir.
Okay, most of us are completing. I can see
Yes,
some
yes.
people are still reading and going through it. Shekhar sir is still writing. Virendra sir is still writing.
Bhatti sir, Amrinder sir, Rajesh sir, RK sir, Sukumar sir, they're all done.
Great, wonderful. If all are done, if we are all on the same page, then we will go and do the evaluation. So now what you have to do, you have a next page over there. Absence of trust is there in the statement number 4, statement 6, and statement 12. Whatever ranking you have given, whatever number you have given, you have to put over there for statement 4. For example, for statement 4, I may have said maybe usually. Okay, so that is 3. You have to write again statement 4, 3 count. And similarly for the other statements, and you have to total it up down there.
So write the corresponding scores for each statement and total up under each. Sure.
Yeah. So absence of trust, fear of conflict has statement 1, 7, and 10. So you can, whatever scores you have given to those statements, please write those scores against that statement. And then you can total it up. And you can see the scores over there, which indicates these are the factors, absence of trust, fear of conflict, lack of commitment, avoidance of ownership, inattention to results. Have you got the totals done, everyone? I'm so sorry. There's been a Wi-Fi issue in our campus today since morning. I'm getting disconnected, thrown out of the meeting every now and then. Kindly accept my apologies for the same. I presume everybody has completed the task. Is it completed? Did you get the scores for each? So high score is between 8 and 9, which indicates the team is doing well and is very accountable. 6 between medium at 6 to 7, and low is 3 to 5. So as a leader, the psychometric test is designed to assess the psychometric test for your team members who are working in your teams and how they respond to these factors. Like if they are having low accountability, it could be because there's absence of trust, or there could be fear of conflict. There could be lack of commitment, avoidance of ownership, inattention to results. So these could be the factors that leads to, these are the factors that leads to not being accountable or responsible. Everybody completed their psychometric test? Yes, if you could respond by saying yes, or if by showing a thumb, that would be great.
Dr. Solani, there are responses on a chat.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Yeah, I could see Trivedi ji has done, Dogra ji has done, Seturam ji, Sanjay sir, Lakwinder sir ne kar liya hai, Ajit sir has done. Okay, we all have completed. So this is about, team accountability factors, absence of trust. Okay, there are 2 more. Would anybody like to throw some light or show some, give some narratives about your experience in this factor?
मैम हमारा मानना ये है कि इसमें जो हम लोग कर रहे हैं कि टीम बिल्डिंग को, टीम ठीक चल रही है, मॉडरेट चल रही है, या तुरंत फैक्टर इन करना है, चेंज करना है, ये हमारे ऊपर लागू नहीं होता है। ऐसे हमें जो भी टीम दी गई है, हमें उसी टीम के साथ काम करना है।
जी हाँ सर।
हाँ, टीम मेंबर चेंज नहीं होगा,
टीम नंबर चेंज नहीं होता
तो,
सर।
हाँ, टीम मेंबर
We have to work on them।
हाँ,
उनके ऊपर हमें काम करना है,
उसी के साथ काम करना है।
हाँ।
ये जो सिनेरियो पेंट हो रहा है, शायद गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट में ऐसे लागू नहीं होता, फोर्सेस में हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में तो लागू नहीं हो सकता है हमारे डीजी साहब को ये लगता हो कि एक यूनिट कुछ काम नहीं कर रही है, क्यों काम नहीं कर रही है, बाकी यूनिटें कर रही है, इसकी टीम को कुछ चेंज करने की जरूरत है, इसमें ट्रस्ट कम है, ऐसा कुछ उनके लेवल पर शायद होता है। लेकिन हमारे लेवल पर ऐसी कोई, हम किसी की पोस्टिंग नहीं कर सकते, किसी की ट्रांसफर नहीं कर सकते। जो टीम हमें मिली है, जिस टीम को हम लीड कर रहे हैं, हमारे अंडर जो बटालियन हैं, उन्हीं के साथ हमको बेस्ट परफॉर्म करना है। तो ये हमारे डिपार्टमेंट पर एज ए होल एप्लीकेबल ही नहीं है। ये शायद सिनेरियो वो है ना, जैसे मैं कंपनी रन कर रहा हूँ, कंपनी प्रॉफिट कर रही है तो टीम की वजह से कर रही है, अगर कंपनी लॉस में गई तो हमने सारे फैक्टर इन कर लिए कि क्या हुआ, मार्केट कैसी थी, ये सब कुछ हो गया। उसके बाद हम इससे अच्छा क्या कर सकते थे, टीम में क्या बदलाव कर सकते थे, कैसे ट्रस्ट थी, एक दूसरे को लोग जैसे ही फेलियर होगा तो ब्लेम करना शुरू करें। तो देयर मे बी सिचुएशन कि जब लीडरशिप अपनी टीम को रीबिल्ड करने की, रिफर्बिश करने की कोशिश करे, तो शायद ये सिनेरियो लागू होंगे। तो ये जो एक्सरसाइजेज हैं, ये जो असेसमेंट है, इसको करने से हमारे ऊपर कोई फर्क ही नहीं पड़ रहा है। वी आर नॉट एबल टू चेंज आवर टीम, वी हैव टू बी परफॉर्मिंग विद द गिवन टीम, बिकॉज ऑल आर, माने वो हमें दी गई है और उसके, और सब में कैपेबिलिटी है कि वो कर ही सकते।
जी हाँ सर, आप बिल्कुल सही कर रहे हो आनंद सर. That is what we are trying to reiterate over here. This particular test will help you to understand your team and you can work accordingly with them. You don't have to change the members. Whatever team is there, you have to work with it. You have to understand how they are looking at it. That is why, ये जो 2-3 दिन का training है, you're identifying, you're learning, you're exploring, you're understanding how things work. This is for your exploration. This is for your
नहीं, इससे
understanding.
आदमी चेंज नहीं हो रहा ना मैम. जो आदमी है
आदमी तो
जिसके
चेंज नहीं होगा सर.
जो आदमी है वो चेंज नहीं हो रहा
मैडम,
है.
मैं एक चीज कहना चाहूंगा, जो आपका बटालियन लेवल पे जो कमांडेंट्स हैं, दे कैन रीशफल देयर मेंस एज पर द टास्क गिवन टू द कंपनीज. अंदर ही इंटर जो है कंपनी जो चेंजेस हैं वो बटालियन कमांडेंट वो कर सकते हैं. बाकी एज ए ओवरऑल हम पोस्टिंग वगैरह जो है आउटसाइड द बटालियन जो है वो हमारे हाथ में नहीं.
Team building हो सकता है सर. We can build a team within ourselves. जो whatever, you don't have to change anyone. You don't have to pose them anywhere. But you understand how they are responding and how that absence of trust can be replaced with complete trust. How the fear could be removed and instilled. What do you say? Safety or commitment कैसे instill कर सकते? We can work on these factors. Further slides we are going to see that. All right. So next slide talks about nurturing accountability. How do we nurture accountability? अब तक हम लोग समझ रहे थे what is accountability, why it is required, how it impacts our teams, how it impacts our achievement of the goals or missions and visions that we have in our organizations. How do we achieve it as a team together? We understood all the factors about accountability, and we also now understood there's a psychometric test which helps us to understand how we can identify the gap. Now, how do we nurture accountability as a leader? As I said, no human beings are same. They have dynamic processes. Our brain is a very complex process. We are still exploring, trying to understand. Every person has a different way of responding to a situation, reacting to a situation. No two people will respond or react in a similar way. That is the beauty of a human being. We human beings have a very different way. We have a different perception, different attitude, beliefs, and they all come because of some kind of experience that we have in our lives. We come from different walks of our life. And that is where, and we are an evolving human beings. That is the beauty of us. We evolve, we learn. Learning is something, learning faculty in our brains help us to absorb. And that is how the evolution has taken place. And we have evolved thus far. So we'll check out the nurturing accountability. What takes to nurture accountability? So here we go. First of all, we need to accept the challenges. We have to build that kind of a challenging environment, the simulation around us. That is what will, will make us, we have to nurture that. बोलते हैं ना कि when a child is there in our house, we have to nurture it. We have to teach them. We have to give them the discipline. We have to give them the timetable. We have to teach them everything. So here also we have these accept challenges, shift in mindset, embrace ownership, build trust, self-reflection, feedback. These are some of the factors that have been identified through the research that the simulation, while we are nurturing accountability, we need to also accept the challenge. First, it starts with accepting the challenge. Then it shifts to the shift in mindset. That is, how do I, मेरे ख्याल से it was Mr. Sandeep sir जी थे या गुप्ता जी थे शायद, जिन्होंने कहा, जी हाँ, गुप्ता जी had mentioned that it has to be intrinsic, it has to be within. Shift in mindset. Yes, sometimes we do come across team members who are reluctant, or maybe they have a different perception, they have a different value system or belief system. And that is where we need to create that shift in the mindset. Okay. I would like you all to throw some light on this through your experiences. I'm sure you have tremendous experience and you have gone through this. You have already experienced, you have walked through these areas in the past, like how the challenges helps to nurture accountability? How shift in the mindset helps to nurture accountability? Would you all like to please throw light on these factors? Yes, anyone?
The shift in the mindset has a lot to do with the nurturing of the accountability. It manifests in a way that in our organization, suppose a person is in the subordinate rank doing the job of some staff work under one commander. At that time, he may not be showing an attitude of exact requirement of responsibility, but the other day, if he is posted out and given some independent command, he happens to be a commander of a sector or a battalion or somewhere else, a complete shift takes place. And now that he knows that he is accountable, he is accountable for the entire functioning of the entire system at that place, he starts doing things in a different tone, with a different dedication, so that he is able to meet the desired result, or he is able to come up to the expectations. So definitely, as the responsibility increases, the accountability also becomes very, very steadfast, and accordingly, the change in the perception also takes place.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mishra sir. It was there with an example, you could relate it very well with this point, shift in mindset. Anybody else? Sanjay sir mentioned over here more of moral values. थोड़ा सा elaborate कर सकोगे sir आप यहाँ पर? Sanjay Kumar sir.
Accountability. Oh, accountability is actually got something more to do with the moral value of individual, the ethics what he's carrying. It is his attitude. Now, suppose I am thick-headed, and I may not always take myself responsible for any kind of fault. So accountability, when we talk in term of forces, there are people who have actually got a predominant set of mind that whatever their experiences are, those particular experience cannot be overshadowed by what is actually happening. And they don't take it case by case. So in forces, there is very many time where a subordinate and even a senior, just because of his experience, may be very stern to understand or nurture his accountability. It becomes very difficult sometimes. So in forces, it's more of the moral values, what he carries.
Absolutely.
Simply accept kar lete, nahi yaar, somewhere I am accountable, this is the percentage. Morally being senior, I am accountable. So those are very simple way of understanding. अगर ऐसी अंडरस्टैंडिंग वाला कोई वैल्यूज वाला बंदा है, उसकी तो अकाउंटेबिलिटी को नर्चर किया जा सकता है. फोर्सेस में नर्चरिंग अकाउंटेबिलिटी इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट, because everyone says that his experience is actually the best experience what is having on earth. So somewhere the attitude also matters a lot when we talk of nurturing.
Yes. A shift in mindset, that is what it means, कि आपका attitude, your belief system, your values, what kind of values and belief system. See, values are permanent. Belief is temporary. Belief can keep changing, and then the very strong beliefs converts into value system. And those values are exhibited through your attitude, through your actions. So yes, shift in mindset is something that one has to work on so that we can nurture accountability. Thank you, Sanjay sir ji, आपके inputs के लिए. और प्रमोद जी कह रहे हैं कि accountability will lead to change in mindset and not vice versa. Okay.
Okay. Dr. Sonali, I think we can, go for a break, give the participants some time.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll take a 10 minutes break.
We'll take a 10 minutes break. 11:16 ko, sirs, we can resume, I guess, with the session.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So before we go for a break, I think all of us are here in their uniforms. Can we all assemble for a photograph? And Mahabir sir, if you're not here right now, we'll take another one just before lunch break. Request all of you to be on camera, please.
And Tanvi, there would be some who would be there would be some who would not be there, so we'll have a couple of group photographs just to accommodate.
Yes, we'll take
So
another.
अभी ये practice session है क्या, Tanvi?
Yes. The idea is to capture everybody as much as we can. All right. So on a count of 3, I request all of you to be just smile, and me and my colleague Divya will capture the photograph. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right, once more. One, 2, 3. All right. Thank you so much. Divya, I hope you were able to capture some as well.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. We'll take another one before lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanvi. Thank you, Divya.
Thank you. So we'll have a 10-minute lunch tea break till 11:18. Is that fine?
Yeah, we can do that because we took some time for the photograph. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
सर क्या मंथन हो रही है?
हाँ भाई, गिल भाई थक गए क्या?
थक गए।
अरे भाई ये 11, 18, 4, 9, 4, 10, 12 ये तो हमने एच आवर भी ऐसा कैलकुलेट नहीं किया जिंदगी में।
I hope everyone got some time to relax a bit. We'll resume with the session on nurturing accountability. Dr. Sonali, I hope you're here.
I'm very much here. I was very much
Yeah.
attentive. I was just having some issues with my Wi-Fi today. I'm so sorry. Great apologies to everyone. Anyways, I'll just share the slide now. It's visible to all?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, I think I have to.
I think full screen.
Yeah, I'll have to get it on the slide mode and then share the slide. Yeah. So I hope everybody is had a good break. Break banta hai, sabko break chahiye, isn't it? Hello, good morning. All back again. There was so much of noise while ago. Suddenly everybody went to quiet. What happened? All okay? Okay, good morning, all our leaders. So we were at the slide, what takes to nurture accountability. So it starts with accepting challenge, change in the mindset, embrace ownership. It has to be, you have to help them to embrace ownership, of course, build trust, and most importantly, in the morning, early morning, we had some kind of meditation time, self-reflection time to be by your own self, to reflect upon things that has been done, that has been carried out. That is important. Of course, feedback. As we keep receiving feedback, we keep improving. Today we had some wonderful feedbacks we received, which helps to fill up the gaps or tie up the end loose. Okay, whatever loose ends are there, we can tie it up and make sure everything is in place according to the expectation, so that whatever mission vision we are working on, we are there prepared to reach out to there and achieve it successfully. Okay. Gupta sir कह रहे clarity of role, overall responsibility. Could you please, Gupta ji, अगर आप थोड़ा सा elaborate करें? You have used WRT with respect to. Okay, clarity of role with respect to overall responsibility. Gupta ji, I hope you can, or you can type it out, it's fine.
Actually, what I mean to say that like our entire team's goal is to win a match. Now, when you fix the accountability, then you define their position from where one will be playing.
You assign their roles and responsibilities,
So
duties, everything.
There is a clarity. Once you make someone accountable, then it's a role clarity is there.
Absolutely, transparency, role clarity, communication, all these factors.
Overall ambit of the responsibility, what role one has to play and for which he himself is accountable.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gupta ji. So next slide will go and which talks about a wonderful anecdote which is picked up. It's a very famous known. Sometimes it is given 3 examples. We have picked up 2 examples over here. 2 men carrying heavy stones down a dusty road are stopped by a stranger who asks, "What are you doing?" The first man says or answers, "Can't you see I'm carrying stones?" The second man answers, "I am helping to build a cathedral." Which of the 2 would you choose to be part of and why? The floor is open to everyone. Which of the 2 would you choose to be part of and why? Okay, I've got responses over here. Sethu Raman sir is saying second one. Pramod sir is saying second one. Sanjay sir is saying second one. Being a positive person. Mahabir sir, GB second, everybody, almost everyone. Yeah, why? Now the question comes, okay, you have chosen one side. You have sided with second person who's helping to build the cathedral. Why would you choose to be with this person? Or would you like to have this person to be part of your team?
He is having a reason and he's knowing what he's doing it for.
Bang on.
That's why his particular efforts onto that particular thing will be more responsible and he'll take it himself more accountable.
And his performance will be more efficient.
Exactly, more efficient.
Yeah. Anyone else?
He's knowing he's doing it for something. He's knowing the target.
Fantastic.
He's knowing the macro of what he's doing. What will be the outcome?
He is already visualizing the end result.
Exactly.
Anybody else apart from Sanjay sir? Any new perspective towards this? Okay, I have some responses in the chat. The positive attitude, Mahavir ji is saying positive attitude. Pramod ji sir is saying the first, because first one is already seen to other fellow. Okay. Sethu Raman sir is saying it's a big picture, absolutely. So you're looking out to a big picture of a cathedral, the end result, as I said. Positive attitude. BHAG, Bhag.
So, Dr. Sonali, that's a reference from one of our sessions called Bhag, which is big, hairy, audacious goal. So I'm really liking the fact that
you're applying it already.
Yeah.
He's already connecting the dots. See, wonderful leaders are out here. the purpose of this, this entire workshop is divided on over a period of 5 days. It's spread across 5 days. And you have already started. This is the 3rd day you're into, and you have started connecting the dots with the first and the second day sessions workshop. You all had wonderful, enthusiastic towards his work. Okay, that is Trivedi sir is saying enthusiastic towards his work. Absolutely. Sudhinder Singh sir कह रहे कि second वाला वो choose करेंगे, and yes, you all are there. You understood the second one, and I think now you can also look up over here. If I have to go to the previous slide, it talks about he has accepted the challenge. Building a cathedral is not really it's a very big feat. Shift in mindset. I'm not just carrying the stone. Don't you see I'm carrying a stone? But there's a shift in the mindset wherein saying I'm building a cathedral is embracing the ownership that I'm going to be part of that particular big venture or big objective that is set out to be achieved. There's a trust, there's a self-reflection. Okay, of course, feedback is in a different way. We will see that later. So this is all about the perspective, the attitude that one person's hold, and we need to look at that when we are nurturing accountability in the people. Moving on. Anybody else would like to share? And okay, keep your energy.
Ma'am, the first response, the first man is answering that, can't you see that I'm carrying a stones? So,
yes.
He has been, the stranger have asked him a question. And
yes.
He has replied, in a kind of retort. So, no further, conversation can occur after this kind of a reply from the first man. Can't you see that I'm carrying stones? So it means that he doesn't want any further conversation. So he is, the possibility, he is ending the possibility here itself in the conversation. Whereas the second answer is a kind of ambivalent, not an ambivalent answer. It's a kind of, conversation is still open. I am helping to build a capital. The conversation is still open. Situation is open for everybody.
Absolutely, Sandeep ji. Absolutely. I've actually pinned it. Can't you see I'm carrying a stone? I did use a voice modulation over there. When he's questioning, like, are you blind? Can't you see I'm doing something? A very derogative kind of response is coming or reaction is coming. On the other hand, the second person he is actually, there's no cathedral yet built, but he has already picturized the cathedral in the mind of the person who's questioning him, what are you doing?
The first man is arrogant also, and
yes.
He is not polite. So to get the best results, such type of person is not required in the team.
We can help them to,
एक तो बेचारा heavy stones carry कर रहा है, ऊपर से उससे कोई सामने से सवाल पूछ रहा है क्या कर रहा है, तो वो तो जवाब तो
ऐसे ही जवाब देगा. Very true, very true.
कि वो हरियाणा का नहीं था, अन्यथा तो जवाब कुछ और अच्छा देता.
मेरा थोड़ा सा टेक अलग है
जी.
फोर्सेस में मस्ट नो, शुड नो, कुड नो. ही इज अ स्ट्रेंजर. उसने बिल्कुल पहले वाले ने फोर्स के हिसाब से बिल्कुल सही जवाब दिया है कि मैं क्या करने जा रहा हूँ, क्या नहीं करने जा रहा हूँ. ही इज अ स्ट्रेंजर टू मी. आई नीड नॉट टेल हिम. मैं उसको उतना ही बताऊंगा जितना उसको जानने का अधिकार है. ही इज अ टोटली स्ट्रेंजर टू मी. I not disclose my task and my aim or whatever I'm going to do.
Okay, Dhirendra ji, very well taken. Absolutely. यहाँ पे त्रिवेदी sir कह रहे first person is frustrated. Okay, when I'm talking to you all, one thought has come to my mind.
Madam,
I had. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See, ma'am, the very question you're framing is that two men are carrying stones, and they're moving down to a dusty road. Now, first and foremost thing which comes up is there is a mission, there is an aim, and there's a team of two chaps who are carrying stone for a particular mission. So the answer given at point number 2 is obvious that yes, we are building, not I am, but it's a teamwork now here which comes. Because two chaps are moving together with some boulders, some stone, this and that. So the mission is same, means they form part of a team. And they're working together to accomplish the given task.
You have attention to detail, Ashwini ji. बहुत minute attention to detail है आपका. Very nice. Thank you for that. Wonderful. Yes. This also reminds me, of course, I have a different perception. I view it in a different way. So one of my senior person mentor, when he was mentoring me, he said, you're going to give what you have within you. So if you're a cup, you're holding milk in the cup and there's a turbulence, there's some kind of disturbance in the surrounding and the cup is hit. When it spills something, what will it spill out? I said, it will spill milk. No, it should spill out water or something else. I said, no, but you have filled milk over there. Absolutely. What are you filled with? In the turbulent time, you're going to be spilling that. Just one take, thoda sa hatke jawab dena ka koshish kar rahi hu. You may take it the way it is. So yeah, Anand Singh sir is saying common is one thing, but your tone while communicating is everything. Yes, sir. Surinder ji keh rahe ki shows attitude of both persons. Definitely, we are talking about attitude. And yes, what you all have contributed, we cannot completely negate it. Yeah, it is there. But moreover, we are focusing about accountability and big picture that we're looking forward to. And thank you for your wonderful inferences with regard to that slide. Now we are going to say participation versus buy-in. So participation, you are participating, you are there, you are involved. What is buy-in? So, okay, buy-in is mentally to accept things, to be there mentally. So here we have a small graph which talks about participation is high, buy-in is also high. Like, the person, we are talking about both the people, both are pulling the stone, both are reaching out to their destination. Yes, both have a very high participation, but the mental acceptance to the situation, we see that he is involved in the activity, the second person. So the participation is quite high, but at the same time, look at the acceptance, the mental acceptance that he has, that is also very high. I am working towards a bigger goal. So buy-in is also high. So second person stands in this on x-axis and y-axis. He stands over here, which is quite progressive. Whereas the first person, participation, yeah, he's 100% involved in the activity, but what हम जैसे बोलते दिल से काम नहीं कर, दिल से आप involve कीजिए, पूरे मन से उसमें involve हो जाइए. So that is not there. We cannot see that in the first person. So buy-in is low. So yeah, but if you want to be, nurture accountability, you want to engrave that kind of attitude or a behavior, participation along with the mental acceptance of the roles and the responsibilities, that creates accountability, that has to be high, and which will help us to reach to the epitome of a performance or a great efficacy in the performance and an enhanced quality in our delivery of whatever we are doing. So yeah, Sudhinder Singh sir is saying shows attitude of both person. Setu Raman sir puts his soul into it. Yes, sir, absolutely. Puts the soul into it, that is bind. Mentally and physically, both you are completely involved into the activity, into the achievement of the objective. That is what it is talking about. Thank you so much. We are going to move to the next slide now. This is a diagram. Again, it's a concept which talks about how people are in different quadrants at different time. Okay, here the arrow is moving from disagree to avoid. I'll explain that in detail. Disagree to avoid, then corporate and commit. It can, from disagree to corporate, it can move in any way. All right, and then finally, the fourth quadrant is the quadrant which is, Maslow's motivation hierarchy mein jahan bolte hai, he reach to the affiliate, after affiliation is the achievement ke baad aata hai self-realization, actualization. You are there with all your heart, mind, and soul to perform or to be into that activity. So we'll begin with the first quadrant is disagree. Okay. Many a times people are physically, suppose we have a meeting, physically everybody is there. Okay. But mentally, there would be some kind of disagreement. Gradually, that disagreement will get into complaining form, and then there would be a conflict. All right. So yeah, people do have disagree. So participation is their buy-in is very low. Then we move on to avoid or relieve. Relieve is, there's an example which says that I want to do that work. I want to be part of it, but already I have so much of work, and therefore avoidance theory, I want to avoid, I want to keep away, I want to not be part of it. Or, I'm not able to do it. Sometimes people go on a guilt trip that so much is there, I'm unable to do it. So that's a relief. So first there's a disagree. And when you deal with the disagreement, okay, then the cooperation comes and then the commitment comes. Sometimes people start avoiding for the lack of time, or maybe too much of work on their table, or maybe they're reluctant about it. It depends. And there's an avoidance. And that's why people tend not to participate physically as well as mentally into any activity. Then we move on to sometimes people directly starts with the cooperation. Okay, they cooperate, participation is high, but buy-in, since it's my job, it's my responsibility, I have to do, okay, I'll cooperate, I'll do. But then accountability is something that they tend to not commit on. And how do we take them into commitment? That's a promise zone. That is the fourth quadrant, wherein the participation is quite high and the buy-in is also very high, and there's a commitment, the personal commitment comes into the picture. So participation with the 100% commitment takes a new form of performance and enthusiasm in the team, and that leads to achievement of or success of achieving the objective. So here is just a simple example. When you disagree, this is what happens, you're head on. So a small graph is explained over here, which talks about when there's a disagreement. I will not take you through this right now. I'll just explain the graph and then we may come to that, because, or maybe let's read. You are in a meeting with your team where you are briefing about an initiative that organization wants to take up over and above the work at hand. While listening about the initiative in detail from you, your team members do not show any excitement and initiative to take up the idea shared. You sense that they disagree and have some undercurrent issues. On face, nobody would disagree, okay, but definitely the body language, the action, the behavior speaks louder than the words. And you can feel the vibes, aura. I was hearing some word, you have an aura. Yeah, negative, positive aura, you get that. You sense it without words, spoken words. So what will you do in that case? How will you help them to see big picture so that they buy in and participate enthusiastically? You'll have to think on these lines. What will you take? What measures or what actions or what initiatives would you take for the team to buy in and participate enthusiastically, so that the big picture that you have in your mind is transmitted to them and they are with you in the mission?
Ma'am, the situation you pose right now, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
The situation you painted right now, I think it works more in the corporate or in the civil sector.
Yes, sir.
We are in the uniformed forces. The work or the task which is given to the subordinates is firstly within his own resources available, manpower, everything, all those blah blah which is available, which should be there in the forces. Here, what happens at times, I agree with you. An officer may not agree to that. Yes, definitely. Why not? He has all the liberty. But then it is again, you have to motivate him and bring him to your own channel.
Absolutely.
And have to come to a conclusion to also bring him in your own forum as regards the mission, aim. What is the ultimate aim? And with the achievement of this aim, this thing will be achieved like. The situation you painted, I think it suits more in the civil environment rather than in our BSF, because we in the BSF, whether it's I am a DIG, under me their commandants or their two ACs, deputy commandants, we all work in a beautiful team, in a very beautiful harmony, with a very wonderful understanding. Maybe some resource crunch may be there, for which effort will be there to get things sorted out.
Absolutely, I agree with you, Ashwini ji. And a very important point that you have highlighted over here is that everyone is in sync with each other. But yes, there are times when you may have one of the odd situations. So this is where one of the odd situations come into the picture. As I told you, behavioral science is a very complex science. You cannot generalize. Even if people don't speak, don't say, they are very good at hiding it, but then your experience, the exposure that you had for so many years will help you to identify or sense that there's some kind of resistance. Many times it happens, and it is not the always, as you said, it's a BSF. This is a very rare situation that may occur, but if it occurs,
Ma'am, in this particular pen picture or the story which has been exhibited in the screen, it is clear that our team has been given certain tasks which are over and above the normal duties. So first of all the members would be told that why our commander have given and trusted us, because he has a lot of trust in us, he has a lot of faith in us, because we have performed wonderfully well in the past. So this has to be emphasized to them in order to create a kind of enthusiasm, and and secondly, the departmental goal, the goal of the commander in mind should be told to the team members, and they should be involved. So
thank you, Sandeep ji.
Absolutely. That, our team leader is involving us in the decision making, so that is going to boost up their esteem to a great extent. So they
absolutely
are going to feel energized. And,
wonderful.
The overall picture has to be told to them, and they will obviously be in the agreement, and their aspirations would be aligned with the departmental goal. And this picture, big picture, should be shown to them, and and other things can also be the silence of the team members should not be taken as a negative feeling. Silence may be a reflection also on their part.
Yes.
And
yes.
Some people tend to take more time to think over, and they have not been vocal in the disagreement. So even if dissent is there, suppose if a few persons are dissenting, so proper logic should be given, and their dissent, why they are dissenting, should also be heard. And the entire team is going to make a decision. So kind of a interactive leadership is required here.
Absolutely, sir. Sandeep sir, bang on. Every time I have been getting that kind of a response from you.
And madam, to further reinforce Rawat sir, he has brought up wonderfully. See, in the forces, it is not liking and disliking.
Yes, sir.
A mission is a mission.
Yes, sir.
A task is a task. Whether you like it, whether you don't like it, but you
have to do it.
No. I want to frame it in different wordings.
Yes,
you
sir.
have to come within the ambit.
Yes.
Whether you like it or not. But you have to like it because the mission is same. The ultimate aim for all the commanders, we all attending the course over here, is security is first. Security, whether it's our own campus, our own headquarters, the country, or the border we are manning. Mission is one. So
yes,
nothing about your likings or disliking. Your likings and disliking can be kept in your bedroom.
Yes, sir.
It comes to your, your Waterloo. We all are same, and this is what BSF has depicted since its inception from 1965 till date.
Wonderful. That's congratulations. Big clap. I mean, we understand sitting over here. I am, where I'm sitting in the outskirts of Mumbai, but I know we are safe over here. And thanks to the border security force, because they're so diligent, they're so prompt, they're so, they're up on the, I had learned a slogan during my scouts and guides, Sada Tatpar. Always be ready. So yeah, thank you so much. And it does exhibit it. The results, we can see that how safe our country is indeed. But what Rawat sir has mentioned is absolutely, when you have to do it any which ways, you have to fall into that gamut, no doubt about it. But if you are participating enthusiastically, it adds more to the performance. It's more coordinated efforts. It will yield better results. And I have some responses on the chat box too. I'll just read out. It says, explain, Setu Raman sir कह रहे हैं कि explain the need for the initiative and the likely benefits will be reaped to the company and to the self. Yes, Pramod sir, this may, yes, Pramod sir, ये तो clarify हो गया, this will not be an issue in the forces, but sometimes it's a rare occasion, it's not a very common thing. Once in a while, if you have, then you'll have to deal with it. So this can help you convince them or get convinced by them. Vikas ji is saying that. In the uniform, it varies. Okay. Sanjay Kumar sir, Lakminder sir is saying, trying to explain the vision behind the task assigned and the result it produced, an overall improvement of the image of the organization. Yes, sir, absolutely. And Pramod sir, on a lighter side, raise the voice under commands will see the big picture. Okay, I am sure the everybody will understand the sense of humor behind that statement given by Pramod sir on a lighter note. So yes, this is how it works. And moving forward, if there's a graph, there's a disagreement, what happens, when there's a dispute, it usually it may not be appearing, it may not be happening within the forces, but yeah, disagreement is within. Then there's a gradual objection. Finally, people start, team members would start complaining about it with each other, and that could lead to dispute. So there's a degree over here which is shown, and you have an activity in your participants handbook. You may have a look at it. So this is how the whole entire quadrants work, disagree, avoid, cooperate, and commitment. So how do we work around? There's a elaborate content available on the participants handbook. You may go through that and accordingly understand it. And wherever it is relevant for your team, you may make use of it. It's, I'm a person who looks into more of behavioral activities and behavioral science and talk about conscious, subconscious mind. So reading always helps us, to store a lot of things, because a subconscious mind is like a sponge. It just absorbs, it's absorbed. And whenever there's a situation which is unpleasant, your subconscious mind will start throwing up things and help you to combat the situation when it is going out of hand. So this is about participation and buy-in. Buy-in is mentally being prepared, accepting. Once you accept over here, your body will start actually will jump into action to embrace it. So it starts with here. Everything, our brain is the powerhouse of our body, and whatever we feed in over here, when it is convinced, we are convicted with what we are doing, convinced with what we're doing, and it will start giving results to our actions, through our body, through our behaviors, through our attitude. So this was all about being accountable, being responsibility and accountability to be nurtured in our team members. You may have different kinds of people coming from different walks of life, getting trained in the forces to deliver the desired results, the desired outcome, to achieve the desired missions. And it is an important part of the country's security. So border security force, BSF. And we want, leaders are excellent indeed. You'll have a lot of experience. You have gone through different situations, and we sitting in some remote corner cannot actually understand what it is like. But definitely this will some way help you to avert certain situations, because situations could vary. And these theories, these concepts are time tested. A lot of research has been done and has proven it, the test of time, and they are here. So we can use it whenever required, depending. It is not necessary everything has to be used, whatever is, given like a truth from the heaven, but it could be taken as whenever required, as and when that suits your situation, that suits your team. You could incorporate so that better performances, better results, and moreover, mission will always be successful. That would be the attempt for having this session. With this, I thank you all for being a wonderful participants, for being there, for participating, giving a lot of feedback, there was a great learning happening. So they say you are dead when you stop learning, and learning is a process which is a lifelong process till the last breath. Learning happens. So thank you so much. Indeed, it was a great give and take of knowledge, experience, inferences, and a lot of learning was happening. We were listening to each other enthusiastically. Thank you so much. Over to Soumya.
Dr. Sonali, I would like to thank you. I would like to thank you for such an engaging discussion. It was only because of that we got a new light on the topic. We knew what is actually an accountability in this setup. So thank you for making them so comfortable that they could have a lively discussion. With this notice, we go for a short 10-minute break. It is 11:51. By 12 o'clock, we have our next coach waiting. We connect with Thank you, Dr. Sonali.
Thank you, Divya. Okay, no more photographs now, Divya?
Sure. We can have one photograph.
Because some people were missing in the previous photograph session. We can have them now.
Sure. We can have photograph now, right? Everyone request you to join us on camera. You can have a nice click.
Yeah, just groom your hair, like thoda sa uniform.
We'll definitely use features to make you go.
No, I think we should be natural, Divya. That is and my hair too. I should look good with the officers because they are in uniform. Should be match up with them today.
Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. I think we are getting
I think,
better at
Divya, you should
posting.
take one more. There are people who are joining. Yes. You should take.
Soumya
कुलवंती
ji, you're
थोड़ा
not
सा
visible.
कैमरा के पास आ जाइए. हाँ. अब ठीक है. आप थोड़े दूर थे कैमरा से. हाँ जी, बिल्कुल. टोपी अब अच्छी लग रही है. Very good.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll take one more. 1, 2, 3, and here it goes.
मैडम ये टोपी नहीं है, सर ताज है। सर के ऊपर ताज है।
मैं सीरियसली अश्विनी जी, मैं बाद में ये सोच रही थी कि टोपी नहीं सर, मुझे वो बोलना चाहिए था ताज। हाँ,
और ये सिर्फ हमें ही
रिस्पेक्ट और ऑनर है भाई हमारा देश का।
मैडम ये सिर्फ एक हमें ही है जो यूनिफॉर्म पहनते हैं, कंधे पे स्टार्स लगाने हैं, अशोका लगाना, सर पे ताज लगाना। इट इज ओनली वी पीपल आर प्रिविलेज, नॉट इवन।
We are proud of you all, Ashwini ji. We are really proud of you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Ashwini ji, well said. Let's take a break. Divya, कब वापस आना है?
12 to.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. It was wonderful interacting with you. It was a great session, great learning, and great connect with you all. Have a nice day. Enjoy your training session. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
और ऐसे कितने कोर्स करने पड़ेंगे?
I hope you guys got some break for this next session. ये next session दो भाग में होगा, बीच में हमारे lunch break होंगे 90 minutes के. तो हमारा next session जो है, after we have explored on nurturing accountability, we are moving towards another very important practice of the 7 talents of a leader, and that is delegating effectively and tracking progress, something that you guys are very well versed with. But we'll together explore how we can perhaps learn something new or enhance it or share personal narratives and grow together. इस सेशन में we'll explore things like हम delegation क्या होता है, क्यों important है, अगर scenarios ऐसा है BSF में भी जहाँ हम delegate नहीं करते हैं, to when not to delegate, creating a balance, कुछ success के कुछ factors इस journey में, you know, exploring some आपके delegation styles क्या है, ये भी हम थोड़ा सीखेंगे. फिर we'll also learn of 5 steps of evaluation, something that could further help you if you're not aware of it. And in terms of tracking progress, we learn, you know, we'll share each other's stories, and through narratives and a couple of scenarios reflect on how effectively we can track progress. इस session को लेने के लिए to facilitate it, we have our very own Dr. Sarvesh. Dr. Sarvesh is a demonstrated professional who, you know, who applies practical industry experience and best practices in academic pedagogy. Sarvesh sir is well-established academician, and he's had a very successful career in collaborating for providing solutions. He's right now an assistant professor at Amity Gwalior. So Dr. Sarvesh, I am handing over the proceedings to you, sir.
Banerjee
Good
sir, I
morning.
have a question.
Yeah, sure.
If you don't take it otherwise.
Yeah. Please no.
Please take it very positive, sir.
Absolutely.
There was a doubt in my mind, you know. Like, sir, we in the armed forces, we are put in roughly 3 decades plus of service, a color service.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Management, fundas, leadership qualities, to my mind, and I'm quite convinced on my own perception,
right,
that it has come from the forces, which in the corporate sector has borrowed from us. That is my take. You take any management things, the way we in the armed forces plan, the planning stage is there, the resource management is concerned, the execution is concerned,
right,
everything. So deeply we go inside that we leave no stone unturned. And as regards the leadership qualities is concerned, I think our officers, day one, they are leaders.
Right. Yeah.
And teaching us the module, giving examples of some stories or some, you know, management ka koi example leke, really don't, you know, it doesn't suit the personality.
Right.
What will suit our personality will be, you know, great leaders of our own country.
Right.
Maybe if you'd see in a history,
right,
maybe some other country,
right,
from where we can really get to know, oh, ये भी है, वो chance बहुत कम होगा कि वो भी है. Because everyone who's sitting over here, sir, has put in good 3 decades of service, and everyone is very, very mature what to do, what not to do, how to do, and how not to do. What to be taken, everything has been ingrained in us, sir.
Yes,
So
correct.
in case you can sir, give me some insight that the management funda in the civil had come from where, sir? From the uniform forces, or it has been built yourself?
No, sir. You have no. I think you have a very valid point, and thank you for raising that. I think Vani and my team, you know, we have always reinforced कि हम जब भी आपको ये हमारा जो भी LMDP program है as a team, when we bring forth, we also have advisory boards, Rao sir, Tiwari sir, who advise us, and you know, we have a very holistic approach also. We know very well what positions you are at, and we respect that. So we hardly, you know, none of our sessions, we come with the fact that learn this, learn that, and take it, and this is what the best practice is. That is why, you know, we always try to stimulate ki aap log bhi batao. We have a very participatory approach. You tell us, because we also want to learn. Sometimes क्या होता है ऐसे collaborative leading में हमारे approach से, you know, when you guys are also, you know, peers, you learn from each other the best practices. We give you the reflection space. And then when you reflect, you realize maybe I'm learning from my peers. I'm learning something new. Or maybe there is something that is not new, but I'm able to reflect on it. Something that I'm aware of, but I'm reflecting in depth. So the idea is that we are not giving you any management funda ki ye dekho ye siko koi nahi hai. There are some tools and techniques we will place in front of you as alternative imaginations कि शायद कुछ नया हो, शायद कुछ नया आप लोग ले सकते हो reflections, but that is something giving you an idea कि ये हो सकता है. Other than that, we very well take into account. हमारे previous batch में also, when we had, like I said from the very start, when we are designing the content also, we are very thorough कि आपके previous in the same row people of your positions, what were their feedback? What do they feel it was necessary? So we are working even more. Again, we are learning from you also as well. We'll try to include even more scenarios that is relevant to you with our next batch. So that is, I think, if I could answer your question. Vani, if you have something else to add to that.
No, I think the term leadership, the research about it, in fact, most of the management as a stream of study has been inspired from courses. So the term called leader, the term called strategy, and many more have come from forces itself, which probably is way of life in forces. Management has taken it. In fact, one of the best old-aged book, I would not say India, but all across the world is for strategy is Art of War by Sun Tzu. So again, that is the level from which leadership and management draws from armed forces. But what we have done is, we have added a bit of behavioral psychology and a bit of management that we have understood from corporate over the years. So the idea is we are trying to blend your experience of leadership on the ground, and we are blending our experience from corporate, and we are learning together. So that's what Swamedev intent was to share, and that's exactly. So that's how you see frameworks coming in. It's easier to reinforce in a learning space. So there's nothing, it's more of a co-learning kind of a program, wherein it's easier for us to, take these frameworks, do these psychometrics, which later on, it would be easier for you to, share that same with your nearby people, maybe the undercommands and the peers. So that's the only context. So over to you, Swamedev. I think you have done justice in the sense, this is our intention.
Yeah.
And the mandate given to us is to share the cutting edge management tools for this course. So that's where we draw our inspiration, and that's our North Star, the mandate given, that to make you aware about what the management tools are. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Vani, for pitching in. I think, Ashwini, sir, I think we hope we could answer your question to the best capacity. We'll move forward with our session. Dr. Sarvesh, I hope you are here.
Yes, I'm very good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi, so I'm handing over the proceedings to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Vani. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Jai Hind. Well, I am Sarvesh, and I'll be hosting this particular session. Of course, yes, I was listening to the conversation. Ashwini, sir, thank you for your feedback. This is again, it's a give and take, and maybe not being overboarding, or maybe just trying to be in my limits, gentlemen, all of you. I'd probably share what all can be shared at this point in time, as well as I'd probably appreciate a feedback on the same. So here we go on to the slide share. Allow me to share this slide with all of you.
Dr. Sarvesh, are you comfortable with yourself sharing the slide? Yeah, do you want us?
I think Swamedev, we should share it.
Yeah, we'll share
Sarvesh, it will help you to manage your bandwidth a bit better. because we see a lag at our end.
Sure.
So
Tanvi, I'll just,
Somadev, if you
yeah,
can.
Tanvi is helping out on that. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. You can unshare, Sarvesh. That will help you to conserve your bandwidth.
Agreed. Okay, gentlemen. So we begin with the session, and the session is all about delegating others and tracking progress. Well, need not be saying because you have been proactive, you have been professional, you have been working out on these aspects. So here we go with our preparation and sharing aspect. Well, this is all about the way of life, and that is the BSF life. So when we talk about the BSF life, of course, yes, everyone is aware, and we are totally awestruck about the situational action which you guys, the gentlemen, have been taking time and again. Well, the session is all about why delegate, when not to delegate, create a balance, factors of success, discover your delegating style, as in you are aware about it because Ashwini sir just mentioned about it that you've been there and for decades in total. So that's how understanding how to delegate is need not be said this way, but then it's just that we could probably refresh our aspects of delegating in such a way that we could probably, through this session, we could probably know our own newness, the newness in us, know our own new self. That is how it would probably help us out. So 5-step process of evaluation, tracking progress, looking ahead, your actions, and top 5 tips. That is what we are going to work out for the session ahead. Well, so this is all about the next session. From there, I can't see the whole slide on my screen. Sorry.
Can you see it now?
In a way, yes. Okay, I can't see the header, so that's what I need.
Yeah, and Sarvesh, there's a feedback. Voice is needs to be a little higher for some participants, right? Oh, okay.
Sure. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, thanks.
So we begin with certain questions, gentlemen. Do you delegate work to others? That's obviously a question which need not be asked to the gentleman whom I'm speaking to. Then what has been your experience with delegating work? Let's make a list of what can be delegated and what cannot be delegated. Well, sir, gentlemen, I'd appreciate if you could probably talk about some experience of yours in delegation. Of course, yes, when we talk about BSF is highly, it's organized. And there is no doubt about it to a civilian like me that whatever is delegated needs to be done because that is the course of action, being a situational action as well. So, gentlemen, this is an open question to all of you. If you could participate and let us know about your experience in delegation and where you felt as a leader, where you felt that some delegations could probably be done in a better way. Not that I'm questioning you in my own right. So I'd rather be humble in this way. But this is an experience wherein we could probably talk of what was delegated and how could it be made more efficient, effective. So anyone amongst the gentlemen who could probably open up about their delegations? Okay, we have certain things.
May I submit?
So please.
Delegation is a kind of a thing, which is required, very essential because, with the passage of time, the reins have to be passed over to somebody else, to our subordinate. And the younger generation should also take charge and they should become conversant. So it is essential, we all know very well. And what all can be delegated, we have been delegating duties in our BSF to a great extent. We have been, nurturing our junior commanders as well as our, followers. And by virtue of, by means of, creating a pen picture and see how they perform in it. And whenever we are convinced, we often delegate. We delegate in operations also, and to a great extent, we generally delegate up to more than 95% in administration things. As far as the finances are concerned, we just cannot delegate. Financial powers have to be held with the head of the office, so it is a rule position. But decision making most of the time, in administration is delegated to our juniors. And in operation also, we delegate so many things, but we keep an eye on whatever is the progress. And often the results from my own personal experience, I have found to be extremely good.
Thank you for your feedback, sir. Thank you for your pointers about delegation. I'm just checking out on the chat as well. Sanjay sir has mentioned delegation helps employees grow. Then Dhirendra sir has mentioned one task gets accomplished faster. Yes. Then Pramod sir has mentioned it grooms younger generation. Sethu Raman sir has that reduces pressure on self. Of course, yes. And sense of responsibility and satisfaction of accomplishment by Sanjay sir again. Mahabir sir has mentioned delegate as per requirement and position of that member. Sure. Sethu Ram sir has also mentioned includes the employees as a stakeholder. All right. Pramod sir has mentioned come to know hidden talents of younger generation, and Singh sir has mentioned delegation shows trust on your employees. Perfect. Well, gentlemen, this is what it is. And well, allow me to talk about the objective of the topic. It basically talks about like, this is the objective, the overall objective of this particular topic to be shared with you is to share research on new lines of action through models which could be applied for better leadership in BSF in situations, specifically in situations. So maybe whatever comes out of my mouth is basically it's something which is sharing. It's not even suggesting because it's like I'm speaking to the sun and trying to show a lamp to the sun. So allow me to just speak out in a way. And thank you for your gracious listening, everyone, gentlemen. Thank you so much. So we come to the session and it basically talks about certain delegation aspects. I have the next slide, please. If you could just change the slide, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. So when, as for the management funda, let's come on to a question. Gentlemen, I'd appreciate if we go to the question, allow me to read it for you all. It looks like another working weekend for Pranav. So we have this protagonist who's Pranav and he is into a situation. This is with reference to the delegation. So let's say what is his situation here. Pranav is the departmental head with a team of 5 people who report to him, while a couple of team members have recently joined. The others have been with the organization longer. In the daily morning meeting, he assigns work to all the team members. However, his team members have varying levels of experience and often Praveen has to pitch in to make things happen within the given timeline. As a result, he ends up having to pick up the work and complete it himself, hence the frequent long working weekends. Do you think Praveen has a problem with this delegation? Gentlemen, I'd appreciate if you could just pitch in about how can we improve Praveen's efficiency, leadership on delegation. So there is this situation regarding Praveen, and he has a team of 5, wherein his work is almost like whenever he delegates, he is seen working on the weekends alone on the work given by him to his team members, wherein his team members are not able to accomplish. So how could we help Praveen with his delegation? Praveen has problem in delegation. So yes. Okay, Pramod sir has mentioned about it. Sanjay sir is mentioning very summary can be scrutinized by him. I'm sorry, Sanjay sir, if you could just be vocal about it.
He can delegate it to other members as per their efficiency and finally go on to the summary part of it and just work on it to finalize instead of working late hours and longer at the weekend. That saves him time.
Right, right. Yes, yes, sir. Thank you for your feedback. Sandeep Rawat sir has mentioned, yes, this is a problem. He has to delegate as per attributes. I'm sorry, sir, I did not get the QU into it.
Actually, I mean to say that, you know, there are various qualifications, experiences of a team member. Here we can see that all the members are not alike, like, you know, they're like fingers in our hand. So each one is having different potential, different qualities. So keeping in view all these qualities, experience, you know, drawbacks, shortcomings, positives, negatives, he has to delegate. Because he's a team leader and he has to summarize also. If he doesn't delegate like this, he will have to pitch in himself to finish the task, thereby spoiling his weakness.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sandeep, sir. Mishra, sir, you've mentioned partially yes. Sir, if you could just let us know what exactly should we understand of this statement?
It's because two members have recently joined. They may not be very thorough with the work assigned to them. So this gentleman may have to pitch in because he is the team leader, he is thorough with the work. And others are already doing their assigned works. So a little bit of guidance to others will also be required. And for these two members, he may have to work a bit more so that they come on the grid.
Right, right. So that means you're talking about supporting. So our leader has to support and delegate.
I'm talking about a leader must come with a solution when his subordinates get stuck up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Totally agree to it. Thank you for your feedback, sir. Okay. Sethuram, sir, is mentioning closer supervision is required. Delegation has to be as per capability and experience. Perfectly fine, sir. I totally agree. I'm sure every one of the gentlemen would also agree to you, sir. Pramod sir mentions no need to be perfectionist. Let team members do the job and guide them at time. This is how they will learn and deliver. Perfect. So this is also a suggestive measure for Pranav. Identify a second efficient and delegate that then conclude. All right. Identify a second efficient and delegate then conclude. All right. Again, a task for Pranav to identify, but yes, it could also be a solution. Lakwinder Gill sir mentions old members to be made mentors for newcomers and assign the responsibility to be delivered to old members to give new members some support and to new members. Perfectly fine, sir. बिल्कुल ठीक. पुराने लोगों को mentors ही workout किया जा सकता है. Amrendra sir mentions another two experienced people or persons of his team should take a lead and advise Pranav to delegate. They should also prove his worthiness. So Pranav give him opportunity. Perfect, perfect. Thank you all for your feedback. Thank you so much for your feedback. All right. So this is all about Pranav and the situation in which he is, and this is how, based on your suggestive measures, we could probably talk of how Pranav could probably bring himself out of the situation and probably the long working hours at the weekend. Suggestive measure. What I would rather pitch in with all of you is, of course, yes, Pranav has to be, maybe on the working days, he has to be a supporter leader, where he has to be with his subordinates, wherein he probably helps them out and grooms them well as per your pointers. And that's where Pranav would rather be an efficient leader and then be able to delegate well. Perfectly fine. All right. Well, gentlemen, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. The two sorries are basically because I was a little curious to put up a question to all of you. This is out of this particular system. This is out of the particular training module. But then if you guys, I'm sorry, if you gentlemen have observed the very first slide over which the title was mentioned, delegating others and tracking progress. If you remember the slide, if you could just let me know, what did you what did you see on the slide? Was there any laptops at the backdrop of the slide, and how many laptops were there? If this question be tricky, allow me to repeat it again. The very first slide of this topic of the session, which had delegating others and tracking progress. Onto the slide, I would appreciate if someone lets me know amongst the gentlemen how many laptops were there in the backdrop of the slide. I'm sure my question was understood by all. Would it be okay if we go back to the slide and quickly in a second, we could probably go back to the slide, the main slide of the header, and then come back?
You want me to move back,
Yeah,
Sarvesh?
Tanvi, if you could just go back and show the main slide, the first slide, yes, and then remove it. Please remove it. Thank you so much. Can we go to the current slide, Tanvi? So, gentlemen, my question to you is, the slide which was shown to you for a few seconds, if you could just let me know how many laptops were there in the slide. 4 or 5. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for your feedback, gentlemen. Right. 5, 3, 4. Okay. All right. Okay. Did you observe there were mobile phones as well? So if you could just let me know how many mobile phones were there on the screen, on the slide, backdrop of the slide, if you just let me know. So this is with reference to Sanjay State mentioning 5, Setu Ram sir says 2, Amrinder sir says 5, Trivedi sir says 2, Sandeep Rawat sir says 5. All right, thank you for your feedback. Thank you for your prompt answers, gentlemen. If we could, Tanvi, if you could just go back to the slide, please. Sorry for the botheration and thank you for your support. So we have 4 laptops which could be visible, and the number of mobiles which are visible here are 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the 4 mobiles. So this was just an impromptu game which I set up purposely. And thank you for your responses. You've always been so gracious and impromptu. BSF and the Army, they've always been so supportive about it. Thank you so much. So Tanvi, can we go on to the current slide, please? Thank you, gentlemen. Right, so this is a situation wherein we talk about Praveen and his problem, and that is where we dealt with it. So this is done, and we can go to the next slide, Tanvi. All right, so what we talked about with reference to Praveen's problem here is what will enable Praveen to delegate more efficiently? Can we have some pointers here, gentlemen? What will enable Praveen to delegate more efficiently? Would be his supportiveness. What else can we pitch in? On the chat, please. We talked about mentoring the older ones. We talked about identify the second in command and delegate. All right. So these are certain pointers wherein Praveen could probably delegate more efficiently, right? Guiding or supporting them is enough. Similar. Right. Identifying, the second point is identifying second in command. If we no need to be a perfectionist, fair enough. Need not be a perfectionist. Mentoring. Perfect. So these are certain points which we talked about that what will enable Praveen to delegate more efficiently. All right. Embracing imperfections. Okay. These are enough. But then what was the problem in Praveen's delegation? Can we probably talk about it? Did he ignore the capability of his team members? Can we talk about it, gentlemen?
So, Sarvesh, I think here Pranav was taking too much on himself. He was actually, as per the case given, I think that he was in his shell and not thinking much about, meetings going back to back. Maybe he would have huddled and assigned work. Otherwise, this problem would not have come. So the idea was to share more with the team members.
Thank you, Vani ma'am, for the feedback. Also,
प्रणव के पास काम कम दिख रहा है, उसे लगता है कि मैं अपना काम कर सकता हूं. अगर काम का लोड ज्यादा होगा, अपने आप डेलीगेट कर देगा. उसके पास काम कम है. He is of the opinion that he can handle the situation by putting extra time और कहते हैं burning night oil. तो वो उसको लग रहा है, लेकिन काम का अमाउंट और बढ़ जाएगा, अपने आप डेलीकेट कर देगा.
आनंद सर, क्या हम ये बोल सकते हैं कि प्रणव यहाँ पे जरा इनसिक्योर हो रहा है?
नहीं, इनसिक्योर नहीं है. उसको लगता है मैं बढ़िया कर सकता हूँ. परफेक्शनिस्ट वाली बात कही हो कि मैं ठीक से कर दूंगा और टाइम में कर दूंगा, 1 घंटा एक्स्ट्रा लगाऊंगा. रादर देन डिक्टेटिंग एंड सुपरवाइजिंग देयर आउटपुट. 4 बार वो डॉट बना के लाएंगे, खराब लगाएंगे, मैं सही करूंगा, मैं 1 डॉट लिख के दे देता हूँ, ऐसा उसे लग रहा है. बट वर्कलोड जब बढ़ जाएगा, जब उसको 10 पेशेंट की जगह 50 पेशेंट करने पड़ेंगे, तो 50 पेशेंट को नहीं कर पाएगा. फिर डेलीगेट करेगा कि अपने टीम मेंबर को 10 तुम देख लो, 10 तुम देख लो, मैं देख लेता हूँ 20. वर्कलोड कम है, इसलिए वो ऐसा कर रहा है.
Very correct, sir. Anand sir, this is one challenge that I also faced. And you are very correct. जब काम का बोझ बढ़ जाता है, तो फिर you don't have, you are pushed to a corner that you have to actually give it to others. And with a perfectionist attitude, you tend to, take things to yourself and do it rather than distribute. So you're very correct and very, you were able to relate it well to the practical, how it happens.
Dr. Sarvesh, basically this Pranav is a kind of, overly driver leader. Instead, he should be more, participating. He very well knows that there are a couple of, guys who have joined his organization recently. They need a training also. They need marrying up with other people also, amalgamation also. So, without all these things, keeping a heterogeneous group and expecting, goods from them, it is beyond, I think, being reasonable. So he has to put in effort towards his human resources so that they will be delivering better in future.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your feedback. All right. Pramod sir ने mention किया हुआ है, he needs honest feedback about the mess he has created. Sandeep sir ने mention किया heterogeneous group was the problem. Okay. क्योंकि उसमें काफी अलग-अलग experience वाले लोग हैं, इसीलिए हो सकता है. बिल्कुल. Appreciate the point, sir. Prakhar sir mention करते हैं suggestion to keep cushion margin. जी. Margin time for deadline. जी बिल्कुल. So these are certain suggestive measures, and that is what would probably bring out Pranav out of this problem of delegation and leadership skills. Uske baad sakte hain. Right. Thank you for your feedback, gentlemen. Can we go to the next slide, please? Well, This is a line which basically is known to everyone. No man is an island entire of itself. So ये जो बोला गया था वो जॉन डन ने बोला था, and that is what it basically talks of कि हर व्यक्ति या एक पर्टिकुलर लीडर हर कार्य नहीं कर सकता है, उसे सबॉर्डिनेट्स, उसे एक टीम की आवश्यकता पड़ती है जिसको उन्हें कार्य ऑब्वियसली डिवाइड करना पड़ेगा, डेलीगेट करना पड़ेगा ताकि वो कार्य मुकम्मल हो पाए, कंप्लीट हो पाए. So well, this is something which is already known to you, but this is something new that John Donne was the first person who mentioned this, that no man is an island. Well, thank you for this particular slide.
हिंदी में है, अकेला चना भाड़ नहीं फोड़ता, something like that.
Right, I've heard about it, not sure about it, but हाँ, so ये टूटा फूटा मेरे जहन में भी है.
बिल्कुल सही बोला है, अकेला चना भाड़ नहीं फोड़ता. So he's trying to say, Sarvesh, that one person cannot do it. You need lot people to get it done.
बिल्कुल सही. Thank you, Tanvi. Can we change the slide? What comes in the way? These are certain problems, and then we need to work out on the solution. So the problem is lack of time for delegation. क्या प्रणव, अगर हम प्रणव को लेके चलते हैं अभी भी, क्या हम कहीं ना कहीं अपनी सिचुएशन, जैसे सिचुएशनल एक्शन जो BSF का होता है, वो सिचुएशनल एक्शन पे ही निर्भर होता है कि उस सिचुएशन में क्या डेलीगेट करना जरूरी बनता है. तो लेट्स से इफ वी ब्रिंग इन प्रणव एट दिस पॉइंट इन टाइम, उसके प्रॉब्लम के रेफरेंस में हम बात करते हैं. सो लेट्स गो अहेड एंड चेक आउट one by one, these questions one by one. So the first question is lack of time for delegation. इसका solution क्या हो सकता है कि अगर उनके पास समय नहीं है डेलीगेशन के लिए, तो क्या उन्हें किस सोल्यूशन पे उन्हें काम करना चाहिए? Can feedback on this, gentlemen?
ये फोर्सेस में कुछ चीजें बिल्कुल सेट कर दी गई हैं
जी.
अगर कहते हैं आप बात करेंगे किसी भी आर्म फोर्सेस से कि उनको मोबिलाइजेशन के लिए कितना टाइम चाहिए, तो एक मोबिलाइजेशन की ड्रिल सेट की गई है. डेलीगेशन उसका एक पार्ट है. द मोमेंट दे कहते हैं सिचुएशन इज देयर, फर्स्ट थिंग इज वार्निंग ऑर्डर दे दिया जाएगा, और इसके बाद ड्रिल्स हैं कि कमांडर रेकी के लिए चला जाएगा, पीछे जो सपोर्ट स्टाफ है उसकी वो अपनी तैयारी करने लगेगा, कोई ट्रांसपोर्ट की तैयारी करेगा, कोई अम्यूनिशन की तैयारी करेगा. तो ये डेलीगेशन इनबिल्ट है और इसको वेल थॉट ऑफ करके डेलीगेशन प्लान्ड है. ये कोई इंडिविजुअल लेवल पर बार बार इसके लिए ट्रेंड भी है. तो अब हर सिचुएशन में कितनी डेलीगेशन होगी? जब आप 10 सिचुएशन 20 सिचुएशन के लिए उसको ट्रेंड कर रहे हो, तो बाकी और सिचुएशन को आप कैटर फॉर भी कर रहे हो जो नॉट डिस्क्लोज्ड है, नॉट फोरसीन है. लेकिन एक डेलीगेशन का पार्ट है कि वो डेलीगेशन होगी, वार्निंग ऑर्डर दे देगा, उसका एक कमांडेंट या एक कमांडर अपनी रेकी के लिए चला जाएगा, उस रेकी में उसके साथ कौन कौन से एलिमेंट होंगे जो उसको अकम्पनी करेंगे, उसका जो सेकंड इन कमांड है बाकी प्रिपरेशंस जो है वो कराएगा, उसके अलग अलग एलिमेंट क्या कर रहे होंगे, साइमल्टेनियस ड्रिल कैसे फॉलो होगी, सो दैट देयर इज कि टाइम लाइन है कि लॉन्च कितने बजे होना है, अटैक नो मूव बिफोर, इससे पहले शुरू नहीं किया जाएगा, इस टाइम तक तैयार हो जाएगा. तो ये डेलीगेशन एक प्रोसेस्ड प्रक्रिया है, इसमें बहुत ज्यादा सोच विचार, क्योंकि ये कॉम्प्लेक्स सिचुएशन है, इसको सोच लिया गया और इसके लिए तैयारी कर दी गई.
लैक ऑफ टाइम फॉर डेलीगेशन का कोई चांस ही नहीं होता है.
ऐसा नहीं है. अभी आर्मी के लिए बोलेंगे मैं 48 घंटे में मोबिलाइज करूंगा, दैट इज वर्कड आउट. अगर आप उससे कम दोगे तो ऐसा नहीं है, नहीं कर पाएंगे. बट द प्रॉपर तैयारी का एक टाइम निर्धारित है कि कितनी देर में एक्टिवेशन होगा, एंड दैट इज द ट्रेनिंग एंड टीचिंग. कि अगर मुझे एक कंपनी IS ड्यूटी के लिए, इलेक्शन ड्यूटी के लिए निकालनी है तो उसके क्या क्या एलिमेंट होंगे, क्या टाइम फ्रेम होगा, हाउ लॉन्ग इट विल टेक टू मोबिलाइज इट. तो यू कैन उसमें 10-20% दाहिने बाएं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर आप ऑफ ट्रैक हैं, आप पता ही नहीं है, तो बोले कि 10 मिनट में कंपनी निकालो, तो 10 मिनट में कंपनी नहीं निकलेगी. कंपनी निकलने के लिए निर्धारित प्रक्रिया ये काम करने पड़ेंगे, उसके लिए इतना टाइम मोबिलाइजेशन में लग जाए। That has been worked out.
बिल्कुल ठीक, बिल्कुल ठीक.
Dr. Sarvesh, I
Kulwant
think
sir,
Kulwant sir, yeah.
Kulwant sir wants to say something. Sir, most welcome.
ओके, सॉरी मैं फिर से इंटरप्ट कर रहा हूँ। मैं फिर आपकी टीचिंग उस पर जा रहा हूँ और बड़ी बेसिक चीजें कवर कर रहा हूँ कि जो आप पढ़ा रहे हैं वो मैनेजमेंट थ्योरीज अब सिर्फ कंपनी कमांडर लेवल तक हो सकती है। आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि हम किस लेवल पे हैं। मैं फोर्स के बारे में आपको कुछ 4-5 बातें बता रहा हूँ। अगर वाणी मैडम भी यही है तो प्लीज काइंडली टेक ए नोट। पहली चीज ये है कि बीएसएफ इज अ वेल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड organization with a defined role to everyone. Second thing is that we are very good in small team operations. It's so well organized. Whatever BSF has is gaining edge over anti-terrorist operations because of the small team operations. It is the most battle hardened force as on date. And fourth thing is, if you look at the interaction level where the trust is developed, where everything is developed, so we have well-defined ways of formal and informal interactions. And again, I am saying that those interactions are more applicable to company commander, who is the leader of men. Then third thing is, our organization, everything is very well documented. And most of the battle drills which Mr. Anand was talking about are templated. We have got operational validation of most of the things. Itna time lagega to lagega. Fourth thing is, battalion level tak trust level is too good. Whatever BSF today is, it is because of the functioning of the battalion. Rather, I'll say battalion is the smallest and the largest operational entity of the BSF. Beyond that, all are administrative headquarters. Now comes the then final thing is, we have well-rehearsed battle drills and battle procedures. When I talk about battle drills, what you do and immediately, and procedures, what you start doing simultaneously at every level of command or every level of functionaries. And those things are again templated. So at our level, what are the challenges? That challenges I'll now quote you, so that you can plan this module in a much better way in coming days. So what are the challenges? BSF is working in isolation. आप सबको हमारी बातों से लग गया होगा कि हम अपने आप को बड़े 30 मार्क का समझते हैं, तो we have isolated ourselves from many things. What is happening around, definitely हमारा एक अपना सोच है, तो हम उससे अपने आप को immune करके बैठे. That is the first thing. Second thing is, we are very good. If I talk about our level, the DIG's level, we are very good executioners, but we are not thinking commanders. You give us a task, we'll execute it on ground to the best way possible. But we are not the generator of the task. That is what we are lacking. That is the biggest challenge we are facing today. Third thing is, at our level, we lack the direction. There is a mismatch what government wants from us and what we are executing. That is another challenge. So गवर्नमेंट हमसे क्या चाह रही है, हम ग्राउंड पे क्या परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, उसके बीच में सामंजस्य बैठाना एक बहुत बड़ी बात है. I said कि we are working in isolation. I'll say कि we have stagnated also, and we are inward looking organization. We are not outward looking organization. For over a period of time, the force has become too bulky. We are not lean today. Forces has to be very lean and very mean to operate. If I say bulky, we have created a lot of bulk around us. If you look at the people, Now we have people to manage who are older than 55 years of age, and they are operating active duty on borders. How to manage them? That is the biggest challenge. उनको शायद दिखाई भी नहीं देता है, सुनाई भी कम पड़ने लग गया है. और out of a strength of 1100 people, I think 150 people are such. That is the challenge we are facing. The next challenge is the women in combat role. हम 70 सालों, हम पिछले 50 साल से we are leading a abnormal life. Normal life is where 50% are women and 50% are men. All of a sudden we have now women. And initially years of service, they are not ready to give their 100%. Because once they are in family में मैरिज हो जाती है, जिम्मेवारियां बढ़ जाती हैं, बहुत कुछ बढ़ जाता है, और उनके बदले ड्यूटी कौन करता है? वो जवान करता है, जिसको वैसे ही he is not able to fulfill his social and family obligations. That is the challenge we are facing. Then whatever we are executing, the flow is from top to bottom. Now it has become from top to bottom. Nothing is going from bottom to top. So that is another challenge we are facing. Things are forced. That is the issue. And finally, not finally, but the motivation level of our commanders and our Jawans. When we talk about leadership, we talk about the management. We have to manage their career also. Yesterday I was talking about it. The General Sir was saying that, okay, whatever you have got, that's we should be. But it's not the question. The question is what motivates us. The motivation level, individually as well as the organizational level, it has stagnated again. The work-life balance, that is the biggest challenge each commander is facing, right from the company commander to top. So how to balance that? That should be taught. And there are new challenges. The world social life, social media, everything is there. And we are a bit cut off from that. So that is the challenge. What you are teaching us is very basic. I am telling you, very, very basic. Company commander, young company commander should know how to build a team, we have gone past that. We have operated in Kashmir, we have operated in all emergency infested areas. We have done small team operations. Many of us have got gallantry medals for that. But now the level should be little high. We should be, I said now we should not be inward looking, we should be outward looking. If a DIG has got 3 to 5 battalions under him, he has to look after 3 to 5 battalions and in all aspects. He is not concerned with the small team operations. He is not concerned with these things. How the force has to grow, that he has to see. And then finally, if I say there is RR cell or the post-retirement, because whenever our Jawan get retired, the way they live, that speaks a lot about our organization. They become our ambassador. If we compare it with the army, they have proper systems there. Because they become their ambassadors. If they do fine, then it's better for the force. If they are not doing fine, it brings bad name to the force. So these are the issues these are some of the challenges I have. And my colleagues will be able to project many more. So I think we need to restructure this entire course. Thank you.
Thank you, Kulwanji. Thank you, Kulwanji. I think the point shared will definitely help us to look again, revisit it, each slide, each session. As always, you put it right without diluting the aspect of it. So thank you for that. And it would be a great, service that you would do to the upcoming batches and help us to be much better. So thank you for that input. But before, we go to the next, this thing, Kulwanji, you said that, as an organization, we are more inward looking and not outward looking. You all are in leadership position. I mean, you are the top leadership if we compare you to a corporate. If you can just help us to have a, and this question is open to everybody. If you can just help us to understand as why we are inward looking and outward looking, that is question one, and how we can take steps to make that shift. I think listening from you would help us to have more of insight. So how BSF right now, who is more of an inward looking organization, can be shifted to an outward looking organization with the new things like social media, the new generation coming up and being part of this elite force. So this question is open to everybody. We would like to hear from everybody, and Kulwanji, you can lead for that.
See, ma'am, if we talk about the how to make organization outward looking, yesterday also I said that our young officers need to be given a lot of exposure. The course which I am doing today, I think a young officer with 3-4 years of service must be put into this course. Number one. Number two, which is well within our organization, is that our officers must read. They should have some favorite, subjects to read. Maybe military history, maybe anything, maybe India-Pakistan relations, India-Bangladesh relations, anything. I admit that we lack this habit of reading because we don't inculcate. So this can be one of the things how to inculcate this habit of reading among the officers. So thirdly, because we live in a campus life where everything is available within the campus, so that makes us a little more inward looking. We are not exposed to external things. That is there. 3 things which I could come now thought of. I have said.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else, Anandji, anybody else, Ajayji, Vikasji, who would like to share us how that shift from an inward to an outward? What are those fundamental shifts?
My understanding about the organization is that we work on a standard format for all the perceived threats or situations. We draw a standard operating procedure. We try to, maybe it is a guideline only, but we try to stick to that. So new innovation solutions, because it is time tested over the year with so many operations, we have gone to bad and good point, analyze the situation and run the SOP. So we go for the formatted response to a situation, and expect everybody to deliver on that. And that is a cause that we are expecting too much from our subordinates, and that is taking toll on them. And what I discussed yesterday also, that what we find that the most of the voluntary retirement cases, there are suicide cases, withdrawals. Either they stand up with the challenge, perform to the level of expectation, otherwise most of the एग्जीक्यूशनरी जो एग्जीक्यूट कर रहे हैं, काम ग्राउंड पे कर रहे हैं, उस लेवल पर, हवलदार पर, कांस्टेबल लेवल पर या एएसआई लेवल पर लोग 20 साल 22 साल पूरा होते ही अब मेरे से ये काम नहीं हो पाएगा, ये टेंडेंसी आती कि आई कैन नॉट टेक दैट मच ऑफ पेन और स्ट्रेन और लोड, वो वहां से वॉलंटरी रिटायरमेंट के लिए ऑप्ट कर लेते हैं. ये जो स्ट्रेन है वर्क एनवायरनमेंट, हमारी भी एक्सपेक्टेशन है, आप इस ग्रुप में भी अगर बात कर रहे होंगे तो आप जज कर सकते हैं कि वी थिंक दैट एनी टास्क असाइंड वी कैन परफॉर्म इन अ गिवन टाइम, whatever policies and procedure we have made are meant to address any situation, and it is well drafted, well rehearsed. ये ऐसा हमारा एक सोच है और इसके ऊपर हम काम करते हैं और ये बाय एंड लार्ज ठीक है। लेकिन इसका जो प्रभाव ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पे पड़ रहा है, जो लोगों पे पड़ रहा है, मानसिकता पे पड़ रहा है कि ये या तो वो कुछ अल्टरनेटिव ढूंढ रहे हैं, लो मेडिकल कैटेगरी हो जा रहे हैं, इम्प्रूव करने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहे हैं, ओवरवेट हो जा रहे हैं, वॉलंटरी टाइम। तो ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, इसमें उनकी ग्रो करने की चांस कम होते जा रहे हैं। स्टैग्नेशन इज वन फैक्टर कि अगर मैं करते भी रहूंगा तो मेरे को प्रमोशन मिलेगा नहीं, तो मैं यहाँ पहुंच गया हवलदार, यहाँ से रिटायर हो जाता हूँ, विल गेट पेंशन। तो दैट वे दी कहते हैं फोर्स का जो मैनेजमेंट है, और हम मैनेजमेंट लेवल पर आ गए तो वी हैव टू फोकस ऑन दैट। ये लीडरशिप ट्रेड्स पर और ये एक्सेप्टेंस पर, ये चैलेंजेस पर, ये काफी बार और काफी रिपीटेटिव हो गया, हम लोग करते आए। तो हमारी समझ से इस कोर्स का मॉडल कुछ इस तरफ होना चाहिए कि फोर्स के जो चैलेंजेस उसको हम कैसे एड्रेस करेंगे।
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। Anybody else who would like to share so that it helps us as a cue? Sorry, Dr. Sarvesh, we had to take this. I didn't want to lose this opportunity to hear from the leaders themselves. Sorry. Yeah, anybody else? Well put, Anandji. I think I think that's a good point. In fact, yeah, and in any organization, if the person at any level feels that he or she is not clear as what next for him or her, the commitment level would go down, the involvement level would go down, the engagement level will go down. I need to see a future or a future wherein I can explore or become better. All that, and with the challenges Kulvanji has shared, work-life balance, and Anandji, you have shared, I think that itself calls for that the organization needs to relook at its policies, maybe a bit of restructuring. It's a very big word to say here with just small inputs, but that is something that we can discuss.
हम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में बातों को सोचते रहते हैं और कंपेयर भी करते हैं, चाहे कि जैसे अभी कुलवंत राय सर ने बोला कि आर्मी में क्या है, तो आर्मी ने अपने आप को इस तरह से मॉडल किया है, स्ट्रक्चर किया है कि उन्होंने एक पीस लोकेशंस बनाई हैं, कुछ ऑफ लोकेशन बनाई हैं, रोटेशन होगा कि कुछ टाइम कोई पीस लोकेशन में जाएगा, फिर ऑफ जोन में जाएगा। बीएसएफ में ऑल दी बटालियन वो सब ऑफ जोन में ही है, कुछ रिजर्व भी रखी, वो ज्यादा कमिट हो गई, वो कहीं किसी सिक्योरिटी में लग गए, कोई आईएस ड्यूटी में लग गई, तो उसमें पीस रोल में तो आ ही नहीं पा रहा आदमी, उसके पास वो मौका ही नहीं है। जिसको रिजर्व में रख दिया वो तो और अनस्टेबल हो गया। एक रेगुलर बटालियन के साथ रहने वाला अपने बटालियन के साथ अपने कैंपस में रह पा रहा है, वो ड्यूटी असाइंड ड्यूटी कर रहा है। जो रिजर्व में है वो तो उसकी बटालियन तो दिल्ली में होगी या मथुरा में होगी, और उसकी ड्यूटी आसाम में होगी और बेंगलोर में होगी। तो वो जो रोल चेंज है, जो उसको हमें पॉज देना चाहिए, जो उनको रिलैक्स होना चाहिए, वो रोल हम कर ही नहीं पा रहे।
And other way around, even the administrative headquarters, ma'am, if we see the leadership role, it is very difficult for even the administrative headquarters to handle these challenges when it comes to managing the subordinates. If we talk of, say, sector headquarters, what we are commanding as of now, it has actually on papers, it has got 5 working days, whereas it is not. So it is a directly monitoring headquarters for the field formations. Now it becomes a great challenge. The person who's over here is getting only benefits of 5 days working, and is being told that, okay, you are getting 2 days off, this, that, it is only on paper. Now, how to manage such kind of stress? How to motivate such person who's actually devoid of his basic rights? Whereas on the other hand, contrary, if you see other departments, any person who is in an administrative duty, suppose has to work on an off day, gets another, he has got some other leave rules for himself, you know. He gets another, say, either overtime work or something like that. Now that's there not in forces. Now managing such things is actually a challenge for us. Now these small leadership roles जिसकी अभी तक हम बात कर रहे थे, ये हमारा जो टाइम है जो हम व्यतीत करते हैं कंपनी कमांडर से लेकर आज तक में, जब हमने छोटे ग्रुप्स को कमांड किया जहां हमारे पास 100 लोग थे, उसके बाद हमने बड़े ग्रुप्स को कमांड किया, फिर हमने 1000 को कमांड किया, आज हम इस लेवल पे हैं. एट दिस पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट जहां हम बैठे हैं, हमसे नीचे वाले जब हमसे किसी चीज का आंसर मांगते हैं, वो ये आंसर होता है कि सर व्हाट अबाउट दिस. नाउ दिस इज द प्लेस वेयर the things are actually not correctly handled, or certain solutions which are not there, and in these small exercise these solutions cannot be sought out, and very rightly brought out by Mr. Kulwant and Mr. Anand has already been noted. Thank you, ma'am.
थैंक यू संजय जी. तो मेरा एक क्वेश्चन होगा, और मैं हो सकता हूँ वो क्वेश्चन आंसर पूछने में शायद गलत भी हूँ, बट क्योंकि आप लोग इतने लीडरशिप रोल में, आप लोग को इन एंड आउट प्रॉब्लम्स पता है, तो एट योर पोजीशन व्हाट चेंजेस you think that you can actually come up with, and then what stops you from those changes, making those changes for the organization? I mean, it's just it's a very thinking aloud kind of question. मैं सोच रही हूँ कि आप लोग को इतना दर्द पता है पूरे BSF का, और आप एक इस ऐसी पोजीशन पे हैं जो एक DIG है जिसके पास काफी पार्ट्स हैं. तो मुझे ये क्वेश्चन आ रहा है कि आनंद सर, कुलवंत जी, आप सारे, मतलब मैं किसी को पॉइंट नहीं करना चाहूंगी यहाँ पे, सारे इतना यू रियली वांट द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टू चेंज, बट सर ये क्या ये आपके रोल में नहीं है, या ये कहाँ से डिजाइन होती हैं, या कैसे हम इसको आगे लेके जा सकते हैं? सो मेरा ये थोड़े थॉट्स हैं, आप अगर मुझे समझाएं तो probably I'll be able to understand BSF.
BSF के ओरिजिन से चले ना हम लोग. ओरिजिन क्या हुई? ओरिजिन हुई 1965 वॉर के बाद कहते हैं स्टेट पुलिस पाक आर्मी के साथ लड़ रही थी. ऐसा पाया गया कि शायद पुलिस और आर्मी का मैच नहीं होगा. वी विल क्रिएट अ स्पेशल फोर्स की जो बॉर्डर पे रहेगी, एक्सटर्नल चैलेंजेस को एड्रेस करेगी, और उसके लिए हम उसकी ट्रेनिंग ऐसी करेंगे जो आर्मी ओरिएंटेड हो. आर्मी जैसे लड़ती है उनसे फर्स्ट लाइन पे लड़ेगी, तो बॉर्डर पे रख दी और फर्स्ट लाइन डिफेंस का काम करती है. तो ये बेसिक्स है कि जहां से शुरू हुई. लेकिन बाद में ओवर द इयर्स क्या है, MHA के अंदर फोर्स है, इट इज जस्ट लाइक एनी अदर सिविलियन डिपार्टमेंट. तो अब सिविलियन डिपार्टमेंट आप या तो इधर कंपेयर कर दें या तो उधर कंपेयर कर दें. आर्मी के साथ कंपेयर अगर करते हैं तो मैंने आपको 2-4 फैसेट बताए कि उनका रोटेशन होता है, पीस टाइम होता है, ऑफ होता है, रोटेशन होता है. वो अगर नहीं किया, सिविलियन है तो सिविलियन डिपार्टमेंट के साथ अगर कंपेयर करें तो भाई वो 5 डेज का है, ऑफ डेज हैं, वीकेंड है, वो जब चाहे छुट्टी जाएगा, जब उसका वर्किंग आवर है तब आएगा. लेकिन यहाँ एक्सपेक्टेशन तो है कि वो काम करे 24 घंटे, लेकिन फैसिलिटीज दें हम जो आम सिविल सर्विसेज को मिलती हैं, वो चाहे वो पेंशन हो, चाहे वो पेंशन बंद करी तो BSF की भी बंद हो गई. तो वो सारी चीजें हैं, हम उसको एक कंपार्टमेंट में नहीं रख रहे हैं, हम उसको डाइवर्स कर रहे हैं. सेक्टर हेडक्वार्टर जिसे हमने हमारे मैंडेट में, फोर्स के मैंडेट में स्टैटिक हेडक्वार्टर है, बट वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग कि सेक्टर हेडक्वार्टर का भी एक टैक्टिकल हेडक्वार्टर होगा जो नियर टू बॉर्डर होगा. उस सेक्टर हेडक्वार्टर की जो कंपोजिशन है उसमें एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एलिमेंट ज्यादा है, ऑपरेशनल एलिमेंट हो सकता है 10 लोग हैं, 400 में से 200 में से 10 लोग हैं, लेकिन वो हम सोचते हैं कि हेडक्वार्टर उधर ही चला जाए. तो दैट वे अब माने हमारी थिंकिंग प्रोसेस या एक्सपेक्टेशन लेवल बहुत क्लियर नहीं है कि हम चाह क्या रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम उससे आउटपुट चाह रहे हैं। आउटपुट क्या है? उसका आउटपुट ऑपरेशनल आउटपुट है। तो आउटपुट अगर ऑपरेशनल आउटपुट है तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव हेडक्वार्टर्स इतने ज्यादा है। बटालियन के ऊपर तो कोई काम में ग्राउंड में काम करने वाला, तो एक बटालियन हेडक्वार्टर, कंपनी, प्लाटून, सेक्शन, उसके ऊपर जितने भी हेडक्वार्टर हैं, जितने भी रैंक है, वो सब सुपरवाइजरी रोल में है, एग्जीक्यूशन रोल में। लेकिन एक्सपेक्ट यही किया जा रहा है कि हम और एक कदम आगे पुश कर दें। वो इसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ नहीं है, वो कंप्लीट गवर्नमेंट का सेटअप ही ऐसा चल रहा है। दशहरा हो, दिवाली हो, होली हो, मिनिस्टर कोई केरला में जाएगा, प्राइम मिनिस्टर कहते हैं वो लद्दाख में मनाएंगे होली, तो दे आर आल्सो वर्किंग एंड दे आर एक्सपेक्टिंग अदर्स टू वर्क लाइक दैट ओनली। तो ये अनरियलिस्टिक नहीं है। we ourselves are working and we are expecting others to work. तो लेकिन आपका मोटिवेशनल लेवल एक पीएम के रूप में, एक डीआईजी के रूप में, एक आईजी के रूप में जो है वो कांस्टेबल का नहीं हो सकता है। वी आर नॉट रियलाइजिंग दैट कि भाई आप तो कहते 5 यूनिट है, 5 बार जाओगे, 5 नाइट हाल्ट कर लोगे। एक कंपनी कमांडर के पास 2 ही पोस्ट हैं, तो कंपनी में सोए या पोस्ट में सोए। तो इस प्रकार से हम उसको, लेकिन हम रेप्लिकेट करते हैं कि ग्राउंड में ज्यादा इंटरेक्शन। ये मिसमैच हो रहा है उस थॉट प्रोसेस से। अगर हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को पूरा कंट्री देखना है तो ही हैड टू डिवोट एक्स्ट्रा टाइम, और कॉर्नर्स ऑफ द कंट्री में उनको एड्रेस करना पड़ेगा। उनके पास उतना टाइम होगा ही नहीं, तो वो अपने टाइम को डुप्लीकेट कर रहे हैं, ट्रिप्लीकेट कर रहे हैं। लेकिन आपने डेलीगेशन जो नीचे की,
एक मिनट, मैम ने बड़ा स्ट्रेट क्वेश्चन पूछा था कि व्हाई वी आर नॉट एबल टू मेक अ डिफरेंस, सो आई विल आंसर स्ट्रेट। फर्स्ट थिंग इज कि वी हैव बिकम, आई सेड कि वी हैव बिकम गुड एग्जीक्यूशनर्स, वी आर वेरी गुड एग्जीक्यूशनर्स, बट वी आर नॉट थिंकिंग कमांडर्स, एंड आई डोंट हैव एनी hesitation in admitting it. See what we lack. These things are known to every one of us, but we lack how the presentation skills, how to write back, how to generate a discussion on this, formally as well as informally. So what you can teach us when you look at the leadership, how to take a case, how to make a statement out of it, what is the problem statement,
yes,
and how we can go about it. So there is a problem because we are an inward looking organization, we don't know how to make a thing, or how to make best use of the social media in the organizational skills, in the organizational setup. That can you teach, you can teach us. So I say we are good, but we are at the same time we are not good. We have not graduated to the next level. आप भी हमें अभी भी कंपनी कमांडर की तरह पढ़ा रही हैं और हम अभी भी कंपनी कमांडर की तरह सोच रहे हैं। तो थोड़ा सा लेवल आपको भी ऊपर करना है, हमें भी ऊपर करना है, because now you are right, we are in a position where we can make a difference, but why we are not able to make a difference? I said कि we are not well read. हम पढ़ नहीं रहे हैं, हम अपने इसमें गंदे WhatsApp वॉरियर बने हुए हैं। That is the issue.
I think Kulwanji, yeah, very rightly said. I mean, go ahead. I'll then summarize. Yes.
So this is one thing you can teach us, because how to like there is a problem statement, yes, which is again taught in management or MBA where हम पढ़ाते हैं कि this is the problem and these are the options, how to choose the best option, how to write it back in a proper way, in a formal way, and how to project it, so that we get out of this executional mode and get into a thinking kind of mode. That is one. Second thing is, why we are not able to make this thing. We are too occupied with many, many issues. I'll not say issues, but many things which have been forced on us, which are not our primary job. See, the preamble of BSF clearly says a force meant for the borders of India, security of borders and the matters connected therewith. पर जो पार्लियामेंट ने एक्ट पास किए हैं, जो कुछ भी हुआ है उसके ऊपर SOPs भारी पड़ गई है। स्टैंडिंग ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर्स हैव बिकम मोर रेलिवेंट देन द बेसिक। मैं आपको सिर्फ एक एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ कि पार्लियामेंट ने एक्ट पास किया कि कि न्यू पेंशन स्कीम विल नॉट बी एप्लीकेबल टू आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ऑफ द यूनियन. इट इज वेरी क्लियर कट. तो क्या कोई एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर कह करके बीएसएफ को उससे हटा सकता है? क्योंकि बीएसएफ इज वेरी मच एन आर्म्ड फोर्स ऑफ द यूनियन. तो पार्लियामेंट के एक्ट को सुपरसीड कैसे किया जा सकता है? बीएसएफ के अंदर यही हुआ है कि जो चीजें बड़ी, जो उनको उनके ऊपर एसओपीज भारी पड़ रही है, एंड वी एट आवर लेवल आर नॉट एबल टू प्रोजेक्ट इट इन अ प्रॉपर वे. दैट इज द इशू. सो दैट इज वन थिंग वेयर वी आर लैकिंग. That is one thing which can be your teaching module also.
Okay, so thank you, Kulvanji. I think you have really, answered that curiosity of mine, that at such a leadership position as why it is. What I can understand is that you all still are in that multi-dimensional role, and to think about what changes we need to do, the time, the effort, where the time and the effort, the thinking, and then rolling out the initiatives takes a lot of energy, and you don't get that bandwidth. That's one. Second is it's not just as simple as that there has to be a change and we have to get it. There are too many stakeholders involved. Sideways, downwards, upwards. Upwards, there would be too many, because the way, if any amendment has to come, it has to come through passing of an act, through an illegally amendment of the BSF rules. So I fully understand and sympathize there. But sir, I mean, again, I would again come back to that particular question. There have been in past some changes in BSF. There have been, and we had the great fortune to have people who have brought changes in police force. Again, my question again is, and I don't want an explanation right now, but so they were also part of the system. They were also in the same position, in the same situation, maybe worse than this. But then they did took up certain issues and raised them. My question again is, you all are again intelligent, capable, and at the same time, you know the system very well. My again thought brings me back to that same question, as what is basically stopping you? Somewhere or the other, is it something which has to, if we stop looking at the system, what is that stops us from taking that initiative? I see that Sethuram sir has written that there's no forum of feedback, and you also shared that there's no way by which we can connect formally and informally. So anything that you think, and this question is to everybody in the cohort, what is that we can do to get the discussion going, or maybe come up with a space wherein we can discuss all these problem areas and think of bringing up change. So any thoughts on that level, sirs?
डिपार्टमेंट में एक ये भी सोचना है कि हम अपने कहते हैं मेस में और कहते हैं ऑफिसर में कुछ भी डिस्कस कर ले, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में तो कोई चेंज होता नहीं। हम आपसे क्या डिस्कस करें जब हम अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को ही नहीं समझा पा रहे हैं, तो हम आपको समझा के कोई फायदा दिखता नहीं। तो ये सारे डिस्कशन यही होते हैं, यही खत्म हो जाते हैं।
हाँ, तो सर आनंद जी, मैं यही बोल रही हूँ कि वो फिर आगे बढ़ते क्यों नहीं है? मतलब आपको अंदर से ऐसा क्या रोक देता है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, बोलने के लिए ऐसे कोई प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है। हमारे एक आर्गुमेंट के बाद हमारा सबऑर्डिनेट चुप हो जाता है, खत्म हो गया।
रोकते सिर्फ हमारा फोर्स का जो एक मॉरल कैरेक्टर है, जो मैम बिल्टअप हो गया है पिछले 60 सालों में। हमारे फोर्स की फेथफुलनेस इतनी ज्यादा बिल्टअप हो गई है कि अपनी प्रॉब्लम्स बहुत ज्यादा जगह पर डिस्कस इस वजह से नहीं करता क्योंकि उसे कोई सॉल्यूशन दिखाई नहीं देता। दैट इज वन ऑफ द ग्रेटर एस्पेक्ट, बिकॉज ही नो दैट ही कैन नॉट डू मच अबाउट इट एंड ही हैज टू लिव विद इट। दिस इज द बेसिक character which has developed, और इस चीज को ब्रेक कर पाना, क्योंकि हम उस स्टेक होल्डर्स में नहीं है जहां पर हम पॉलिसीज को बहुत ज्यादा कुछ इफेक्ट कर पाए. Here I may like to just that we have been tagged as to just implement what is required to be done, not what you are required to be done, and then a feedback why this was done and the changes required, amended. तो वो जो एक TNA है, जो नीड एनालाइज करना, फिर ट्रेन करना, फिर एनालाइज करना, वो जो साइकिल है, वो साइकिल बड़ी मिसिंग है. So we are only the person who's actually implementing on the ground. But after the implementation, जो फीडबैक मैं ऊपर दे रहा हूं, उस फीडबैक से जो रिजल्ट है, वो मेरे को फॉल बैक करके चेंजेस लाने का कोई मौका नहीं दे रहा. वॉलेंट्री लेवल के ऊपर पे अपने एक्सपीरियंस, अपने रिस्क, अपनी लीडरशिप लेवल पे मैं जो रिस्क लेता हूं, वो सिर्फ मेरा है, वो पॉलिसी पे कोई इफेक्ट नहीं डाल रहा है. अगर एसओपी पे मैंने कुछ चीज वर्कआउट की कि मेरी इस एसओपी के अंदर में ये पर्टिकुलर चीज इनइफेक्टिव है, इसको चेंज होना चाहिए, तो मेरी तरफ से चला जाएगा. उसकी जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है मैम, मैं अपने लेवल पे रिस्क लेके जितना होल्ड कर सकता हूं होल्ड कर पाऊंगा, लेकिन इट विल नॉट चेंज द पॉलिसी एज सच. एसओपी पे वो उतना असर नहीं डाले, क्योंकि देयर आर वेरिएबल्स व्हेन वी टॉक ऑफ BSF at every, I think at every battalion, the scenario will be changed, but it is governed with a very flat standing orders, which may not fit in even one post to other. So ये जितना भी risk level है, वो एक higher level of leadership है, middle level पे, जो कि चीजों को hold कर पा रही है. Whereas the requirement is that it should actually percolate from the policies so that people get motivated. जिस चीज को वो अपने करेक्टर की वजह से एक्सेप्ट करा, वो उसको उस वजह से ना एक्सेप्ट करे, वो ये खुश हो कि नो, व्हेन आई कम टू दिस पोस्ट, दीज आर द पॉलिसीज व्हिच समवेयर एल्स आई वाज फॉलोइंग एंड हियर इट इज नॉट बाइंडिंग ऑन मी. क्योंकि जो लीडरशिप लेवल का एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि अपने सबऑर्डिनेट के अंदर में स्ट्रेस लेवल को कम करना. इस फोर्स के अंदर में ये भी एक इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है जिसके ऊपर पे हमें ट्रेंड होना बड़ा जरूरी है. Because whenever if I talk about my Jawan, I talk about my section commander, everybody is highly stressed कि अब पता नहीं क्या होगा. I have come to Bengal, अब क्या होगा? Everybody is in a thick. तो वो जो है एक गैप, उसके अंदर में असर डालना जो है बहुत जरूरी. थैंक यू मैम.
थैंक यू संजय जी फॉर शेयरिंग. तो मतलब मैं ये कहना चाह रही थी, और मेरा मतलब ये था कि कहीं ना कहीं से तो ये बदलाव शुरू होगा ना. आप अगर ये ऐसा होता आया है, तो क्या ये ऐसा ही चलता रहेगा? सवाल ये है कि वो कब चेंज होगा. कहीं ना कहीं कोई या ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल वुड कम एंड से, और मे बी स्टार्ट डूइंग इट इन डिफरेंट वे, एंड दैट्स एग्जैक्टली how we would impact this organization. मेरा सवाल बार बार यही इसलिए घूम रहा है क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं 40 हाईली केपेबल लीडर्स के सामने बैठी हूँ जिनको इन एंड आउट पता है और जिनको सोल्यूशन भी पता है, बट कहीं ना कहीं मेरी क्षमता शायद उसको या मेरा
चेंज आपको भी मालूम है, हमें भी मालूम है. चेंज आपको भी मालूम है, हमें मालूम है कि चेंज टॉप से ही नीचे आएगा.
जी
हाँ, तो वहीं से आएगा चेंज. तो वो चेंज आपको अच्छा लगे ना लगे, कन्विंस हो ना कन्विंस हो, अगर आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग का कोर्स BSF की 180 बटालियन में चलना है तो चलेगा. 180 लोगों को कन्विंस होने की जरूरत नहीं है उसमें. तो ये अब हो सकता है उसमें 180 में से 100 लोग कन्विंस भी हों, 80 लोग ना कन्विंस भी हों, बट ये यूनिफॉर्मली अप्लाई किया जाएगा और आपको उसमें पार्टिसिपेटिव भी होना है, करना भी है और ठीक भी करना है.
Exactly, and I think that's where our context was building in this particular session, which probably now we'll take a short break because we went into a different discussion, which was good. I mean, that's how this platform is. It's more of you talking about, and then probably we can ask a counter question or maybe a challenging question. And I think कहीं ना कहीं अगर आप ये सोचें कि at your position, with all the experience that you have, with all the capabilities that you have, again I'll go back to our first session again and again, and I don't know why I'm doing it, because मुझे पता है कि ये change यहीं से ही आएगा. तो हमें अब ये सोचना चाहिए कि वो change, पहली बात तो हमें क्या रोक रहा है, दूसरा वो change लाने के लिए हमें actually करना क्या है. We need to strategize that, and if that is not possible, maybe yes, Pramod ji is saying if you don't like something, don't quarrel, wait, reach to the top and change. Yes, sir, but we are at the top. And then how do we bring that? That's the discussion that probably we need to do. And that's why we were talking about, all this. I think Dr. Sarvesh must have been thinking where we are now. So Somadev, what do we do next? We go for a break?
I think we should go for a break. Yes.
Yes, we go for a break. Maybe I would suggest go through it, think about it. Maybe if you're together, discuss, and then we come back, we take and this forward through that session that we were delivering. And then probably during that we can.
Ma'am, just one thing.
Yes, please.
एक छोटा सा सिचुएशन इमेजिन कीजिए कि मान लिया आपका घर है, आपके घर में कोई आदमी किसी को लाके बिठा देता है, मे बी ए बाहुबली, मे बी समथिंग, मे बी बाय कोर्ट ऑर्डर, मे बी एनीथिंग, कि अब से आपके घर को ये चलाएगा. अब आपके अंदर में घर में कहाँ आपका क्या सामान रखा हुआ है, वो कभी ये ड्रॉ ढूंढेगा, कभी उधर घूमेगा, कभी कुर्सी पलटेगा, कभी इसको उधर करेगा. आप कहेगा नहीं नहीं इसमें यहाँ नहीं, यहाँ क्यों नहीं है, यहाँ क्यों है, यहाँ क्यों नहीं है, यहाँ क्यों है. तो बेसिकली प्रॉब्लम तो यहाँ यही है कि जिसका घर है उसकी चलती नहीं, इसीलिए ये प्रॉब्लम चलता रहेगा, इसका कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं है.
इस फोरम पे भी डिस्कस कर रही सकते.
जी सर, सिंह सर आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
मैं कह रहा हूँ इस फोरम पे वो चीजें हम ज्यादा डिस्कस कर भी नहीं सकते.
I can appreciate that. Yes, we are quite mindful कि, और हम आपको प्रोब भी नहीं करते कि आप उस लेवल तक डिस्कस भी करें. I know there's a lot at stake and we should not be that party to it. So I think it's basically ये कोर्स सर, मैं थोड़ा इस कोर्स को थोड़ा अलग तरीके से देखती हूँ. मुझे लगता है कि ये कोर्स मोर ऑफ सेल्फ रिफ्लेक्शन का टाइम है, एंड ऐसे डिस्कशंस होने चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से, और सेल्फ रिफ्लेक्शन एंड देन थिंकिंग अबाउट व्हाट द एक्शन इज. तो बेसिकली अगर इस कोर्स के बाद हम ये थोड़ा कन्विंस हो जाएं कि ये मुझे करना है और ये चेंज लाना है, और मैं इसके बारे में कुछ ऐसा सोच रहा हूँ, नॉट फुल्ली, I don't guarantee that fulliness, because वो आपको refine अपने end पे ही करना पड़ेगा, looking at what the factors you have, and then maybe think through it and then implement. So let's pause here.
बंद भी हो जाएगा.
जी सर, sorry.
ज्यादा अगर डिस्कस किया तो कहीं ऐसा ही कोर्स ही ना बंद हो जाए.
नहीं, don't worry about it, sir. Don't worry about it. ऐसा हम होने नहीं देंगे, चिंता ना करें. It was a healthy discussion. In any case, किसी भी organization में अगर हम leadership की बात कर रहे हैं तो there would be areas of improvement. ऐसा नहीं है कि 100% सब चीज होगी, and that's exactly. So what we do is we take a short break. Sarvesh, we'll take your question on call. We would do that. We'll take break for lunch. Sorry, not a short break. And we come back at 3.
3, yeah.
Yes. Sarvesh, I'll take your call before you take up, right? Thank you.
जी, थैंक यू फॉर योर टाइम. जेंटलमैन, मुझे आपसे यही कहना था कि क्या होता है कि एज अ डॉक्टरेट मैंने रिसर्च पेपर्स पे काम किया है. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि मैं अपने बारे में बोस्ट कर रहा हूँ. इसका मतलब ये है कि मैं आपको इंडिकेशंस दे रहा हूँ कि कभी ना कभी, जैसे इस सेशन के दौरान आप और हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो कुछ ऐसा रिसर्च पेपर मैं लिख सकता हूँ जिसके बेसिस पे न आप चाहें, पर मैं तो चाहूंगा ही कि आपकी आवाज मेरे पेपर के थ्रू कहीं ना कहीं पहुंचे, बिकॉज आई एम बेसिकली टॉकिंग अबाउट रीचिंग इंटरनेशनल. So if my papers are reaching international forum in journals, so I believe that can be taken, that can be done by me if that leads us in a healthy discussion onto a point wherein I can mention it in black and white. Why not a paper? With this note, sir, gentlemen, I'm leaving you. I'll come back after the lunch break. Vani, madam, over to you.
Sure. I think we can go for a lunch break now. Yeah. Everyone, please have a hearty meal. Then we'll again come back post lunch. Maksud, you can play the break slide. Yeah. We resume at 3.
So see you after lunch.
Everyone, Dr. Sarvesh, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you
Yes,
are.
yes.
Yeah, hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr.
Gentlemen.
Sarvesh. I'll just hand over the proceedings to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being there. Samite, if you could just share the screen and then we could probably go on to the leadership styles.
Yes, I am.
Gentlemen, allow me to share a slide with you that begins, let's find out our preferred leadership style. So again, it's just a sharing aspect. इस पे मैं चाहूंगा कि हम सब एक अपने लीडरशिप स्टाइल को आइडेंटिफाई करें और उस बेसिस पर हम फर्दर डिस्कस करेंगे पॉइंटर्स पे कि कौन सा लीडरशिप स्टाइल बेहतर होता है, कौन सी सिचुएशन में कौन सा लीडरशिप स्टाइल हमें अपनाना चाहिए. This is all about it. So I will lead you, this slide leads to another slide, which is basically, I'd rather say that model, that's a matrix, more or less model matrix, जहाँ पर मैं आपको एक particular x axis and y axis की तरफ ले चलूंगा, जहाँ पर मैं आपसे एक सवाल करूंगा. So this is the slide. Thank you, Samadev. So gentlemen, I request you, ये एक slide है जिसे हमें छोटा सा स्टडी रखना है, स्टडी करना है, और इस स्लाइड के ऊपर जो टॉपिक है वो है सपोर्टिव एंड डायरेक्टिव. चूंकि हमें अपने लीडरशिप स्टाइल को आइडेंटिफाई करना है, सो लॉजिकली मैं सबसे पहले आपको ये बताऊंगा टू द एक्सट्रीम एंड्स ऑन द वाई एंड द एक्स एक्सिस आउटर साइड, ये हाई लेवल ऑफ सपोर्टिव एज वेल एज हाई लेवल ऑफ डायरेक्टिव बिहेवियर दर्शाता है, जबकि अगर हम इनवर्ड्स जाते हैं तो ये लो लेवल ऑफ सपोर्टिव एज वेल एज डायरेक्टिव लीडरशिप स्टाइल को दर्शाता है. मैं सबसे पहले आपसे ये सवाल करना चाहूंगा जेंटलमैन, इस मैट्रिक्स पर, इस ग्राफ पर आप अपने तरफ से एक बिंदु, एक पॉइंट लगाइए ये सोचकर कि आपका लीडरशिप स्टाइल कहाँ पर आता है इस मैट्रिक्स पे या इस ग्राफ पर. क्या मेरा प्रश्न स्पष्ट था? संजय सर, अनंत सर,
तो मिड में आ रहा है.
ओके, दैट्स मेरा क्वेश्चन समझ में आया सर आपको. एनीवेज, राइट, आपका सेंटर में आ रहा है. दैट मींस इट्स समवेयर इन द मिडवे ऑफ सपोर्टिव एंड डायरेक्टिव. Ravi sir, Sandeep sir, could I have your feedback, please?
In fact, it would be, not exactly very high, but in directive side, it would be slightly higher. And in supportive side, it would be in middle. Because, there are certain things which our department, it is already supporting us. Like, drawing of SOPs.
This is sir basically with reference to you being the leader, and आप कितने supportive होते हैं when
it will be 7 in the scale of direction and it will be 5 in the scale of support.
Okay, out of 10.
Out of 10, yes, out of 10.
Fair enough, sir. Midway. Fair enough.
Mine is basically supportive
any other
behavior.
gentlemen who would like to share their feedback about it?
Yeah, I think.
Yes, sir. Pramod sir, do we have Pramod sir here?
Ravi sir, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I am there. Yeah, mine is supportive behavior predominantly.
Ravi sir says supportive
8 and
behavior.
5. Mahabir sir. Okay.
Mahabir sir is also quite supportive in his behavior. He says he rates it 8 and directive 5. Mahabir sir, that's what it is.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is what I was
Yes, you are
considering.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
जी, thank you for your feedback, sir. क्योंकि यही मॉडल हमें आइडेंटिफाई करवाएगा कि हम किस कैटेगरी ऑफ लीडरशिप को बिलोंग करते हैं based on the study, sir. This is just a study which we would like to share with all of you. That's how it is.
Lakwinder
Okay.
sir says 7 more towards directive. Nirman sir says he's more towards directive. I wouldn't want everyone, I think everyone can pitch in a bit. Sethuram sir says he's 8.8 and a half. I think he says he's more supportive than directive.
Nirman sir is more of directive.
Yeah.
Sethuram sir is more of supportive. That is what I construe.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your feedbacks, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So these are your aspirations, your aspects, your recognition towards the graph given to you. Appreciate your feedbacks, gentlemen. So Samiti, we can just jump on to the next slide. Well, so gentlemen, जहां पर भी आपने एक पॉइंट लगाया था इस ग्राफ में, उस बेसिस पर अगर हम ये वर्कआउट करते हैं कि इस ग्राफ को अगर हम समझते हैं तो सबसे पहले डेलीगेटिंग आता है, उसके बाद सपोर्टिंग होता है, देन कोचिंग एंड देन डायरेक्टिंग. सो लॉजिकली जहां पर भी हमने बिंदु लगाया है इस पर्टिकुलर ग्राफ में, उस बेसिस पर हम कौन सी कैटेगरी को ज्यादा बिलोंग करते हैं उसको हम रिकॉग्नाइज करते हैं. So based on this module, allow me to share a few more slides on this, and then we go ahead with discussions about what can be best into a situation, and आप में और हमारे में या हमारे colleagues में क्या differences रहते हैं. अगर हम उन differences को recognize कर सकते हैं, so we'd probably be better off as leaders. That is what we want to share with you. So coming to the next slide, जब हम बात करते हैं हमारे next slide की, तो यहाँ पे हम directive leadership के reference में कुछ आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, कुछ क्वेश्चंस को आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं. पहला क्वेश्चन है, व्हाट इज इट दैट द लीडर इज बेसिकली वांटिंग टू डायरेक्ट, एंड व्हाट आर द पॉइंट्स ओवर व्हिच द लीडर हैज टू डायरेक्ट टू द सबऑर्डिनेट. देन व्हेन इट इज इम्पैक्टफुल, अगर हम डायरेक्टिव स्टाइल ऑफ लीडरशिप वर्कआउट करते हैं तो उसका इम्पैक्ट कहाँ पर रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड रहता है. ओके, underdone directive in leadership, underdone leadership direction.
Sarvesh, what we can do is, because the cohort has 30 leaders, what we can do is maybe get better insight from them. We break them into groups, and in the question cohort or the participants just look at, just assume that you are into a directive, style. And the two questions that, the three questions that we can discuss in this breakout would be, when it is impactful, when directive style is impactful as compared to delegating, supportive, and coaching, when underdone, directive leads to what, and when overdone, what can go wrong. So Sarvesh, let's have them discussing, because they would draw from their inside their experiences, and then we can come back in the main room and get their insights and then probably build on it.
Perfect.
Vani? Yeah, probably they can take a snapshot of the slide as well.
Yes,
And,
what we do is, Tanvi, share it on the WhatsApp group so that it is there with them.
All right.
Let's help them to be comfortable there.
Right.
So Divya, can you create Sarvesh? Is that okay with you with this way, right?
Perfectly fine. So
Great,
gentlemen,
great.
ये common questions हैं जो आपको हर leadership quality या style में मिलेगा. That is what is it. When is it impactful, underdone, directive, and overdone. So इसके क्या impacts हो सकते हैं? So we'll probably discuss it as per Vani madam. instruction.
Yeah,
So this is the
we both,
delegation.
yeah, yes. So,
Yeah.
so cohort, I'll just repeat again. We'll get into a breakout. Divya, create a breakout room for, sorry?
Duration of the breakout?
Duration 6 minutes. Everybody gets into the breakout, different breakout rooms. There would be a pop-up in your screen. Please accept that so that you go to your assigned rooms. There you have to, talk about these 3 questions. When this particular style is impactful, underdone this style leads to, and when overdone, this what can go wrong. These are the 3 questions.
क्या हो गया? पता नहीं, हम 2-3 तो आ गए हैं।
सर बाकी सब भी आते ही होंगे, इट्स जस्ट
मैं तो उधर था, उधर से इधर कैसे आ गया?
सर वो टाइम खत्म हो गया होगा ना, 6 मिनट दिए थे
अच्छा अच्छा।
तो जूम 6 मिनट के बाद आपको मेन रूम में वापस बुला लेता है। We'll just wait for I think a minute. Everybody will be back.
बाहुबली क्या सोच रहे हो?
कौन बाहुबली? किसको बाहुबली बोला भाई?
अमरेंद्र, एक ही तो बाहुबली आपके पास।
Dr. Sarvesh, I think everybody is back in the main room. You can continue.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Well, gentlemen, since we have now gotten an idea about the leadership style, let's just discuss about what leadership style do you belong to and how is it going to benefit, or maybe where does it get shortened or underdone or overdone? The forum is open to you all, gentlemen. तो जैसे मैं ये बात कर रहा था 7.5 and 5 के रेफरेंस में, सो ये एग्जैक्टली अगर मैं आपको कर्सर दिखा रहा हूँ, इज माय कर्सर विजिबल टू ऑल ऑफ यू, और मे बी लाइक 7.5 and 5, 7.5 on supportive and 5 on directive would rather land up on, or maybe like the other way around. 7.5 was directive and 5 was supportive. So it would rather land up in this area where directing is particularly mentioned. So that gentleman would rather be more of a leader who should recognize that their leadership quality is more of directing. अब चूंकि उन्होंने अपना पॉइंटर्स बताया है, तो क्या वो ये समझते हैं कि इस ग्रेड या इस ग्राफ के हिसाब से क्या वो सही हैं, या क्या उनमें चेंजेस हो सकते हैं, सिचुएशनल चेंजेस?
इसमें जो दो चीजें हैं लीडरशिप स्टाइल्स की हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो यहाँ पे जितने भी मैक्सिमम पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं वो फोर्सेस के हैं। जैसे मैं अपनी बात करूं तो मैं एक फोर्स से हूँ, एंड इसमें जो मैंने दिया था 7.5 और 5 दिया था, मोर अलाइन टू द डायरेक्टिंग पार्ट।
यस सर।
जो मेरा नेचर ऑफ जॉब या मेरा नेचर ऑफ टास्क जो मेरे को मिला हुआ है, इट इज उसमें मेरे पास जो स्कोप तो है फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी का, पर उतना नहीं है कि मैं डाउन द लाइन इतना फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दे दूं कि वो बंदा हे वायर चल जाए। एक टेम्पलेट है, पॉलिसीज है, एसओपीज है जिसके अंदर ऑपरेट करना है, एंड मेरे पास वो बिजनेस वाला जो फाइनेंशियल या टेंजिबल जो गोल्स नहीं है, मेरे दूसरे टाइप के इनटेंजिबल गोल्स हैं। तो मेरे को एक टेम्पलेट के हिसाब से, पॉलिसी के हिसाब से ऑपरेट करना है, इसलिए मेरे को क्लियर कट डायरेक्शंस, क्लियर कट टास्क देने पड़ते हैं, क्या काम होगा क्या नहीं होगा। इसके साथ साथ मैं कुछ डेलीगेशन करता हूं जो मेरे डाउन द लाइन है, सबऑर्डिनेट्स हैं, क्या काम, उसमें भी फिर लिमिटेशंस है कि क्या कहां तक डेलीगेशन होगा, क्या क्या काम उसके अंदर वो करेंगे, जो टास्किंग जिसको हम कह सकते हैं। अब इसके आपने कहा बेनिफिट्स एंड ड्रॉबैक्स क्या है। बेनिफिट्स क्या है कि जो ओवरऑल गोल है उसको मैं लेके चलता हूं फोकस में, उसको अलाइन करते हुए पॉलिसीज बन रही हैं, एंड उसको अलाइन करते हुए सबका एफर्ट जो है डिजाइंड है। फॉर दैट मैटर अगर मैं कहूँ कि नेशनल सिक्योरिटी, तो मेरा गोल नेशनल सिक्योरिटी है, मेरे जो उसके अंदर जो ऑपरेशंस है या सब ऑपरेशंस है उस तरीके से अलाइंड है, एंड उसको अचीव करने में मेरे जितने भी डाउन द लाइन बंदे काम कर रहे हैं वो उसमें उस डायरेक्शन में काम कर रहे हैं। अगर इसको ओवरडू किया जाएगा तो क्या होगा कि जो नीचे के लेवल पे सबऑर्डिनेट्स है उनका इनिशिएटिव खत्म हो जाएगा। ओवरडू करने की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, जहां डेलीगेशन, क्योंकि मैं 5 पॉइंट्स दिए थे तो डेलीगेशन वाला पार्ट मेरा चल रहा है साइड बाय साइड। ओवरडू किया जाएगा तो उनका इनिशिएटिव खत्म हो जाएगा, उनकी इन्वॉल्वमेंट जो है वो कम हो जाएगी। इसलिए उनको इन्वॉल्व करने के लिए जरूरी है कि उनको भी टास्किंग दी जाए, उनको भी ये फील हो कि मेरे को एक लिमिटेड जो स्फीयर दिया हुआ है उसके अंदर मैं कुछ भी विद इन द टेम्पलेट कर सकता हूँ. So I go with the directing plus delegation या supportive type.
Very well said, Nirman ji. I think इसीलिए आप शायद बैलेंस कर पाते हैं कि जब आप ओवरडू करें तो आप डेलीगेटिंग पे थोड़ा शिफ्ट करके probably you try to balance it out. That's what you want to say?
मेरा तो ये है कि जो ओवरडू की जो मैं बात कर रहा था कि ओवरडू अगर मैं कर दूंगा तो मेरे जो सबऑर्डिनेट्स हैं उनका इनिशिएटिव खत्म हो जाएगा, उनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट खत्म हो जाएगा. जो ओनरशिप की हम बात कर रहे थे पहले, वो ओनरशिप उनकी जाती रहेगी. उनकी ओनरशिप रखने के लिए जरूरी है कि उनको डेलीगेट भी किया जाए, उनको इन्वॉल्व भी किया जाए. अब उसी से जुड़ी हुई चीज आ गई अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी है. अकाउंटेबिलिटी के लिए भी किसी एक को बंदे को लगाना है तो टास्किंग, पिन पॉइंट टास्किंग, स्पेसिफाइड टास्किंग जरूरी है.
जी जी. Anybody else who would like to say?
Yes, ma'am. Keeping in view, the very difficult security scenario which our country is facing, especially the border is facing. So the BSF is having a very clear cutout, tailored job for itself. And I am a more of a, directing person, leader as compared to supportive, not too much, around 7 in direction side and 5 in the supporting side. I am slightly less in supporting side because, the BSF, the troops which I am commanding, the officers which I am commanding, they are having immense experience. They are already trained, and administration, we are taking care of medical side also, and food, the logistics and everything, transportation is also there. And by way of training, we are imparting them excellent training in respect of weapon training, tacticals, and other things, and we are also supported by our very efficient intelligence network. But however, the situation, security problems and operational situation is very difficult and tough. And second point is that we are commanding a very heterogeneous group, which is having various kind of ranks, and age profile is also different, and people are coming from different backgrounds from across the country. So a person has to be, the task has to be given very specifically to all these guys, that this is the thing and which we will have to accomplish within a certain framework of time. If we delay into it, what will happen? The real-time information which our intelligence guys are giving to us, it will be, of no use. If we reach the spot after certain time, the things will be very different, and we will not be able to, achieve the desired result. So, although supportive is a, foundation of any department, administration is the foundation of any department. It is already being catered for, and we are having so many training institutes. We are having 11 subsidiary training centers, and so many academies are there. We are having one very efficient weapon training center, which is very excellent, in the entire world. So keeping in view all these things, support is already being given by department, and we are having so many training sessions also, which are away from, the main operational area. But wherever we land up in operational area, the person has to be more of a directing, and support. Each and everybody is there standing with each other for support, and support is never denied. But it is having a lesser, quantum as compared to directions. The aim, we have been taught, aim has to be repeated twice. It should be clear in the mind, and it should be, very clear and convincing to everybody. There should not be any doubt about it. So direction has to be given specifically, and those directions have to be followed in time frame. What will happen if we are not following the directions timely? It will be a big problem. So no, you see, the supportive things can be taken care of the operational area before the operation starts. That's what I need to say. Thank you.
I think I'll go for being more supportive and directive in certain circumstances. Supportive in the sense that leader has to grow also over a period of time. Unless he's given a chance to exercise his mind, apply his initiatives, he will be running short of ideas when he takes over the reign of command. So I believe that in the normal circumstances, within the given guidelines, under supervision, I remain a supportive character. But when the time is less and some important operations has to be conducted, I become completely directive.
So, sir, Rajesh, sir, agar say for instance, you have an instance where I mean, it's just general thought. It is not only to you, but to the entire group. If directive is underdone in a situation where it was supposed to be done in a better way, what do you think can be the repercussions?
That is there. At times it happens that we give them a particular task and tell them to do it and thereafter report to me. When it is not done properly, if the time permits, it is taken care of, rectification is made at the ground. And if at all, if something has not been done up to the mark and if it receives some kind of criticism, then we take the criticism on ourselves.
Madam, I would also like to add, in addition to what Mr. Rajesh Misra has added, Madam, a leader has proven himself. Like we all have put on more than 30 years of service. So the leader who has proven himself need not require to repeatedly issue the directive. Rather, he should ensure that the leader who is developing is having some leadership, leadership support or otherwise. So particularly with our experience, our role in this organization, we have already reached that place, and the situation is also known and very much familiar to us. So some task is very unique. That time we need to convert ourselves as a directive, which we generally do in the form of taking reports, what you have done, not done, you should do like this. It is also a sort of directive. But generally, in an organization which has a that defined role, and generally we are in close, the template, we are a house, extended families. So here, this is our responsibility to support, that second leg leaders, and delegate something for him to prove and to work for more time in future. So that is I wanted to submit.
I would like to say, like in our forces, like BSF, it is mostly operational roles. Administratively, it is a part and parcel of your operational duties. Adam is the backbone of all the operations. So 90% of our orders here are, you can say, directional level orders. There are set rules, procedures, duties which has to be assigned, which has to be performed at the borders. So that was known to everyone. In spite of that, there are some clear directions from the higher headquarters. So in order to implement those directions, you have to give direct orders to the field commanders so that they can follow these orders, they can implement them on ground. But as you can say, as a directing officers here in the headquarters, it is our role that once we passed on the orders, then we should not every time poke on each and everything on them. We should give them support, give them time to have their own initiative, implement these things on ground so that they can achieve their own goals. So they have that sense of accomplishment with them. So in our organization, directing level is more prevalent, and supporting, yes, it's a part of it. That's my view.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, as per
Sarvesh.
yes, thank you, Vani madam. So as per Shekhar sir's chat, he also has mentioned it. Basically, it depends on this area to area, but mostly it's directing. So most of it, what we understand is it would be rather directing, other than the other leadership qualities or leadership roles, which you would probably say. But so would there be any other area wherein you as gentlemen would probably talk of being a coach? So are there any aspects wherein you are supposed to be as a coach, wherein you're both directing and supporting?
Yes, it's a very good point, Dr. Sarvesh. In our
sir.
participative force, training is considered to be command responsibility. So whosoever is the commander of the place, so training is his baby, he has to take care of it. And as I have told earlier also, that the best support that we can give to our Jawans is in the form of training. We can make them, more tough. They can be more conversant to handle so various kind of challenges. And, wherever they go, they will be very strong. So I think the best support which we can give, the best coaching that a commander can give is, the training itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep, sir. Kulwant, sir, you wanted to speak something. Welcome, sir.
Kulwant sir also, I think, has something to say. He's raised his hand.
Yes.
I think all the 4 roles have equal say rather in our parlance. What duties have been assigned to you, that it depends on that. When you are battalion commander, you are company commander, definitely the directing role is there. But when you are sitting in somewhere in administrative headquarters, the coaching, delegation, as well as rather not delegation. Delegation is again battalion commander and the company commander role. But coaching and support, these 2 things are very, very important for the administrative headquarters. Even at the level of the battalion commandant, when things go wrong, he has to be supportive of his under command. So all the 4 things are there. And as rightly brought out, coaching or mentoring or training, that is a command responsibility. So all the 4 things, 4 roles are equally poised, but it depends on the duties you have been assigned.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your feedback about it. Okay. So having said that, having recognized that all of you gentlemen are majorly into directing leadership aspect, we would now go ahead and just check what roles and responsibilities should we be able to understand of people, of the newbies, of the novices in our group as such. So could we jump onto the next slide, please? Amade, Tanvi, if in case you are handling this slide, the next one, please. The next one. Yes. So if, say, for example, we talk about the same, let's say a novice is a person who is low on competent but high on commitment. So maybe here we'd probably be more directive if all of you agree. A person who is a new entry would rather be low competent because they are supposed to be trained. And then, but then because of the enthusiasm in them, that is why we need to channelize their energy. Second, when we talk about the intermediates, they are more of low to some competency, but also when we talk about the intermediates, we probably find them low on commitment. Have you ever, sirs, gentlemen, have you ever come across someone in your subordinate groups, something like this, and a challenge to your leadership skills, sir? I'd like to repeat, intermediate में जब हम बात करते हैं, तो क्या आप ऐसे व्यक्ति के समक्ष आते हैं और इस व्यक्ति को जो low on competency है as well as commitment है, low committed है, इस व्यक्ति को आप अपने leadership quality से क्या आप supportive रहते हैं, directive रहते हैं, इस basis पर आप इन्हें कैसे handle करते हैं? That's the question to you, sir. Anand sir, क्या मेरा सवाल स्पष्ट था सर?
So Sarvesh, you are trying to say that somebody who is low on competence and commitment, how do leaders in this group,
majorly deal,
handle that?
Handle and deal with that person.
Okay. I think we can have the inputs from the batch. Yeah.
Ji.
This diagram is actually quite true as far as the neo and intermediate, characteristics are exhibited here. When a person is new in the department, of course, he is quite, he's very fresh and his competence level is, he has got not many things to learn. So competence obviously is very less because he has got no field tenure. But however, he is very high in the commitment because of, you see the employment problem, and he has got employment. He is one amongst many thousands of the person who has, made a mark. He has got selected, he has got recruited. So he is, his energy level and he's quite new and high, it's quite high. But after some time, 4 or 5 years, when he comes to, he has got so many postings, there's so many things to settle. He may be newly married also, and he may be having so many issues also, domestic, professional, and multifarious issues, So the commitment level becomes slightly, medium. I will not say low, but as compared to the initial, enthusiasm, that level is slightly moderate. And he has yet to learn so many things. So his competency is also medium level. And in this level, the person is after a recruit, after a new shoulder, he is a shoulder. He is a second place man who can be given so many training inputs and training packages. And we are having various kinds of activities which are going on in the battalion, in the force, in the form of AIPD and shooting competition is there. We are having sports competitions also, marathon also. And these guys can take part into those sports activities also. Group activities are also being arranged. We are having brainstorming sessions also. And we are having on-the-job training also, wherein, the person while on duty is being, given lessons also. And sometimes pictures are also being created. So the training intervention is always there for intermediate level personnel also. And this is very important thing to address, and this curve has to be properly taken care of if we want to, make a proper kind of progression in a person, so that he may become a very good member of the force or of any organization. So a lot of interest should be taken by the leader, the commanders, by the officers, and even by the subordinate officers in this particular stage. This is what I feel. My views are there. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Sir, sorry, Sarvesh, I just wanted to ask one more question to Sandeep. Sir, out of my curiosity, I mean, this is something that I would also like to learn from the group. How do you sense that this particular team member is losing fervor? I mean, how do you, gauge that? If you can share, maybe there's some pattern, or what do you, out of your experience, can you highlight those signs that makes you believe that? Yeah.
Yes, why not? Since we are keeping, constantly in touch with our under command, there are certain things through which we can foresee that, his commitment has become moderate from extremely high, and his cheerfulness, and his interest, taking interest in things to learn, and his uptake, and probably if we see the physical elements, maybe he gets to attain certain weight which should not be there. We are in a campaign in our force, a campaign, weight shedding campaign is being run. So these are the few parameters. His motivation level is slightly less. So these things, are quite visible. We are, always in touch with our under command. So it's very obvious, these things. Any more question, ma'am?
No, thank you. I was just curious too. I'm really surprised the observation about gaining weight. That also says that somebody is getting lethargy, and that is one sign of losing interest. That's a good one. Anybody else who would like to share, and then Sarvesh takes over? Anybody would like to share as how do you sense that one of your team members is losing steam? Wants to add or maybe share with experience?
Usually what happens is that when a new member joins in the rank of an officer, we know that what all have been taught to him in the training center. He reports to the battalion after having gone the basic training. Initially, we task him According to that only, for example, annual range classification fire is to be conducted of the company. There he is sent. Small little sports has to be organized. There he is sent. Along with him, we ensure that there is experienced fellow, one subordinate, who helps him. And it is the feedback from that subordinate, body language of that officer, and how he finishes the work at that point, how he conducts that particular task. These all three aspects help us to ascertain whether he is focusing or he is trying to withdraw himself.
Good one, sir. Sarvesh, over to you.
This is one more question which I would like to ask. The question is, there has to be some psychological, maybe like drawbacks or something in the psyche. How do you got that, sir? So when you are supposed to be a coach, when you are supposed to be maybe like a person who has to direct only, maybe like support, how do you psychologically got that, sir?
So I'll just clear the question. I think you're asking, Sarvesh, that how do you, in hindsight, how do you dodge that you have to shift gears from directive to supportive to coaching to maybe supportive, right? That's the question. Okay. Okay. I think the leaders would be better to state that.
Yes.
Yes. Somebody who would like to say that when do you think that it's time to shift gears from coaching to directly to directing? When would you like to, what is that sign that you makes you that now is the time to shift gears?
There's no any cutoff time in this case. Over a period of time, we are able to analyze the performance of our subordinates. And in case some function, some operation, or some activity has to be conducted in the AOR of that particular officer or that particular subordinate, then we straightway go for directive. But if there is another subordinate officer about whom we know that he is capable enough, he will handle it, then we remain in the supportive role. This is the general trend that we try to follow.
Even in beginning itself, we can come to know what type of person he is. In beginning itself, he will apply for the leave when he sees the task, the gravity of task. बीमार हो जाएगा, बहुत सारी चीजें, बहुत ही ज्यादा हो गया तो वो लीडर को जो है एक लंबी सी लिस्ट दे देता अपने आइटम्स की कि आई रिक्वायर दीज मैनी थिंग्स टू कंप्लीट दिस टास्क. तो तब लगता है कि अब आपको डायरेक्टिव में आना पड़ेगा.
Oh, that's a good observation, Mahavir ji. I think that's quite relevant in corporates also कि जब आप किसी को बोलते हो कुछ करने के लिए और वो आपको ऊपर से बता देता है कि मुझे 10 काम और है. So I think there is some sign wherein you have to really tell this particular person, don't get overwhelmed and shift gears from, whatever role you are. So I think that's a great point. Anybody else would like to share?
When
Yes,
we
Sanjay.
see that an individual is neo, that time I think he requires a directing type of leadership. If I see him low on commitment, then I think I should be supportive to him and also coach him. And once he's expert, then the delegating leadership is quite good. And once he's high on commitment, so obviously, then only supportive is required and he can go on.
I think you have really summarized it very well, looking at all the levels and pointing at when do we have a directive and when supportive, when delegating and when coaching. Over to you, Sarvesh.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Vani Madam. Well, having said that, all these neo, intermediate, expert, and pros are basically amongst us. And when we talk about our leadership quality, we then jump onto the framework. And Tanvi, if you could just change the slide, please. The next slide, please. Yes. So having said that, we become directive when the person is low on competency and high committed. We become coaching as a coach. I'm sorry, we become as a coach when our subordinate is low on some competency as well as low in commitment. We become supportive when it is what we see is moderately high competency and commitment, but then the commitment is variable. And the pros basically are supposed to be the mentors whom we recognize as mentors when they are high in competency as well as highly committed. So that is where we change our roles as the leader, and that is where we recognize ourselves as the major leader, as one of the leaders amongst all the four. So thank you for your inputs, gentlemen. जी, अमरिंदर सर आप कुछ कह रहे हैं?
No, no, I agree with this. Whatever you are saying, you're trying to say this.
Hope this model.
May I?
Shekhar sir, please.
Actually, in it's a dealing of 24/7, and beside the operational task or the rest and relief, be it the food, be it the leave and promotional avenues, lot many things are there. And at a simultaneous pace, we are in all four roles, where the requirement is of directing, then we go for directing. Where the requirement is of supportive, we support. Where we feel that someone is new and he needs some coaching and he needs to keep the pace, then we coach. And where we find that a person is capable enough and I have work experience with him, and if I delegate him, he will do it as per requirement, then we delegate it. So with same individual, at times we adopt all four styles, and accordingly we get the best output out of him.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Shekhar
May
sir.
I submit something? In an organizational context, how a team member will be behaving or individually behaving, or it is good to have a high commitment member. But what our criteria in our organization is, he will get the next promotion or next responsibility level with his due service. सर्विस के बाद वो कहते हैं एक लेवल से दूसरे लेवल पर जाएगा. पहले कांस्टेबल भर्ती होगा, फिर एनसीओ बनेगा, फिर सबऑर्डिनेट ऑफिसर बनेगा, फिर ऑफिसर बनेगा. ऑफिसर में भी ऐसे लेवल चेंज होंगे. उसकी इंडिविजुअल कॉम्पिटेंस या कैपेबिलिटीज उसको कहते हैं किसी और को सुपरसीड करने का मौका नहीं दे रही है. या कहते हैं वो आज कोई व्यक्ति किसी और टाइम फ्रेम में बन रहा है, 2 साल के बाद अच्छा कैपेबल है, तो वो कहते हैं 2 साल में प्रमोशन होगा. जो कम कैपेबल है वो उसको 6 साल लगेंगे. ऐसा नहीं है. एक जनरल बेंचमार्क में जो आपके आरआर बने हैं, रिक्रूटमेंट रूल बने हैं, प्रमोशन रूल बने हैं, उसके हिसाब से उसकी प्रमोशन हो रही है. उसका लेवल, डायरेक्शन का, पार्टिसिपेशन का चेंज हो रहा है. उसकी इंडिविजुअल कैपेबिलिटीज टू सम एक्सटेंट कि 1 साल के बाद एपीआर पीपीआर लिखी जानी है, वो एक, लेकिन बेंचमार्क मिल रहा है, तो उसकी लीडरशिप रोल उस हिसाब से चेंज होंगे. उस तरह से मेंटरिंग कोर्स करेगा, कैडर करेगा. लेकिन ऐसा जैसे प्राइवेट सेक्टर में दौड़ रहे हैं कि वो कोई डैशिंग है, हो सकता है कि वो 5 साल की कहते हैं टेन्योर में सीईओ बन के लेवल पे पहुंच जाए, टीम लीडर से बन जाए. ऐसा यहाँ पर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में ऐसी लीडरशिप डेवलप करना या ये कॉम्पिटेंस लेवल, हाई कॉम्पिटेंस. लेकिन अगर हम इसको फोर्स कॉन्सेप्ट में भी देखें, अगर कारगिल युद्ध में देखें तो मरे कौन? जो हाई कमिटमेंट लो कॉम्पिटेंस के लोग थे. इन ऑल सिनेरियो, चाहे वो ऑफिसर रहे हो तो यंग ऑफिसर थे, यंग जवान थे. जो ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस है, कॉम्पिटेंस लेवल ज्यादा था, मॉडरेट था, कमिटमेंट उनकी और कम थी. अगर ये देखें तो आगे बढ़कर लड़ कौन रहा था? लड़ वही रहे थे जो सेकंड लेफ्टिनेंट कैप्टन थे. बाकी डायरेक्शनल लेवल वाले वो प्रोड्यूस नहीं कर रहे थे. तो हमने फोरमोस्ट जिम्मेदारी उनको दे दी जो ये जोन में है, हाई कमिटमेंट लो कॉम्पिटेंस जोन में है. अगर उनके रेस्पेक्टिव फील्ड में, अफसर के फील्ड में सबसे जूनियर मोस्ट अफसर, एसओज में जूनियर मोस्ट, यंग, एनर्जेटिक, उस वो उसका प्राइम चीज है कि कमिटमेंट कितना है, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी कितनी है, फिजिबिलिटी कितनी, उसकी कहते हैं फिटनेस कितनी है। वो उसके जो रोल था उसका सबसे बड़ा पैमाना था।
यहाँ पे जो कारगिल का एग्जांपल दिया गया है उससे मैं डिफर करूंगा, क्योंकि कारगिल के जो वार था उसमें डायरेक्शनल लेवल और जो टास्किंग ऑफ ट्रूप्स है या टास्किंग ऑफ द रिसोर्सेज है वो हर एक की अलग अलग होती है। अगर यंग लेफ्टिनेंट, यंग कैप्टन या यंग जेसीओ आगे गया, यंग सिपाही आगे गया, उनके टास्क के हिसाब से उनको ट्रेन किया गया था और उनको टास्क दिया गया था क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना। टास्किंग क्लियर थी कि फलान जगह पे जाके आपने अटैक करना है, इस पे कब्जा करना है। वो हर एक का अपना अपना काम है। अब एक जगह पे जाके अगर हम कहें कि एक जनरल साहब जाके वहां पे टेकरी पे कब्जा करेंगे तो वो नहीं होगा। हर एक का अपना अपना काम निर्धारित है। एक सिमिलरली एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में भी है, जूनियर मैनेजर का टास्क अलग होगा, जीएम का टास्क अलग होगा, सबके टास्किंग डिफरेंट होंगे। तो
वही सर मैं
नहीं,
कर रहा था कि
मेरी बात
टाइम के
पूरी
साथ
नहीं, मेरी बात
ग्रेजुएट हो
पूरी
गए।
नहीं हुई मिस्टर अन्ना, तो बात पूरी नहीं हुई। कमिटमेंट जो थी यंग जो जनरेशन की अच्छी थी, उनको उनके टास्क के लिहाज से ट्रेन किया गया था। दे हैड अंडरगॉन द प्रिस्क्राइब्ड ट्रेनिंग, उसके हिसाब से उनको जो सपोर्ट बैकअप चाहिए था वो दिया गया था। सपोर्ट चाहे फायर सपोर्ट का था, गाइडेंस का था, वो उनको दिया गया था। हाँ, वो जो आप कैजुअलिटी की बात कर रहे हो, कैजुअलिटी इसलिए हुए कि वो एक्सपोज थे, वो फ्रंट में सबसे पहले कांटेक्ट में आए, वो इसलिए हुए। जनरल साहब आगे कांटेक्ट में नहीं आएंगे, वो तो जो आगे सबसे पहले फील्ड में होगा कांटेक्ट में वही आएगा। आज की डेट में आप भी बैठे हैं, हेडक्वार्टर में बैठे हैं, आपका जवान जो बॉर्डर पे ड्यूटी कर रहा है सबसे पहले कांटेक्ट में वही आएगा। तो मेरा उस जगह पे आपसे डिफरेंस है।
नहीं वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, उससे मतलब हमारा जो कोर कॉम्पिटेंसी एरिया है वहां पे हम कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में उसी को भेज रहे हैं, लेकिन ग्रेजुएट होना उसका वो सर्विस के लेंथ के हिसाब से, एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से, ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल ग्रोथ के हिसाब से वहाँ उसको आप बहुत कॉम्पिटेंट हैं, लेकिन 10 साल में अगर एसीसी और डीसी बनना तो 10 ही साल में बनेगा। उस ग्रुप में हो सकता है 70 आदमी में से बहुत से लोग कॉम्पिटेंट हो, बहुत कम कॉम्पिटेंट भी हो।
राइट, वेल वैसे तो मुझे इंटरप्ट करना जरूरी बन रहा है अभी फिलहाल, क्योंकि एक छोटा सा एक ये जो पॉइंटर्स हैं हमारे अपने अपने पॉइंटर्स हैं। अप्रिशिएट कि आप सभी ने अपने पॉइंटर्स रखे हैं, बट ये लीडरशिप स्टाइल को ही रिकग्नाइज करने का था जो हमने आपसे शेयर किया है। सो अप्रिशिएट योर inputs, sir, gentlemen, every one of you. Thank you for being a patient listener. We'll wrap up the session right away. Hope this model will probably be able to help you out recognize your leadership styles. Jai Hind.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much, Dr. Sarvesh. I think Vani, now we can take a break for 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
We let our participants to recharge, and then we'll come back for a next session giving feedback.
And I would like to thank Sarvesh for taking it nicely and incorporating the feedback that we received during the session. Thank you, Sarvesh. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarvesh. So we resume, I guess, at 4:05. Yeah.
ये पहला वाला था, एक ड्राइवर वाला, यू नंबर डिस्क वाला, यू रिमेम्बर, उसमें है ये ड्राइवर वाला वो है, ये अभी वाला नहीं है। 2-3 क्लास
हेलो
भूल गए क्या सब कुछ?
Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Namaste. I'm really sorry to cut off that very good conversation of post-reflection from the workshop. I would like to introduce you to our next session. हमारा जो next session है वो effective feedback पे, giving effective feedback. हम एक साथ थोड़ा explore करेंगे कि feedback क्या होता है through our personal narratives. Some obstacles to feedback, what makes effective feedback basically, and how we can develop and enhance a feedback culture in your organization, you know, as you as senior leaders. So इस session को facilitate करने के लिए हमारे साथ है Dr. Lathangi. Dr. Lathangi ma'am has served as the head of institute and assistant dean of Amity Global Business School, Bangalore. She has over 2 decades of extensive experience in the field of HR, organizational behavior, and business communication. So I won't take up much time. And Dr. Lathangi, welcome to the session, ma'am. I would like to hand over the proceedings to you.
So good evening to all the respected participants here from BSF. I think this is one of my sessions. I have done many other sessions before. So looking forward to your active participation. And I'm sure that, always I get a vibrant team. So I've seen the earlier session also. So you've been very active and participating in all the discussions. So I think let's start with the session. Tanvi, can you please support with the PPT?
I'll do, Dr. Adnan. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I have this topic is on effective feedback. Now, feedback I don't think is is a very old phenomenon for you, and it is not that we're going to discuss about how to give feedback. It is only about looking at what are the effective ways of giving feedback, and why do we feel that feedback can be very effective or feedback may not be very effective. So this is what we're going to discuss in this PPT, this presentation. Yes, Tanvi, can we go forward? Yeah, so we're going to also discuss about a model, basically, which I'm sure you must have, somewhere done at your place, but it is not pertaining to, the regular feedback systems. So we'll just see how effective this can be and if it can be applied to your workplace as well. So moving forward. Yeah, Tanvi, the next slide.
Are you able to?
The meaning, yeah, the meaning of feedback, I think we can skip through because you have all been as leaders giving feedback to every single individual wherever it is deemed necessary. So we are just going to go forward to the next. We'll have a discussion in the break room, and we'll also take up the next slide later. So can we have a break rooms, and then we'll just have this question brainstorm to see what you feel is feedback from your place and any examples from your work life. So which we can share and then we can take it.
Duration?
We will have 5 minutes or 6 minutes maximum.
Okay.
We can have a mix of participants there because by now you would know who are the active participants, and we can just shuffle them. So they will also
done. Dr. Done.
So I think as team, we can all join one and initiate.
Wait, yeah, wait. I'll join.
Yes, I think we all had enough discussion in the break room. Many of you may be also having this question in mind. Feedback is something which we generally give, or it's a routine thing. So what is so big about it? But as human beings, we also like, I think one of the rooms I was hearing the Sir Shankar Gupta, if I'm right.
Shekhar Gupta.
Shekhar Gupta, sorry. So he was saying that, feedback sometimes we give and then we take it for granted. And then we just take it along and then we feel that that's the right way. And it is not, because we don't get the effectiveness of it. So, sir, can you please, elaborate on this? Shekhar, sir, if you're here.
I think his voice was breaking. He has some internet problem.
Actually, what I was saying.
नहीं अच्छी नहीं आ रही, आवाज नहीं आ रही.
Am I audible now?
Your voice is breaking, Shekhar bhai.
Voice is breaking, yeah.
ऐसा शेखर आप अपने वीडियो ऑफ कर दो और ऑडियो से बोलो, ऑडियो आएगा.
अब ऑडियो भी बंद हो गया अभी.
अरे वीडियो सिर्फ बंद करो यार, ऑडियो आएगा.
अच्छे फीडबैक दोगे तो कुछ भी बंद नहीं होगा.
Am I audible now?
Yes. Audible.
Actually, what I was saying that in our system, as we grow in the system,
not clear.
There.
Not audible. Let us have some speaker from our.
Yeah, can we in the meantime, Shekhar sir, I suggest
we sometimes are not very exception.
शेखर सर का ऑडियो ऐसे आ रहा है जैसे कहते हैं टी ब्रेक नहीं था, कुछ और ही ब्रेक था.
Shekhar sir, can you please rejoin? Maybe there's some internet problem. Rejoin.
आवाज कट के आ रही है.
Yeah. In between, can we have any more teams who can come up with whatever you had discussed?
Actually, Mr. Shekhar was saying sometime it is not useful, though feedback is must, because to know what are difficulties were faced during the execution of the work, what are the lacuna, and even who have done good work. So all these things are to be taken for the next step, means for the next target or next task. And even in forces, we take feedback daily in roll call when troops are being interviewed or the commander is taking their briefing. So he takes feedback, and in any operation, briefing and debriefing is also there. So after coming back from an operation, troops give what has happened, what are the things required to be improved for the next operation. So these feedback is very much required.
Sir, my other question is, the feedback that we are talking here is also from the perspective of a leader.
It is
now
basically,
yes.
basically input from the recipient to analyze whether objective has been met by the giver or the deliverer, or the organization which is delivering the things.
Right. So we are also now discussing about what the leader is actually doing in terms of feedback. So as a leader, what kind of feedback do you give to your subordinates? That is also the point of discussion, because feedback can be both ways. One that you said, yes, you get feedback regularly from your team members, and you try taking it from them as to see which is then improving upon whatever to be done, the next course of action.
मुझे लगता है हमारा फीडबैक तो एक तरफा है, हम तो लीडर्स की फीडबैक को उसके सबऑर्डिनेट्स को नहीं मिलता है चांस.
So that's what I was now finding out is, do you give feedback to them? आप अगर feedback देने के लिए अगर you have a scope for giving feedback, then have you used it any time? And what kind of feedback have you given?
what happens, ma'am, in our, scenario, in our work culture, whenever, an operation is finished, we all sit together and commander, he just gives his mind about whatever has happened, good things he mentioned that these guys have done wonderfully well and whatever has been done, he tells and whatever are where the deficient elements, whatever where the shortcomings are also expressed. And sometimes, particular person has done good thing, his name is taken, he is rewarded there and then itself. And if a person is, short up to the, he's not up to the measure, his name is also taken, but he is, motivated. The next time I need to see better result from such and such guys. And, he's also given some other people also that these 3 persons are going to support him later on in fully accomplishing the task. So we are addressing the weaker links also, and we are emphasizing and rewarding the positives also. So it is from the leader also. However, we do not say it like a feedback from the leader. It is a kind of thing, briefing from the leader. Later on, it can be held, subsequently also. What my friend Mahavir told, post-operation briefing or debriefing. And debriefing is interactive. It is both ways, from followers to commander and from commander to followers also.
Right. Yeah.
It can be both positive also, negative also.
Negative also. Yes, sir. This is what I was trying to find out, is that what kind of feedback mechanism do you people follow? Because as leader, whatever you speak, every word that you speak is actually taken into their mind. So it really impacts. As leader, whatever you speak, it sits in their mind. Sometime in their future, whenever they become leaders tomorrow, because there might be chances that they also get a chance after some 10 years or 15 years or whatever to get into some leadership role. So at that time, they will always remember all the experiences that they had with all you people as leaders, and they will remember that and use it in their future. So that is why when you give feedback, everything is very important. Whatever you speak, whatever you say, every word is very important. So that's what we're trying to see. What is how to give effective feedback. Can we go to the next slide, Tanvi? Yeah, the next. Okay. So we also see that some of the team members had just now said that we generally don't give we don't get much chance to give feedback. And then Sandeep sir picked up and he said no, we do give feedback wherever it is essential, and we don't just generally call it as feedback per se, but then we do give. So sometimes it is rewarded, and yeah, so all that is done because we want to appreciate their efforts, whatever they did, right? So now what comes in the way? Tanvi, previous slide, yeah. So these are some things which, you can see the statements here. Usually you will find this, it's a mixed kind of a reaction. So some leaders will say that, okay, I don't have time and it's too much of effort. It is better this way. They already know what to do. Then they might, rub the wrong way. Or if you feel that there is something else that is actually coming in the way of not giving feedback to your subordinates, is there anything that you would like to share?
There are certain recommendations when we say feedback and matter of rewards.
Yes.
Now, there are certain recommendations which are time-taking. And these time-taking recommendations, say a Jawan has done something very brave, a courageous event at the border. Now his case is recommended, it is sent, it will take a year to come back. However, similar Jawan over there who's been rewarded by me is immediately rewarded. Now, such time-taking processes are basically not very effective. That Jawan is very happy, okay, my DIG has represented my case and he has recommended my case for gallantry. But he's not knowing whether he's going to get it. And after a year or so, even after having a very genuine, recommendations, he has been written off. Just because somebody sitting on the top, I am there at the ground and recommending, somebody taking on top is not actually taking it right and not taking it in correct perspective, says it is turned down. Now he's not getting a second chance for it.
Right. So what do you do in such situations?
At such places we find it very difficult. अभी feedback तो हमने दे दिया, लेकिन उस feedback का जो result था वो positive नहीं आया.
So आप क्या करते हो? How do you actually speak to this person? And I think he will be demotivated. See,
Ma'am, obviously,
yeah.
he was recommended for gallantry. He is not even getting DTCR. His case is now left. I am posted out, and nobody is there to look after him.
So
Now,
how do you manage?
if he was required to get 1,500 rupees from me as a cash reward, that is also is gone. That
So
one.
how do you handle this, sir? How do you handle such kind of situation? It's very difficult to handle. So what do you do?
Now this is one of the difficult situation which actually we require to be told that how should we handle this such thing, which is out of our hand, because now no motivation can play into it.
Right. Yes. Yes.
He has done it on cost of his life, and he is not honored.
But actually, that's not really appreciable. I don't know if that is happening. Then something is really not right. Maybe somewhere, as a leader, maybe you can put more pressure to see that something can be done to rectify this.
Maybe some of my friends can come up with.
Yes.
हमारी फोर्सेस में हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में इंटरैक्टिव सेशंस के ऊपर काफी आग्रह है, काफी जोर है, और ये जो टाइम है, आई डोंट हैव टाइम, ये वो जो बातें इसमें लिखी हैं उसमें अप्लाई नहीं करती है. हर कमांडर लेवल पर उसको मैंडेटरी है कि वो बॉर्डर आउटपोस्ट पर जाए, लोगों से इंटरेक्ट करे, नाइट हाल्ट करे. फीडबैक माने वो इंटरेक्शन, माने सैनिक सम्मेलन, पैरिस सम्मेलन, ब्रीफिंग, व्हाटएवर इंटरेक्शन लेवल. तो आप क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं वो आप उसके पास पहुंचा सको, उसकी जो समस्याएं हैं ग्राउंड लेवल तक उसको भी करें. इसके अलावा रेगुलर उसको एक पैरिस सम्मेलन या सैनिक सम्मेलन लेना है मंथली लेवल पर, अगर नहीं हुआ तो क्वार्टरली जरूर ही ले लेगा. तो इंटरेक्टिव सेशन है, फीडबैक है, ग्राउंड की क्या समस्याएं हैं, और इन सब चीजों को लेते हुए मंथली मीटिंग, क्वार्टरली मीटिंग, फोर्स कमांडर लेवल पर, फ्रंटियर लेवल पर, हर लेवल पर इंटरेक्टिव सेशन है. तो व्हाट इज दी, माने हमारा फीडबैक लेने का जो मैकेनिज्म है बहुत माने सुचारू रूप से इसको फ्रेम किया गया है. अब उसमें कितना फीडबैक आता है और कितना इम्प्लीमेंट हो पाता है, ये प्रैक्टिकल डिफिकल्टीज हो सकती है. बट ये कि कहते हैं फीडबैक नहीं आ रहा है, ग्राउंड से कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है. ग्राउंड से कनेक्ट करने से डीजी से लेकर नीचे कंपनी कमांडर तक कनेक्ट होने का जो भी एक फ्रीक्वेंसी हो सकती है, फोर्स लेवल पे हो सकता है कि वो सब फ्रंटियरों में नहीं जा पाएगा, उसको हर 3 महीने के बाद ही वो फोर्स कमांडर कॉन्फ्रेंस लेगा. एक बटालियन कमांडर अपनी कंपनी में 1 महीने में कम से कम 5 नाइट हॉल्ट करना है, उसे जाना ही जाना है, तो ही विल बी इंटरेक्टिंग मोर ऑन द ग्राउंड. तो ये लेवल अलग अलग होने से प्लेटफॉर्म बहुत हैं फीडबैक के, और ये एडिक्वेटली है, हो सकता है शायद ओवरडू भी होते हैं.
So, sir, as a leader, you have so many commandants and so many people under you, right? So it is going to be a large team. So अगर आपको feedback भी किसी को देना है, so you will have some kind of mechanism that you have to develop. You might be having already. So how do you do this?
ये mechanism है कि morning और evening होकर रिपोर्ट होती है every level. तो whatever हमारे अंदर 5 बटालियन हैं, तो 5 बटालियन का जो भी जिस्ट है, whatever their achievement is, whatever their problem है, किसी को आज हार्ट में पेन हो गया, उसको हमको इवैक्यूएट करने का, वो भी एक रिप्लाई या फीडबैक मिलेगा कि क्या हो रहा है, डेंगू हो गया तो कितना हो गया, आयुष्मान कार्ड बना तो कितना बना, क्या प्रॉब्लम है. तो वो डेली रिपोर्टिंग, इंटरैक्टिव सेशन, डायरेक्शन, दैट इज 2-way ट्रैफिक इज ऑलवेज ऑन.
So, but when you get all these reports, आपको time मिलता है to take, look into each of these and then address to all of them.
ये टाइम तो सबसे मैंडेटरी है, ये मिलना ही पड़ेगा, बाकी आप कुछ करें ना करें.
Right.
मैम इसमें क्या होता है, BSF is deployed for 50 years in the border, they are very, it's very vast borders, very different kind of borders are there everywhere.
Right. Yes.
So what happens, 2 things are very important. Whenever a commander takes report, he takes report about his boys, whether all the boys are okay, and secondly, he takes report about all the government stores, whether all the stores, specifically the weapons, are they okay, arms and ammunition are okay. So there is a method in BSF that in every evening before the night comes, in every evening, all the people together in the border outpost, they assemble together. They take orders for the next night, the night which is coming, and the next day, forenoon which is coming. So they take orders. After the orders are given, the person who is taking the roll call, he asks any issue, any problem from somebody, you know, the company commander also, you know, goes there. The post commander is also going there. And even in the headquarters also, sometimes the commandant also goes there. And he asks about the well-being of the people, you know. Two things are there. The first is the head count and weapon count and government stores count. And second one is any point of, you know, problem or anything which can be, you know, said about the improvement of the force, any feedback. So feedback is a continuous process which is daily taken account of.
Okay.
And it is very essential. Like
हमें यहाँ
organized
समझना पड़ेगा,
मैं
सॉरी इंटरजेक्ट कर रहा हूँ.
Yes, sir.
हमें यहाँ समझना पड़ेगा कि we are good at taking feedback, but we are not good at sending feedback up. That is the issue. I think all will agree with me. And when we say when they want feedback and we have to send the real feedback, I think these are the beliefs which you have flashed. They come in our way, and they know.
So these are the barriers. So
these are the barriers. These are the barriers. When we are sending the feedback up, but when we are taking it from down below, yes, definitely we are very meticulous. But when we have to project the things up, I think we are lacking somewhere.
Okay. So now, sir, let me just ask you one question.
I'll just
Right.
add on, madam.
Yeah.
I'll just add on. Give me half a minute.
Yes, sir.
What Mr. Anand Singh said and other officers, they are very true. And what Mr. Anand said, I fully agree with him. The system of mechanism or the mechanism of feedback in if you talk about BSF, is absolutely very beautifully crafted. I'm going to use the word. And secondly, the point which you have mentioned over here, I don't have time and all that. This doesn't apply in any unit of forces. Maybe it applies in the corporate sector. And I told you, as in the afternoon, perhaps you were not there in the session, the basic management fundas of uniformed forces have been borrowed by the corporate. Because in this field of feedback and all that, we are, I think, number one. Nobody can touch us. And the system of feedback right from ground level up to the highest echelon is beautiful.
Yes.
And commander sitting at every level, he knows what he wants. And what he wants from this lower formation commander, he takes it.
Right. So I think,
and
yes,
accordingly,
what you
there's a
said,
chain in hierarchy.
right.
One second.
Right.
And in the hierarchy, the officer at various levels, they know what to send to the topmost. And the feedback is given properly. Yes, important things are taken care of. Due care is given to the important mission, important tasks, missions, and all that, where the feedback is required to be sent to the highest office. And small tasks, the battalion commander takes it from his subordinates, from his companies, from his platoons. In that way, feedback is no problem at all. And the point you are given, it's better this way. They already know what needs to be done. It's not applicable to the BSF. I'm very clear in my perception.
Right. So, so now feedback, there are different kinds of feedback. Now you're talking about a team feedback, a feedback that is actually coming from the teams down below you have delegated some work to them. They've gone to the border and they have to do the work there. And then you're getting a feedback from the team as to what is the requirement and what is the other needs and whatever they want, supply, and it can be anything. So you're taking a feedback on everyday basis. Now there is a feedback also from individual. As a perspective from a leader, you also give feedback to your commandant. Say the commandant has certain things, he has some qualities, but because of some reason, he is not able to perform, maybe in that particular assignment, or you get to know because of some reason he is not. So you giving a feedback as a leader to this individual. So this is an individual feedback. Team feedback, yes, you have a wonderful mechanism, and I think we all corporates should emulate from this, no doubt about it, because it's a very focused, job focused, or you can say work focused and meticulous feedback. Yes. Now individual feedback mechanism, how do you do it? So any experiences that you can share?
Yes, मैं इस रिगार्ड में आपसे बात करूं.
Yes.
अभी हमारे कोलीग्स ने जो भी बताया इसके बारे में फीडबैक्स के रिगार्ड में, 2 टाइप्स हम लोगों को फीडबैक्स लेने होते हैं यूनिट्स में. एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव है, दूसरे आपके ऑपरेशनल्स।
यस
ऑपरेशनल्स में मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, एक
यस
चैन है, सभी रिपोर्ट करते हैं एक दूसरे को जो भी
यस
प्रॉब्लम, अकॉर्डिंगली वी फॉरवर्ड जो हायर हेडक्वार्टर। रिगार्डिंग इंडिविजुअल्स की प्रॉब्लम्स के बारे में, इंडिविजुअल्स के प्रॉब्लम के बारे में अगर वो एक अफसर के पास बैठता, अपनी जो कोई प्रॉब्लम है, बहुत से हेसिटेट करते हैं, बताना नहीं चाहते। कुछ उसका ऐसा भी होता है कि कुछ जो सीनियर ऑफिसर्स होते हैं कहीं इसका एडवर्स ना ले लें, इस चक्कर हेसिटेट करते।
यस
तो मैंने फील किया कि मैंने देखा कि जब भी एज ए, मैं अपना एक एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ आपको, कि जब मैंने प्रॉब्लम किया कि लड़के कुछ बता ही नहीं रहे हैं, जब भी कहे नो प्रॉब्लम सर, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, किसी की कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। तो मैंने एक सिस्टम डेवलप किया कि जब भी मैं सैनिक सम्मेलन लेता था, मैं उनको 15 एक क्या स्लिप इशू कर देता था। उसमें क्या कर देता था, मैं लड़कों से कहता था कि आप अपनी जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं इसमें लिख दीजिए, कोई भी इसमें अपना नाम नहीं लिखेगा, कोई कुछ नहीं लिखेगा, केवल आप अपनी प्रॉब्लम लिखिए। क्योंकि वो हेसिटेट इसलिए भी लिखने से भी हेसिटेट करते, कहीं ऐसा ना कहीं मैच कर लें, ये कर लें, फिर हमें पनिशमेंट मिल जाए। तो फिर क्या करता हूँ मैं कि उनको फिर मैंने कॉन्फिडेंस में लिया कि मैंने नहीं, ये मैं आपके सामने निकालूंगा, आपके सामने वो पढ़ूंगा प्रॉब्लम्स, और जो मैं तो और उसी के सामने वहीं पर आपको उसको फाड़ के फेंक दूंगा। इस तरह मैंने अडॉप्ट जब शुरू किया तो मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा गुड रिजल्ट्स मिले, और फिर मैंने इसको फॉलो किया। तो इंडिविजुअली फिर उसमें हमारे पास बहुत से लड़कों की, जो मैंने शुरू में फील किया था कोई नहीं आ रही थी प्रॉब्लम, इंडिविजुअल को, ये मैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव प्रॉब्लम्स के बारे में बात कर रहा हूँ। तो अपने लेवल से जो हो सकता था सॉर्ट आउट करने की, वो तो मैं वहीं पर इमीडिएट एज ए कमांडर वहीं पर। कुछ जो लैप्सेस थे जो हमें पता भी नहीं चलते थे, कुछ हमें जो ऑफिसर्स थे या जो डाउनवर्ड्स में जो हमारे स्टाफ ऑफिसर्स हैं, उनकी कोई प्रॉब्लम वो भी हमें नोटिस में आ जाती थी इंडिविजुअल। तो बड़ा हमें इसका पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट्स मिला, तो मैंने ये फॉलो किया था। तो भाई ये एक्सपीरियंस आपने जो बताया उसको मैं आपको शेयर करूँगा।
Excellent, sir. I think yes, this is somewhere आपका जो एफर्ट है, जहाँ पर आपने बताया कि किसी के नाम मत लिखना, कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए, you just need to write the problems. तो
Yes.
इसको आपने फीडबैक के जैसे ले लिया एंड उसके ऊपर शायद आपने वर्क भी किया कि क्या करना चाहिए
जो
उसमें
हमारे लेवल पे था, हमारे लेवल पे एज ए अफसर,
Right.
एज ए कमांडेंट लेवल, व्हाट कैन जो भी आई कैन डू, तो वो मैंने किया और इमीडिएट सॉर्ट आउट किया। इमीडिएट सॉर्ट आउट, कोई प्रॉब्लम्स थी, छुट्टी की प्रॉब्लम थी, कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम थी उसकी, वो प्रॉब्लम सॉर्ट आउट किया, उससे अच्छा एक अच्छा गुड रिजल्ट मिला मुझे बटालियन कमांड करने।
Yeah, that's a very good experience that you shared. Anyone else would want to share here? And I want this particular, can you please think about it? अगर आपने इंडिविजुअल किसी का परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में आप देखोगे कि अचानक उनका कुछ तो there is a problem in this performance, जो आपको इंफॉर्मेशन मिल रहा है, फीडबैक मिल रहा है, तो आप उनको कैसे फीडबैक दे रहे हो? आप उनको कैसे फीडबैक? अभी रिवार्ड सिस्टम तो है, रिवार्ड सिस्टम इज फॉर दोस पीपल वंडरफुली वेल हु हैव डन वेरी वेल, उनको आप रिवार्ड दे दोगे गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से। अगर उनका परफॉर्मेंस कोई भी रीजन कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम है, तो आप उनको कैसे फीडबैक देते?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes.
In BSF, we have got all the systems set, either getting the feedback from the lower down, or when it comes to individual things, we also give the feedback in by taking interviews in private or by giving letters, advisories regarding certain specific shortcomings. We give the feedback. Everything is in place. Only thing which is lacking is the trust. The trust deficit can happen anywhere, and when that comes in, then it is difficult. People just keep quiet and they don't want to give away their problems.
Right.
The feedback in many cases they don't give because they do not have any hope of any rectification in that. Otherwise, at every level, feedback is we give the feedback and we also receive the feedback.
Right. Okay. So that's, I think this is thanks for the information that you gave. So anyone else would want to share anything that you remember where you had to give feedback to somebody who is very sincere, but he also has something else, and then you had to give a feedback. So how did you do that?
we enforcers have a system of case studies. Sometime on some important incident, operational incident, administrative issues, set of officers, they prepare a proper case study, and this gets circulated to the entire force for benefit of everyone. So this is also one system where feedback or kind of feedback, I consider this as a kind of feedback only, which goes everywhere, and all across the board, people get benefited out of it.
For example, for us here, I work in a university. So the university, when they find that, all the faculty are doctorates, they're all well-read, they all have a lot of other publications and everything. In spite of that, if there is some issue, then the faculty is called, the management, the HOD or the dean or the director will call them one-on-one and have a meeting with them on the parameters. They have a listed parameter saying that this particular aspect in you, this is going to be the problem. So you need to change. You need to bring in some kind of change in this, improvement in this. So it can be institutional building. It can be academic related. It can be student service. It can be anything else that the institution wants. So they give one-on-one feedback. They give 2 times, they give the feedback. And then the 3rd time, they will have whatever the final decision that they want to take. So this is some method that we follow. So that's what I just wanted to find out is, you also may be having some limitation as to how much of feedback can you possibly give, punishments, rewards. So ये जो punishment आप देते हो, इसके बाद what is the limitation? Do you give once, twice? What is it? Then उसके बाद what happens?
इसमें क्या है मैम, the punishments are to be given only after we have exercised proper care and caution before a person commits small little follies. He is always advised. He has always kind of interactive session is held up in which he has given, he's being given counseling. But if still not improves and there is a crime which he has committed or misdeed which he has committed, then the punishment has to be given, which should be commensurating with the offense. And there is no limit to it. But as a leader, it is his responsibility that the person under his command should not commit these kind of offenses. It is always desirable like that, but certain times are there. Certain people are incorrigible. Then after suppose if he commits more than 5 and he is not, there is no chance of him becoming a good member of the force. There is a provision in our BSF to administratively weed him out, to remove him. His removal is there as a provision in our border security force. So that is also there, but before that, there are various steps of reformations are there.
Okay.
So this is our penalty provisions in BSF.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing this. And yeah, we'll go to the next slide, Pandit. Yes, the next slide. Yeah, so according to study, actually by research, it is shown that informal frequent feedback focused on strength. There are 3-4 parameters here. So 4 types of giving feedback. One is informal feedback that you give based on strength, right? And there's the second one, which is actually formal feedback based on strength, where you address the person in a formal meeting or a formal occasion, where you give feedback to this person. The third type is informal feedback focused on weakness. So the focus is on the weakness. Obviously, every individual is going to have some kind of strength and some kind of weakness. Now here the focus is on weakness. And the fourth aspect is feedback based on formal feedback based on weakness. So these are the 4 types. And according to research, can we go to the, can you just move the slide? Yeah, this one, yes. So here what happens? No, I just wanted to, yeah. So informal feedback focused on strength, research says 35% of it is shown effective. That means the feedback mechanism, the 4 options that are here, out of that, this particular format of informal feedback based on strength is more